wait, wait, wait, wait.
Wait for it. HasanAbi.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 74 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. That's why I got the summer fit on. You already know. We are live, we are alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is June 20th. The fuck? It's June 20th, 2024, 11:18 a.m. I'm right on time, maybe a little bit late, but it's fine. No marks off for that, maybe like a 5-minute delay. But I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Holy moly, the month of June passes real fast, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, summer is here. Summer is here. Summer is upon us. People are the people that you have no idea what the fuck they do on your Instagram timeline are going to start appearing in random parts of the world like Spain, in random parts of the world like France, in random parts of Europe, while you are sitting around in a heat wave during the summer trying to survive. As heat advisories are happening all over, there are going to be absolute heaters coming out of this broadcast as well. It's been 95 here in St. Louis for a week and a half, you say? Well, I wouldn't know because I'm not allowed in St. Louis. Folks, it's personal news time. Now, what does that mean? What does personal news mean? It means I'm going to tell you all about the things I did in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. That's right. It's for the parasocialist. This is parasocialist update. Now, folks, ended the broadcast last night, and what did I do? Not much. Just a lot of My Hero Academia. Yesterday, or 2 days prior, as you guys know, I went to Gay Disney, and I had, an affront to God. There's nothing else to explain the thing I had. The Croque Monsieur, whatever the fuck it was. DLC's 50 gigs preloaded. You think I didn't preload it already? Pfft, fuck out of here. I did. However, I do have an issue. No, you can preload the DLC. I'm pretty sure I did on my PlayStation. The problem is I can't play it until 9 p.m. Anyway, I had a Monte Cristo. Shit was gross. It was too much. And for that reason, I actually fasted yesterday instead. Great results. Fasted, ate my lunch, made sure that Elden Ring was loaded up on my computer, or not my computer, sorry, my PlayStation. Made sure my Elgato was working. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, the Elgato. Problem is, it's 3 p.m. Pacific on PC. However, it is unfortunately only... Oh, shit. Maybe it doesn't let you preload. What the fuck? But I don't know. Regardless, the Elden Ring PlayStation drop comes after the PC because we are oppressed. Let's be real. We got the K-Dot. We got the K-Dot performance we'll be taking a look at. Obviously, that was going on. That shit was crazy. I had a convo with FaZe Banks last night. FaZe Banks is getting ready to do a 7-day stream with Adapt, and on that they want to like incorporate the debates that are going on. And he was looking for some advice. I was giving him some advice. I was phasing the fuck up. Brother Banks has turned over a new leaf. He's doing self-care. Very happy for him. Yeah. So did that. Went to bed. Woke up early. And I went to the park. Now at the park, I hung out, played some basketball, took Kaya running, even though she is like a period girly and she is not running. And she is not running as a period girly. I'm gonna be honest. What the fuck is happening? I turned on TikTok to show you my TikTok, and instead it's like showing other TikToks. Anyway, And then I shot a TikTok. I shot a shirtless TikTok. Now, originally I shot a shirtless TikTok at the park, but I was in the process of editing it. And this TikTok actually describes how I failed to upload that TikTok. But yeah, new TikTok. If you guys want to go, look at that. So, Ozempic face. That's funny. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you so much for saying I have Ozempic face. That is very nice. Please remove this ugly shirt from my site. This shirt is iconic. This shirt is fucking iconic. This shirt has a mind of its own. Legends have been written about this shirt. Adderall face, Ozempic face, steroid face. All of these I will take as incredibly positive comments. I'm gonna be honest. I got canceled in this shirt, so I wear it with pride. This is my pride. This is my Pride Month. Anyway, please address this. This was addressed already.
Oh, he's sexoing.
Anyway, are you hyped for the DLC? Trying to beat Mog right now, not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of scared for the DLC, guys. I'm kind of scared for the DLC. I'm kind of scared because I forgot how to play Elden Ring completely. Like I completely forgot how to play Elden Ring. I forgot it. Do it summonless, pussy. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Hopefully I'll be able to relearn it. Finish the clip. I already saw my fucking dick flying around. Okay, I did. We watched it like 8 times yesterday. It's like riding a bike, bro. You'll get back into it. Remember you did Nameless King? You should rerun the base game so watchers don't get spoilies. What? Yeah, let me rerun the base game, which will take me like 300 hours. Good call, chatter. I think I should just rerun the base game. You're right. Need help beating Moglaw? I'm gonna need help for sure. Anyway, spent 30 hours straight to beat Mog. Wait, really? So easy with Mimic Cheese? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to not Mimic Cheese this. Okay, I'm gonna try to not Mimic Cheese this game. So I thought I beat Mog, but people are saying I haven't, and I can't tell if that's like people memeing or not, but we'll see. People putting sex offender markers on Mog's castle. I mean, it's true though. Isn't he a little pervert? Hey, you Gopnik, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the Balkan raid, brother. Hope you had a good stream. We are talking about Elden Ring right now, and what has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker for all the parasocialists out there. What the fuck is this ad? This is the ad that's running? That's crazy. That's nice, dude. Good job. Good job, Twitch. Your goat was in the concert? Yeah, my goat was at the concert. Who wasn't at the concert, bro? Are you kidding me? Literally everyone was at the concert. We'll talk about that in a second, but like, bro, this shit was crazy, okay? It's like, if I'm Drake, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is like pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up. It's like it almost made me feel bad for Drake. Like this shit is so, it was so ruthless. It was so lethal. It was so fucked up. It was like he already murdered him. Like, I don't know. He already murdered him multiple times. You know what I mean? It's just like he desecrated the body and now he's just flexing on the funeral. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's just messed up. You hate to see it, folks. You hate to fucking see it. Anyway, we'll talk about all that though. He united the Crips and the Bloods. Yeah, he did it all. Have you watched this? It's really good. Thank you in advance. This is how China's making the classrooms of the future. I have not watched it, and I probably will not be watching it, but thank you. He's doing a salt burn on Drake's grave. Yeah, it's really messed up. Wait, what? IShowSpeed met the Prime Minister of Albania? What the fuck? Okay, this is crazy. Anyway, they shot an anime? That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna do all that. All right, let me just blast off. Fuck it. Okay, Kendrick desecrates Drake's funeral again. Israel wants smoke from Hezbollah. Trump, dude. MAGA versus Never Trumpers reacts, and it's Elden Lord Day. Get in now. I think I forgot to beat Mog. Okay. All right, that's good. That's a good That's a good two-parter. That's a good blast off, I think. Man, I'm hungry. Jeffrey Sachs cooking peers on Russia. Nice. I already got the blast offs. I already got them. I already posted them. How many years has it been and you still haven't beat Mog? I don't even know how many years it's been. That Zin Tower is crazy. I'm about to send the ATF to your crib. Come and take it, bitch. You see AOC going in on APAC? I have not. But here it is, folks. Here it is. Here is it. Here is it. Here it is. What is this? Just a small interesting thing that happened in American history that I'm certain you've never seen. You will love this. The town in Mosinee, Wisconsin stages a mock communist takeover of the town. The mayor died of cerebral hemorrhage on his way to a rally to restore democracy. The Red Star, official Soviet proclamation. Wow. Legion now is entirely dead. Instructions to citizens released. Mosinee police chief executed. Chief Carl Gewiz is shown about to be executed by Benjamin Gitlow, a general secretary of the Communist Party, after he refused to follow orders from the Reds. American Legion members acting as troops stand by in the police department of this Mosinee City Hall. Extra, extra, read all about it. The town of Mosinee, Wisconsin, staged a mock communist takeover of the town. The mayor died of a cerebral hemorrhage on his way to a rally to restore democracy in the 1950s. Let's take a look. That voice is so good. This is just how people talk, the transatlantic accent.
Something is happening in the peaceful little town of Mosinee. Yes, this place is Mosinee in the United States of America. And it's only make-believe as they stage a fake 24-hour occupation.
Dude, that's crazy. He's doing transatlantic, but British. How is that even possible? He's like, it's a British guy also doing like, what was going on in the 1950s, man? Why was it like that? I didn't even know the British could do transatlantic.
By fifth columnists. Public utilities are seized, and this is what happens to a newspaper editor who operates under a free press. Those unfavorable to the regime are marched away, while prices in the shops rise to prohibitive levels.
It's pretty funny because they're like, oh my God, a police state. We're terrified here in the United States. This would never happen in the land of liberty and freedom. Prices would never go up so much. And police would never actually round people up in the streets. That would never happen. It's like this period literally marks the federal government and also local police specifically doing that to communists and black people, like minorities in general, but especially communists, sometimes communist black people. So it's kind of funny that these guys are like, wow, look how bad things would be if we had the Red Scare, if the Reds came and took over this country.
For all but those in authority, there's the inevitable lineup for food. Of course, America believes that this could never happen within the borders of her.
Yeah, it would never happen because the government would never provide adequate assistance, like food assistance, to a starving populace. Okay, that's why it would never happen.
A free country, but peaceful Mosinee shows what it looked like when they pretended it did.
These images are insane. Nationalized. This theater operated by the authority of the Council of the People's Commissars next week. What is the movie next week? 7 Big Days, the story of communism. Permit Bureau. Get your permits here. It's pretty cool that they did like make believe though. Like they had some fun. Council of the People's Commissars, United Soviet States of America. Oh God, that'd be so sick. That's not a dystopian society. That's a utopian society. Okay? God, I love that. Anyway, did you catch that Hezbollah is threatening to attack Cyprus as well as they support Israel? Yes, dude. Yes. I did catch that. Hassan Nasrallah is going crazy on the mic. He's going crazy on the ones and twos. Okay? He's doing it. Germany has put BDS on a watch list. That's cool. Israel's busy blaming the UN for poor distribution capacity after firing on UN distributors and leading a global campaign to defund UNRWA. But yeah, we'll do some fun stuff. Here, we'll get the Israel stuff out of the fucking way. Here, AOC says, an unspoken secret in Congress is that much of the reflexive, blind, unconditional vote support for nearly any Israeli government action isn't from actual agreement, it's from fear. Reps are terrified of this. Of AIPAC. So they don't vote their conscience, they vote their fear. Because as I've been talking about quite a bit, when you look at the New York CD16 primary top spending advertisers, the number one is the United Democracy Project, which is literally an AIPAC affiliated group. Okay. They just have different groups. They have a shit ton of different groups because like Obviously, APAC in and of itself is not going to be great. People are kind of aware of APAC's fuckery, you know? They're going to be like, hold on, why is the like American Israeli why is the Israel lobby so active on this race? Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. So obviously you have to mask your moneyed interests in situations like this, and APAC does it by using some subsidiaries. Oftentimes they will use it. They will use terms like United Democracy Project, or I guess sometimes they will use terms like Democratic Majority for Israel. And they are the top spender on this group. George Latimer has 2.54 spending. Jamal Bowman has spent $2 million thus far. George Latimer spent $2.5 million. Okay. The United Democracy Project makes up 61% of the total spending. Right now, Latimer, specifically backed by APAC, is outspending Jamal Bowman 20-1 in this fucking race. This is undemocratic. AOC calls this out correctly. APAC responds no at AOC. The overwhelming majority of Congress votes with their constituents who support the American-Israeli relationship. Americans want a strong alliance with our democratic ally. This partnership saves lives, strengthens our troops, grows our economy, and advances U.S. interests and values. To which AOC replied, is that why you spent nearly $20 million, the most in primary history, to unseat one of the handful of reps who don't vote the way you tell them to? Is that why you announced $100 million spend overall? If APAC positions were so popular, they'd be free. Instead, they're bought. I cannot wait for everyone to say AOC is anti-Semitic. Let's get it. Let's get it going. Abi biliyorum sikinde değil ama Diamond Tema'ya senden destek veriyoruz. Diamond Tema ne abi? Herkes Kuzey Güney Diamond Tema. 2 tane Türkler devamlı gelip Diamond Tema diyorlar. Veya Kuzey Güney diyor. Bilmiyorum abi, ne olduğunu bilmiyorum. Ne o? Ne? Ne diyorsun? Ne diyorsun? Anlamıyorum ki. Bilmiyorum kim bu? Ne bu? Kuzey Güney ne? Devamlı. Ne? Turkey issues arrest warrant for viral YouTuber Diamond Tema. Oh, this is the guy. Over debate on Islam. Oh my God. Turks constantly fucking come in the chat and they're like, bro, do you know Kuzey Güney? Is it Kuzey Güney? Is that the other thing that they keep asking? And I have no fucking idea what that is. And then they'll be like, this guy, bro, you got to talk about this guy. You have to support this guy. Okay, I support him. What do you want me to do? Fuck the Turkish government. Kuzey Güney farklı. O da ne bilmiyorum ki. Kuzey Güney ne? Anyway, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. AOC is more America first than 99% of Republicans. You're a white supremacist, and I want nothing to do with you nor the world you imagine. I believe in a multiracial democracy, one of economic rights, civil liberties, and that affirms the working class and the rights of women and LGBTQ people. AOC should never respond to fucking Nick Fuentes. These are not small differences. They're irreconcilable. White supremacy is a scourge and must be disavowed in all places. You're right. We do have irreconcilable differences. I disavow the genocide of Palestinians in AIPAC, unlike many of your colleagues. You, me, and Representative Massey, Candace Owens, and Bernie Sanders all agree that Israel lobby should not control our foreign policy. Gaza notification. The genocide of Palestinians continues to bring together politicians with different perspectives around humanitarian basic universal principles in America and around the world. This is good for the common future of humanity. Gaza notifications. Are you fucking insane? You're responding to a Nazi. I hate this shit so much, bro. Abi şeriatçı bir vitaminsiz grifterla milliyetçi faşo ateist bir eleman tarzı bir tane hadis okudu. Pedofili bir adamın hadisi. Aynı ne? Ayşe'nin 9 yaşında peygamberle cinsel ilişkiye girdiğini iddia eden, sonra halkı kin ve nefrete yönlendirmekten yakalama kararı çıkarttılar. Al birini vur ötekini amına koyayım. Ne yapayım ben bu adamlar? Anyway, California doesn't even have this much pull as an actual fucking state. Yeah, because Israel is like the coolest, most important American state. God, I fucking hate Twitter so much. I hate Twitter so goddamn much, bro. I hate it so much. It's just so busted. It's so broken. Anyway, I'll look at this this Turkish guy in a second. But I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous, but it's not shocking to me at all. That's just how it is in Turkey. Read this regarding the message. Yeah, I saw this morning. U.S. concerned Israel's Iron Dome could be overwhelmed in war with Hezbollah, officials say. Okay. Yeah, let's get it twisted. Let's get it twisted. Here's first, let's start with some fun news, okay? The goats linked up and they were building. Okay? They were linked up and they were fucking building. Look how happy they are. Look how fucking happy they are. You love to see it. You love to see smiles on faces, okay? This is the era of smiles.
아름다운 구역의 군의길을 달리시었습니다. 김성은 동지께서는 선물 받은 승용차의 성능을 높이 평가하시며 훌륭한 차를 선물로 받은 데 대하여 다시금 대통령 동지에게 사의를 표하.
Are they wearing seatbelts? No, dude. That's Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Of course they're not wearing seatbelts.
하셨습니다.
He's also driving in the middle of the road, bro. They do what the fuck they want.
걸린 우호 관계를 두 나라 인민들의 지향과 염원에 부응하는 새로운 높은 단계로 계속 활력 있게 추동해 나갈 의지를 피력하셨습니다. 아름다운 구역의 군의길을 달리시었습니다.
Okay, I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's because like we just rarely ever get stuff from DPRK, but I'm gonna be radically honest here and tell you that I don't know why when I see like Western leaders do shit like this, it doesn't hit the same. It's got to be because like we never see these dudes in general. It's like a weird collab. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, I didn't expect that. You know how like sometimes I'll do like a collab with a TikToker and then in the comments, people will be like, oh my God, my worlds are colliding. That's what it feels like. When you see this, you're like, what the fuck happened? Like, this is so strange. However, when you see Joe Biden doing stuff like this with like Western leaders, it doesn't hit the same. And I don't know why. Did you see this? Wait, what? Video Putin and Kim Jong-un on who enters the car first? Oh my God. Please send me more videos of this collab. I need to see more of this. It's like, come on. You get him first. Putin and Kim saying goodbye. Very sad.
I'm sorry. Don't leave me. I want you here with me. I know that your love is gone. I can't breathe, I'm so weak. I know this isn't easy. Don't tell me that your love is gone.
Dude, this is so sad.
Your love is gone.
That's so sad, man. It's not goodbye though. It's see you later, you know? It's not goodbye. It's like, we'll help you build up your nuclear arsenal. It's more like, we'll help you build up your nuclear arsenal, which is the only way that you can have autonomy outside of like the American sphere of influence. And you'll give us like every piece of artillery that you would have used to, bomb South Korea instead. Like, it's kind of like that. It's a mutually beneficial relationship for everybody. Is sharing is caring. Like, if you hate on this, you hate friendship. You know what I mean? Like, if you hate on two guys just, masters of their craft, doing what they do best, right? Having a great fucking time, you just basically hate friendship. You hate friendship and you hate diplomacy and you hate appreciating craftsmen. I hate this because they excluded the GOAT G. Well, that was probably deliberate because the GOAT G is way more like kick back and watch America fuck itself up in comparison to Putin, who is very much like, no, I actively will do horrible things, like unimaginably awful things, especially because I recognize that like America's influence on the global stage is waning. This is my favorite Kim X Vladipoo clip. No way. No fucking way, bro. What? Wait, where did it go? I lost it. Oh, here it is. No way, dude. Nah, this is a meme, right? Wait, they didn't even drink it? Nah, they reversed it. No, that would never happen, bro. Come on, are you kidding me? Vladimir Putin being feted with wild adulation in North Korea and a parade in his honor. Oh, yeah. That's got to be sick as hell. Like, that definitely is, like, probably the coolest aspect of North Korea in general is, like, they just fucking do crazy parades out there, you know? They're like, oh, hell yeah. Like, we got a white boy up in here. We got a white boy up in this bitch. Fucking parade time, you know? Like, they do that for Dennis Rodman, too. Like, I get why Dennis Rodman loves North Korea. Am I the only one that hates parades? I don't really like parades that much either. I just think, like, this kind of parade is cool. Yo! That's sick. They're playing, like, the old hits. You heard that and you said that's the marriage song? Yeah, the marriage of fucking dialectics and materialism. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. That's the Korea loves to parade the little bros. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They have like excellent command over the children. It's pretty crazy. So do the Chinese though. It's wild. Have you guys ever seen like the little Chinese babies balling up? Like they're crazy. Or like cooking and shit. I don't know what the hell's going on out there, but they're just like, they got excellent command over the children. It's crazy. They'll be jump roping and shit in like, and they're doing it like in sequence. Like this stuff is wild, dude. I mean, look, ultimately it doesn't really matter. Obviously, like the fucking military with like superior firepower with like, you know, a drone operator could light these boys up no matter how well they parade. But like this is one of the cooler aspects of the military. I think the engineering corps, if you were to build like indestructible bridges rather than like bridges that you can specifically roll tanks over, if that's all the military did, like parades like this and then like building shit, then the military would be sick. I'd be 100% on board. Like the engineering and then the parades. It's awesome. It's a jobs program anyway. I'm fine with it as long as you're just like building shit, you know? Meanwhile, what does our military do? They kill. They don't do the fucking cool ass parades. There's nobody marches like this. Okay. The only time we build shit is when we want to like defend Israel's genocide and be like, yeah, look, we built a pier, and then it keeps getting swept away. It sucks, bro. It's lame as hell, dude. Trump wanted the military march like this. Think of what we lost. I know. Well, the problem with the military marches like this is that we don't have any like infrastructure that's sustainable. So if you were to like roll tanks through those fucking roads, it would destroy the roads completely. So that's a big problem. I'm not even joking. Like that was legitimately the reason why we couldn't do it. I don't know. I just don't think like the Super Bowl flowers hit the same way as like seeing like
Chinese kindergarten.
Yeah, this shit's crazy, bro. I don't know what the hell's going on out there. I don't know what they're putting in the water. I don't know how they have like, I don't know how they're getting these little chicken nuggets to fucking do all of this. Like they're cute as hell. I love these videos, but it is crazy. It's just abuse, bro. Why do you see children like doing aerobics exercise and you go, it must be abuse? That's crazy. They're playing, bro. I don't think it's abuse. Like that's insane. Ha ha. Bro, learning how to fucking do the wraparound technique to like get leverage when you're going up a rope is crazy work when you're 6 years old. Like that is like, there is no fucking way I could have done that. My 6-year-old ass could never. Okay. I was fat as fuck. There was no way that shit was happening. I would not be making it out of the Chinese kindergarten. Okay. This part is incredible. Bro, they have excellent ball handling. Like how?
Chinese kindergarten.
Like how? How? These kids ball handle better than you, okay? Straight up. This is propaganda and it's working on me. This is China propaganda on the Chinese app. No, I 100% sure. But it's like fair. Not gonna lie, it just looks like they have properly resourced schools. They force these kids to do this, otherwise they have to watch the ad at the top of the hour at school. Fuck! No one knows the training Kyrie went through. Yeah. This and the wrap the plastic bag around the basketball training. God damn it, you cooked my ass, bro. Fuck you. I'm sending you to Chinese kindergarten. Your disrespect has landed you in Chinese kindergarten, okay? Fuck you. Except you'll probably come back more powerful than ever. Chinese citizen here. Back in elementary school, we totally had jump rope contests across school every year. Bro, this isn't propaganda law. This is legit what I did in elementary school. I swear to you, I was the slowest kid in my class. And when I came to the U.S., I was the second fastest in my grade, Lamau. Yeah, no. It's Chinese propaganda, okay? It's propaganda. As in, I want this. I want it. I want this to happen in America. And I want this I want China to take over, man. This part is crazy. Dude, Americans see kids working out and immediately go, that's right, brother. They're doing it at gunpoint. If they don't, the American understanding of China is so awesome because they look at children doing like a drill, right? And immediately go, they must be doing it because otherwise they can't get their daily ration of food. Okay? Thinking it's like North Korea in the fucking during the famine era. You know, just like that other Chinese country. What do they call it? The Democratic People's China? Democratic People's Republic of China? They're all Chinese to me. Is there school lunch debt in China? Somehow I doubt it. Bet these little children don't know how to fucking duck under a goddamn table when there's a school shooting happening, though. That's right. That's right. How many of those little babies are traumatized by a potential school shooting? That's right. None of them. We make our boys and girls strong out here by shooting them in the fucking head. If you survive, you're better off. Like, these drills are pretty fucking good for that age. Like, at the park I go to, there's always like children with like a basketball coach. And none of the American kids that are even older than these kids can have this level of ball control. Many adults don't have this level of ball control. Dozens more did the swinging. That's like 100s more, not dozens more. Yeah, I mean, we used to do that shit too. Look.
A California high school has the well-nigh perfect answer to the president's call for physical fitness. Stan Laprati, physical education director at La Sierra High School, has developed a program that assures every student of physical excellence. Exercise on the grip swing puts muscles on the least athletic. Extension push-ups are among the toughest of the drills. As an incentive to excel, the color of the shorts the boys wear is determined by their ratings on performance charts. Some requirements for top ratings are stricter than for an Apple.
This was for the draft. It's 1962. I don't know what the fuck they were doing it for, but let me tell you something, okay? High school China having elementary school trained. No, like this was a publicly funded project though, wasn't it?
Please. A lad who has mastered the pegboard will find a military obstacle course a snap. 200 schools across the country have adopted La Sierra's
I can't do that. There is no way I could do that. That's cool as hell.
program of 15-minute daily competitive exercise.
That's gay as hell, bro.
On a hot day, they wet down the wrestling mats for sliding. The boys at La Sierra are learning that it's not only good sense to get toughened up, it's fun.
Yeah, JFK implemented it. Is this the shape of things to come? It can be, with modern conveniences and push buttons. Easy living is sapping the strength and vitality of our children. 1/3 of them of school age can't pass minimum physical achievement test. Urge your school to offer at least 15 minutes of daily vigorous activity. This can bring our nation's youth up to sound physical standards. For a free booklet to help you evaluate the youth fitness program of your school, just write President's Council on Physical Fitness, Washington 25, D.C. China has a school stabbing problem. China knife attack counterterror drill demonstration at a Chinese lower school.
今天我儿子的幼儿园演习，我来当坏人，是看抓小孩虫啊。
What's he saying? Dude, man catchers are so funny. Wait, where is his like nuclear arsenal? I don't understand. Why does this cop have a man catcher, dude? I don't get it. Why hasn't he busted out the blicky? Why isn't he fucking 360 no scoping him? I don't understand. Where is the Glock? Where is the officer issued? Where's the police? Where is his service weapon? Damn. He committed suicide in front of the children. That's metal as hell, bro. That's crazy. What the fuck? Wait, you'll never catch me alive. Yeah. Bro, fucking calm down, dude. It's well known that in China, the sniper in a skyscraper 1K away from where the attacker is. This is what defunded police look like? Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, he did chop up a couple of the children. Let's be real. Bro, they're teaching the kids to love the attacker. That's crazy. He's like, hello, what's up, everybody? I'm the knife stabber. And yeah, look at this pretty sweet trick I got going. How do we get here? Oh, Pootie Poo and Kim also bonded over dogs, horses, and driving.
대통령 동지에게
Kim Jong-un gives Putin a pair of dogs on a trip to Pyongyang.
국견인 풍산의 한
Why did these dogs look like busted-ass Shiba Inus?
쌍을 선물하시 금수산 용빈관 정원에서 이런 이에 사의를 표시했습니다. 최고 수뇌분들께서는 깊은 상봉과 회담을 통하여
The two bonded over animals with Putin watching as Kim fed carrots to a horse.
꿈을 나누시었으며 두 나라 사이의 전략적인 동반자 관.
It's Jindos. Fuck you. They're called a Jindo. Oh, nice. Chinese Johnny Harris. What is this?
AI.
Our TikTok account was banned. Over 340,000 followers vanished into thin air. We've dug deeper and discovered it's more than just a ban. It's a U.S.-Philippine government joint campaign to silence journalists. Firstly, the U.S. and Philippine government identify their targets through NGOs and other white gloves. Secondly, the Philippine media begin to churn out articles which not only attack specific social media accounts, but also rally trolls to report these accounts. Finally, social media platforms end up banning these accounts or responding to the surge of reports. What we've uncovered is a complex web of U.S. and Philippine operations designed to control the narrative and influence public perception of the South China Sea.
Enhanced videos on TikTok.
I'm going to visit CNN's Beijing bureau and let them give my answer.
Most definitely.
I don't get it. How the fuck? Wait, why are they? I thought it was the China app. What's going on? Dude, ByteDance, you're failing me. You're failing me. I'm honestly surprised we didn't see a shirtless couple horse ride for Vladipoo and Unnie Baby. No. Uncle Un. He's not ever getting on a horse. Let's be real. I don't think he's ever has Kim Jong-un ridden a horse? Has he rode a horse before? He probably has, right? He wouldn't do a shirtless though. He wouldn't do a shirtless. He's a little too chubby. Yeah, we already watched the cute moment between them. CIA has had a presence in Manila since its establishment after World War II. The Philippine government and the CIA are tight. Oh yeah. Yes, he rides the Cholima. No, it's not him. It's his family who has ridden the Cholima. I think it was Kim Il-sung who rode the Cholima. China unlocks YouTube channel. What do? We start this YouTube channel because we believe China's story is different. But it does not mean China is to be feared, hated, or misunderstood. China is a country with thousands of years of history and its own political, economic, social, cultural traditions. It's easy to see China only through the West-propagated lens, like authoritarian lack of freedom, but the perspective is profoundly limited, biased, and does not help build a peaceful world where the West-China relations is playing an increasingly important role. Australian scholar debunks Western lies on Xinjiang. Okay. How the West uses COVID and Ukraine crisis to blame China. Okay. That's kind of shocking. I guess the weight of it makes it so that he doesn't really fucking move at all during the Gallup process. I take it back. My bad. I apologize for the disrespect. I was unfamiliar with your game, sir. I apologize. My bad, bro. My bad, big bro. My bad. Dude, I love DPRK media. They are so passionate. I have no idea what the fuck this lady is saying. I just know she's putting her whole chest into it, okay? She's giving it everything she's got, okay?
백두산으로 가는 길 이는 곧 김정은 동지 위대한 김정은 시대에 사는 사람이라면 언제나 백두산을 안고 살라 섭니다. 얼철한 명도도 천하제일이신 온 세상이 우러러걸 오늘의 김대장 김정은
Yo, he's got swag though. This shit is drippy. Like that jacket is fire. I need it.
그의 억처구의 지대로 역사가 흐르고 세상도 변할 것임을 백두령봉은 누리에 외치고 있습니다.
Why does he look like he's pissing? Yo, he just whipped the presidential dick out. He's just ripping it, dude.
나는 후보 보시는 김정은 동지. 나라 찾는 피 어린 싸움. 밀림 속에 타오르는 모닥불. 불을 쏠지 않던 빨지산들의 강한 그 정신. 억천만 그 모닥불이 민족 재생의 불길로 타올랐고 장군님이 들어서겠습니다. 여기가 바로 조선혁명의 사령부.
Let's see Biden do this. Let's see Trump do it. That'd be funnier. I think between Biden and Trump, like Trump is probably closer to like doing this kind of demonstration than Biden because he loves this shit a lot, but he's also significantly worse shape than Brandon. But I would love to see it. I would love to see both of them for different reasons. Is the propaganda working, or does he seem kind of endearing actually? I mean, he's just a dude, bro. On a horse. There's nothing funnier than like Americans being like, dude, that's the leader of DPRK. That's the leader of North Korea. He's like a gruesome dictator, which is true. Like, obviously, their governing structure is pretty fucking brutal overall. But like, these motherfuckers can't do shit in comparison to the numbers on the board that American leadership puts up on a daily basis. Like, they just don't have the weapons. They don't have the influence. They don't have the dominance. Sure, he'll dominate his own people, but like, think about like every human life being the same, right? Every human life is worthy. Like, how many fucking kills does he have in comparison to like any American president? Like, he could kill everyone in fucking North Korea tomorrow and then force the people that were the executioners to kill themselves, and it would barely fucking scratch the surface of like one 4-year presidency in terms of like people killed. Wrong question. How many would he have with US weapons? But like, no, that's not the wrong question. That's a hypothetical that just simply does not exist on this planet. And in the hypothetical, you're just like, this is the same principle behind like Hamas. If they had Israel's weapons, like think about what they would do to Israel. It's like, yeah, bro, there would be no fucking apartheid if Hamas had the same level of weapons as Israel. Okay. That's the point. There would be no Hamas if they had that level of, they would have sovereignty. They would have a standing military. There would be no conflict to begin with. There would be no Hamas to begin with. Same goes for North Korea as well. Like, if North Korea had America-style weapons, they would not be North Korea. They would just be Korea, okay? And who knows how they would fucking operate? Who knows how they would be? Like, that's a fool's take? I don't think that's a fool's take at all. I think everybody always assumes that, like, our enemies would be just as ruthless and just as violent as us, like, in perpetuity. And maybe they would. Maybe. You know? Maybe they would. No, Hasan, you, sir, are a fool with a fool's take. Bro, you need to chill with that take, man. Hold up. Either way, it's not falsifiable. Exactly. And a lot of people refuse to acknowledge that. A lot of people refuse to acknowledge that and just go, no, you don't understand. Like, they would be just as bad, if not so much worse. Like, yeah, if they were just like America, then they would be bad. They would be significantly worse as far as like what they're doing now. But history is riddled. You chose Jubilee over Kendrick yesterday, nerd. No, man, you think I didn't want to watch the fucking Kendrick Lamar show? No, Twitch told us we were not allowed to restream it, which was such a dumb decision by Twitch, by the way, and such a dumb decision by Amazon, because everybody fucking restreamed it, just not on Twitch. You think I wouldn't, you think I didn't want to fucking watch it? I asked. And I don't even think they enforced it anyway, because DJ Academics restreamed it on Twitch. I think I'm Dante restreamed it too. Like, there was hella Twitch streamers that were restreaming it too. I know, bro. I know. The difference is I foolishly asked, and they said, don't even fucking think about it. Why do you think Kai was not streaming it? Why do you personally think Kai Cenat, the largest content creator on this platform, was not live while that was happening? Do you think he would have... Do you think he doesn't like it? Do you think that he just didn't want to do it? No, the reason why he didn't do it is specifically because Twitch literally said to him and to me, and to anyone that I guess is at the top of the directory that wanted to restream it, that they could not do it. Anyway.
기본 목적지라고 하신 경의하는 보이스님 적 위인상을 숭엄히 안아보셨습니다. 틀집을 떠나는 전사들의 가슴마다에 신념의
I've got friends who think the president isn't responsible for the deaths in Palestine. Every American president has more bodies than DPRK, China, Russia take doesn't fly. Wait, what do you mean it doesn't fly? It doesn't matter whether they consider it to be correct or not. Doesn't change the reality. Like every president that has continued to implement a global sanctions regime on countries that are outside of the sphere of influence of the United States of America is responsible for the deaths that accompany such severe crippling sanctions in said nations. Like those deaths are on every American politician right off the bat. That's where the big numbers are too. Having said that though, like I say, he's not like a good dude. This is still a monarchy functionally, a theocratic monarchy functionally, you know? Not exactly great. I also forgot to run the top of the hour ad break after that chatter fucked me up, so I'm running it now. What's the religion? It's just some made up shit. It's not like officially a religion, but it's more like, it's kind of like a religion. A theocratic monarchy, really? Come on, bro. Like, oh no, the people just happen to love this dynasty, and that's why they keep voting for it. Here's a quick breakdown, TikTok breakdown on the Korean War. Yeah, here.
Because there's a man mad in my comments saying I don't understand Korean history because according to him, there's no connection between the Japanese colonization of Korea and the pro-democracy student protests that followed for decades after. The Japanese colonization of Korea ended in 1945 after 35 years because they lost in World War II, and afterwards, Korea didn't really have a central government of their own. And the US and USSR came in and divided the peninsula at the 38th parallel. This was supposed to be temporary, but we know what happened there. Mind you, this is a line drawn by these external countries.
Remember yesterday when you said you needed to tighten your stream because you can't get all the news you want to? Yeah, but like, this is fun. I'm having fun. And also, secondly, there's not a lot of fucking major news stories today anyway. So this is a major news story. Friendship Day between fucking North Korea and Russia, major news.
Wait. Without consulting the Koreans. Also, unsurprisingly, instead of letting the Koreans hold their own elections and choose their own unified government, the US instead propped up a right-wing authoritarian regime with Lee Seung-man at its helm, aka a US puppet. Why? Because at this time, majority of Koreans supported socialism, which obviously didn't fit the mold for the US wants to spread capitalism globally. Obviously, the public backlash was immense as it...
Protests in Kenya today with kids leading the charge. HasanAbi silence. Why? Yeah, famously, I have a secret position on it. That's why I do not eat poop.
Pretty much solidified the division of the country into two. And there are protests all across the south, with the most significant in Jeju Island, now known as Jeju Uprising. Up to 30,000 Jeju Islanders were killed, which was 10% of the entire population, by the US-backed South Korean government and also the US military itself. To give a little perspective of how the government was, it was literally illegal for South Koreans to even mention the Jeju Uprising, and it was punishable by torture if they did. Shortly after, the Korean War broke out, which was, if you think about it, partly caused by the actions of the US, which is ironic because for the longest time growing up, I thought that the United States were some type of heroes coming in to save the poor South Koreans, because that's how they wrote about it in our textbooks. Like, they really portrayed MacArthur as this courageous, intelligent, empathetic war general.
And definitely not like an insane racist who wanted to fucking nuke every Asian country and specifically kept begging for it over and over again.
But he killed 20% of the North Korean population. He wanted to use nuclear weapons against them. And even when ceasefire discussions were happening, he's
like, please, bro, please, like, let me get one fucking nuke off. Let me get one off, bro. Let me get one off. We did it to the Japans. Please, bro. China. Let me nuke China. Let me nuke Korea. Come on, bro. Let me nuke one of these motherfucking countries, please. Please, as a treat. Come on. They're all Chinese anyway. Okay? They're all Japanese at that time. I guess Japan was no, at that point it's just like, at this point they're now officially like, anyone who's a communist is my major enemy. So he's like, please. They're all Chinese. They're all different Chinese variants. Let me kill them.
To bomb them instead. And the US literally had to remove him. I know he was also the one that recommended Shiro Ishii and other members of Unit 731 be granted immunity in exchange for data, if that does anything.
By the way, the data that she's speaking of was specifically utilized, is talking about chemical weapons that were used in Korea. That is the reason why they were granted immunity in exchange for data. Data being bioweapons. Those biological weapons were used in Korea.
731 be granted immunity in exchange for data, if that does anything. Okay, and then after the Korean War ended, the right-wing authoritarian regime was still standing strong, and Lee Seung-man won his 4th term as president, and his pick for VP also won following a most likely rigged election. This led to large student protests called the April Revolution, where up to 200 students were killed. Following Lee Seung-man, majority of the Korean presidents that followed after were also military dictators, because once that system is set in place, it's hard to change. Park Chung-hee seized power with a military coup in 1961, where he served as a military dictator for almost...
Why hasn't China pressured North Korea to increase the standard of living? North Korea has increased the standard of living. People think North Korean standard of living is like resembling the 90s when there was massive famine and like they lost their most significant partner, the USSR. But North Korean standards of living, even in the immediate aftermath of the Korean War, which literally was genocide, was significantly better than South Korean standards of living. South Korea kind of lapped North Korea and even Japan, I would say, since they changed their military dictatorship structure into the chaebol structure that you know South Korea as, and they blew the fuck up. They have obviously they have like massive companies, and very successful industries in the arts field as well. But that wasn't what it was like at all for the longest time. For the longest time, North Korea was doing pretty good. And then obviously 90s, mass famine, no allies, sanctions regime, DPRK is cooked at that point. Since then, they've definitely been able to uplift the material conditions of all North Koreans, but like it's still not great. But they're definitely doing better than the 90s.
Almost 18
At the time of the Vietnam War, Saigon had a higher standard of living than South Korea, but military contractors were recruited to fight in Vietnam. That's why their GDP blew up.
Seized power with the coup d'etat of December 12th in 1979, which I highly recommend this movie. It's literally crazy bonkers. It talks about how it happened. And he also led the coup d'etat of May 17th in 1980, where he declared martial law across the entire country. So universities were shut down, any type of political activity banned. He controlled the press, which led to more student protests, especially the Gwangju massacre, where up to 2,300 people were killed. Also, I forgot to mention this, but the South Korean military was under U.S. command at the time, and it was the Carter administration that gave the green light to Chun Doo-hwan to take over Gwangju with military force. AKA, history is all connected, and it's all a trickle-down effect from one incident to the next. And to the man who called me dumb and said I was stupid for saying the impacts of colonialism ultimately led to pro-democracy protests, I hope this helps.
That was great. North Korea, like most nations, had rival factions between reformers and hardliners, army and intelligence, and so on. There's so much liberal propaganda from the Anglosphere that people even in this chat fail to think critically. I did not watch the Burning Sun K-pop scandal. Anyway, let's move away from best Korea, popular Korea, and let's get to Israel, Palestine, another place where our impact can be felt. Because even if you don't care for American politics cares for you. Elden Ring DLC when? Great question. It's not even fucking out yet. What do you want me to do? Okay. The Elden Ring DLC is coming out on PC in a couple hours. I unfortunately did not play Elden Ring on the PC. I played it on the PlayStation. So I don't believe I'll be able to play it until later tonight. I think the PC one comes out in like 2 hours. The PS5 Elden Ring comes out. Yeah, that's a big L. I know. Call Miyazaki. Let me hold up. Let me call him up. Big L for me overall. Okay. The Western Anglo propaganda about DPRK is so effective that even leftists who wouldn't trust the U.S. government on anything else believe them on this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not of the mindset that like North Korea is fucking awesome and it's a cheery paradise where they're eating hamburger every day. Having said that, however, I do recognize why North Korea is the way it is. North Korea is the way it is because of us, for sure, like 100%. Random, but did Austin ever call back? I'm worried. No. All right, let's get to another part of the world where, like I said, our impact can be felt. And then I'll talk about the Kendrick Lamar concert after the Israel stuff.
Washington now, and serious tensions between Israel and the Biden administration in the wake of a very public accusation by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, has more. Good morning, Selena.
Hey, good morning, Rebecca. Sources here at the White House tell me they're angry and frustrated with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu. This latest fallout started after Netanyahu released a video this week accusing the U.S. of withholding weapons from Israel. But the White House says that's not true. That military aid continues to flow to Israel, except for one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs. Now, the administration officials, they say that what Netanyahu did is beyond the pale. In response, they've canceled a high-level meeting with Israel focused on security and the threat from Iran. But still, several top Israeli officials are coming to Washington today. They're meeting with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan at the White House for more informal meetings. But, Rebecca, it is clear that this administration's patience with Netanyahu is running very thin. Despite that, Netanyahu is still planning to come to Washington next month and give a speech in front of Congress.
So, Selena, the meetings will happen very likely, but how is this going to impact the situation on the ground?
Yeah, Rebecca, well, look, it is not helpful for Israel to show that it has tensions with its main ally, especially at a time when it's facing these increasing threats from Hezbollah. This administration is deeply concerned about escalations between Israel and Lebanon. In fact, the White House even sent a top aide to the region to try and prevent this from turning into an all-out war. Rebecca?
All right, Selena Wang. Thank you, Selena.
Turning now to the conflict.
Anyway, Netanyahu's buying every ticket for the scapegoat raffle. He might win the prize soon. So, Daniel Hagari popped off yesterday, my fucking Dumbo ass king. We covered it obviously as soon as it happened, just like we covered the Hezbollah stuff as soon as it was happening, but it's good to go back to it a little bit. No, I'm not going to react to Burning Sun exposing the secret K-pop chat group's BBC World Series documentaries. Please stop asking me that I need to watch this, okay? I'm not going to watch that right now. Like, please. Please be serious. What is happening? Why is chat like this? I like how everyone / libs are always like, oh, we need to find a way to prevent all of our war in the region, like Israel's in a rabid dog that does whatever it wants. So, yeah, two things happened. Two things that are like very important, very pressing matters in Israel right now. One, Daniel Hagari came out and was like, we can't defeat Hamas. We can't destroy Hamas. Like, what are you talking about? That's a political issue. He then, of course, went back on it because Netanyahu yelled about it. Simultaneously, though, the Israeli war cabinet or the Israeli generals got together and were like, let's get ready to go invade Lebanon. This is what's going on in Israel. If you want updates on what's going on in Israel, there's a little bit of drama. The girls are fighting, okay? The girls are fighting.
In the Middle East, and the Israeli army's chief spokesperson is casting doubt on Israel's goal to destroy Hamas. In an interview with Israeli television, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari said, quote, whoever thinks we can eliminate Hamas is wrong. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office responded, reiterating that the Israeli military is committed to achieving its goals in Gaza. And a spokesperson from the Israeli Defense Forces issued a statement saying that Hagari's comments were referring to the destruction of Hamas as an ideology and an idea. Meanwhile, the U.S. military's floating aid pier is expected to resume operations today after it was temporarily removed due to bad conditions at sea. That's according to Reuters. And this all comes as tensions appear to be on the brink between Israel and Hezbollah. The leader of Lebanon's militant group warned Israel that it has new weapons and intelligence capabilities that could hit deeper inside Israel in the case of an all-out war. Our Chris Livesay is following all of these developments for us from Tel Aviv. Chris, good morning.
Hey, Anne-Marie, good morning to you. The Israeli military spokesman indeed says Israel can't defeat Hamas in Gaza without installing a new government there. Speaking to Israeli TV, Daniel Hagari said, quote, the idea that it's possible to destroy Hamas, to make Hamas vanish, that is throwing sand in the eyes of the public. If we do not bring something else to Gaza, at the end of the day, we will get Hamas. It was a rare break, publicly at least, between the military and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has vowed absolute victory over Hamas since the October 7 attacks. Earlier this week, Netanyahu dissolved his war cabinet after Benny Gantz, his moderate rival, left the group over the Prime Minister's failure to produce a day-after plan for Gaza. Meanwhile, focus in Israel's
Read between the lines. They want to achieve their goals in Gaza, and the eradication of an ideal is impossible, but political and social W for Israel is just to eradicate and cleanse the area. No, he is saying this because the generals are of a different mindset. The military in Israel is oftentimes even more fucking violent in the way that they conduct their affairs and what they advocate for than the civilian politicians that don't have military experience. That obviously changes when we're talking about settler politicians. Settler politicians are infinitely more violent than everybody else. But in between Bibi and like Benny Gantz, for example, while Benny Gantz is seen as a more moderate force in the war cabinet, or was in the war cabinet, he's no longer in the war cabinet, he resigned, as you guys know. Benny Gantz, being like a general style politician, will sometimes be way more violent in the way that he wants to conduct military affairs. However, there is the continuation of the apartheid. When we get to the continuation of the apartheid, Benjamin Netanyahu seemingly becomes more right-wing than the likes of Benny Gantz. They both still want the apartheid to continue, but they do not have the same opinions on what must be done in Gaza, what can be done in Gaza. It's a really, I think it's a really interesting dynamic. Obviously, everyone doesn't care about, everyone is united when it comes to, like, you know, hurting the Palestinians, killing as many Palestinians as possible while still maintaining some semblance of like Western support. But Benjamin Netanyahu has not really revealed what his plans are for Gaza. Itamar Ben-Gvir wants to wipe out the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Smotrich wants to, like, the settlers, the super far right, want to wipe out the entirety of the Gaza Strip and resettle. The generals, who are like center right, still very fucking hardline on, you know, all the death and destruction in Gaza, have a more reasonable American State Department backed approach where they look at the situation critically and they go, we can't control this territory permanently. You know, you broadcast an image of Anthony Blinken with a red triangle painted on his face in your intro today. I didn't even notice that, but it's crazy that you were in here. You recognize that, and now you're doing a fucking, what is this? Why did you show Anthony Blinken with a red triangle painted? That's a Funhouse bit. Are you another one of these, like, are you another one of these fucking like cancel HasanAbis? Like, what's going on? What's happening here? Ethan literally did that argument today multiple times. It was gross as fuck. You're mad at Ethan, but also simultaneously just coming in here to what? No, not an October 7 lever. That's great, man. Following since October 7th, 2020. No, this could be one of two things, okay? Either he's like, you're inconsistent. Remember when you were talking about the red triangle? Remember when you were talking about the red triangle being like very obviously an issue, like a call for death? Well, it seems like you're being inconsistent on this because you showed a video that you weren't even aware of where Anthony Blinken had a red triangle on him, okay? So it's either you should have never criticized people posting red triangles at all, or he's the type of dude who's just like, you know, he's just farming a clip for Reddit. I think we'll see it on the fucking Divorcelli subreddit in like 10 minutes. I assume he's just like apolitical when it comes to Reddit karma. Many such cases. Just pointing it out, brother. I'm a fan of yours. Yeah, he's just a noticer of things. Good Lord, you are so thin-skinned. Bro, we're literally fucking covering news, and you brought forward something from the intro that I wasn't even fucking aware of. Do you think that that is like a genuine concern, a cause for genuine concern, or do you think that's someone trying to make a bigger deal out of something? Okay? Every 4-year fan, you are a bad person. I know. What is going on? Like, what the fuck's happening? I need to ban more people again. Like, I really do. I really do need to ban more fucking dumbasses again. None of this conversation is remotely fucking productive. It's just people going, me, pay attention to me. I want to call you. I want to do a call out and then say that you're thin skinned. Do you think this is like good discourse? Do you think we're getting a good back and forth here?
Seems to be shifting north, where cross-border clashes with Lebanon have been heating up in recent...
No, I know the chatter was just annoyed that you criticized the protesters for spray painting the red triangle. If you read the rest of his chat, I know. Also, there's probably a little bit of a difference between like someone making a post and sneaking in a red triangle on Anthony fucking Blinken versus like going to a random like a Jewish museum director's fucking house for the crime of like hosting the Nova Festival, which was like definitely like a propaganda piece in general, and then like spray painting a red triangle. If you cannot make that distinction in your own mind, I don't know how to explain things to you at all, right? One is like it's akin to just like neutralizing, or at least it's akin to looking at a situation where I have a gun in my hand going, come and take it, brother, and thinking that that's the same thing as like putting a gun to someone's head, like a real gun to someone's head. You know, one, it can be read as a death threat. The other is just a fucking meme. I hope that that is self-explanatory for many of you. You know, don't fucking do red triangles on people's houses. That's insane. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but if you just wanted to legit point out something possibly problematic, you could just DM Hasan's mods. They could take a look at it in the background without making a whole ass publicly clippable thing. Yeah, I know, but it'll become a clippable thing anyway. You just gave like discourse for 8 fucking hours for the worst dumbasses on the planet, who in between their ferocious defense of Israel's ethnic cleansing will now do drama off of this as well, and then repackage the drama about how fucking thin-skinned I am.
Days with Hezbollah. Yesterday, the leader of the Iran-backed militants warned Israel that if a full-blown war breaks out, quote, there will be no place safe from our missiles and our drones. Here in Israel, there's a sense of not if, but when that day comes. Some 80,000 Israelis have been displaced by those clashes with Hezbollah. Israel's defense minister has said they should be able to go back home in time for the upcoming school year. Anne-Marie?
I know, Chris, this is the kind of rhetoric we hear from Hezbollah a lot, but you can't help but to be concerned when you consider how tense things are right now. Chris, thank you very much.
Hassan Nasrallah saying no place in Israel would be safe in the event of all-out war.
If war is imposed on Lebanon, the resistance will fight without restraints, without rules, and without limits. The enemy knows very well that we have prepared ourselves for the worst and most difficult days, and the enemy knows very well what awaits it, and that is why it was deterred for 9 months.
His televised speech focused on what he says is the group's expanded military and intelligence capabilities. Now, this followed Hezbollah's release of that purported drone video showing Israeli military and civilian sites in northern Israel. Israel responding that Hezbollah would be destroyed in an all-out war. Ben Wiedemann joining us from Beirut. Nasrallah also had a pointed warning for the Republic of Cyprus, Ben, saying it would be targeted if it allows Israeli forces to use its military bases or airports. Of course, Cyprus has held joint military drills with Israel several times over the past decade. What's going on here?
Well, this reference to Cyprus really came out of the blue. You know, we monitor Hezbollah media channels very closely, and there was no hint that...
Here, let's before we continue with this, I just want to give an update. There's Akbar Shahid Ahmed from Huffington Post. The Biden administration, covering the Economist Middle Eastern correspondent Greg Carlston's take, the Biden administration doesn't want to be blamed if it fails to broker a deal between Israel and Hezbollah. But it can't broker a deal unless there's a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Israel refuses a lasting ceasefire, and Biden refuses to seriously pressure Israel to accept one. This is the problem. Instead of going in the correct direction towards a ceasefire and a negotiation with Lebanon, with Hezbollah, and also the long-lasting ceasefire 3-phase program that Joe Biden claimed that it was Israel's own deal, with the understandable assurances that Hamas said they would agree to, as long as there is a timeline and assurances, which we're now in the third week of since Biden unveiled that Israeli proposal. And then they kept saying over and over again, Hamas doesn't want to agree to this, when they literally said they would. Anyway, there was one party that wasn't agreeing to it. It was Israel. So I don't know what happened there, but amid fears of war in Lebanon, I'm hearing little hope Biden will take the key step to prevent that, using all his leverage to end the war in Gaza. We could wake up tomorrow to a massive Israeli attack, 1,000 people dead, and nothing would change, a U.S. official told me this week. Another official called concern in D.C. about a broader war higher than ever, making it more vital for the U.S. to push Israel to see that as a mistake. Israel political leadership ignores it and, in fact, seeks a broader war, officials said, noting that desire is strong beyond Netanyahu. Note the subtext beyond current Netanyahu-Biden squabbling. The focus for the admin is still showing overwhelming support for Israel. Some feel that helps push Israel, but little sign of that so far, and doubtful Israel believes U.S. backing is at real risk. Even 2,000-pound bombs and the shipments of 2,000-pound bombs may resume. They stopped that. Remember that one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs that they stopped, that Israel demands, that Netanyahu is chirping about this past week? The Biden administration has not stopped its bear hug strategy. I don't think that it is because the Biden administration is calculating this as a strategic allegiance. If we bear hug Netanyahu, if we constantly give him everything he wants, then he'll be more susceptible to our pressure. Okay? I don't know if it's a fucking tactical miscalculation. I think that's giving too much credit. I personally think Biden is just a psycho. Okay? I think he is a freak all the way through. And he is surrounded by a bunch of sycophantic freaks and is refusing to listen to reason. Every report that I read in terms of palace intrigue, in terms of what is going on inside of the fucking White House, spells trouble. Biden has shut himself off from naysayers. This reality is demonstrated on not only the Israel-Palestine conflict, on the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign that Biden refuses to stop. It also is very revealing when you look at the political actions that Biden is taking in terms of domestic politics, in terms of his reelection campaign. Anytime there is a news article that comes out, anytime there's a news article that talks about Biden's reelection campaign and what's going on, they keep saying, absolutely not, things are going great, and the naysayers are being pushed aside. It's on all fronts. Okay, here's an article from Alex Thompson. Top Dems, Biden has losing strategy. Biden's core inner circle hasn't lost faith in that approach. The product of Biden and his longtime aide, Mike Donilon. Senior Democrats, including some of President Biden's aides, are increasingly dubious about his theory for victory in November. Okay, I'm not just talking about Israel-Palestine now. I'm talking about the attitude reflected from the Biden White House on every issue. Like, this is the way that he is operating. This is the modus operandi of an old man. Okay? He's dubious about his theory for victory in November, which relies on voter concerns about January 6th, political violence, democracy, and Trump's character. Biden's core inner circle hasn't lost faith in that approach, but that puts them on an island within much of the party about what will decide the election. As polls consistently have shown, Biden tied or even behind after a slight bump following Trump's criminal conviction. This is why I also laugh whenever Trump supporters huff on that copium like, oh, Trump's conviction actually helped him. It's like, no, it didn't. Okay, you're fucking delusional. Like, if it did, you wouldn't be fucking saying they arrested our boy because they can't defeat him electorally. Okay, you'd be celebrating it, which you weren't. Anyway, several polls have indicated voters are deeply concerned about democracy, but they are mostly worried about inflation and the economy. They've also shown Biden's support slipping among key Democratic voting groups: blacks, Latinos, young adults, and union members, but the democracy message is resonating with older voters. Biden's former chief of staff, Ron Klain, who has known Donilon for decades, told Axios his view is, in Mike, I trust. What they're saying, a Democratic strategist in touch with the campaign told Axios, it is unclear to many of us watching from the outside whether the president and his core team realize how dire the situation is right now and whether they even have a plan to fix it. That's scary. People close to the president told Axios they worry about raising concerns in meetings because Biden's group of longtime loyal aides can exile dissenters. Okay? Biden is pushing people out when they actually tell him that he is doing something wrong. Pair that up with his long-term commitment to Zionism as a project that extends far beyond his presidential cycle, his presidential tenure, goes all the way back to the fucking 70s, where he has like publicly said that he loves Israel, that he would create an Israel if Israel didn't exist. The fact that he has told Israel that he would kill, that they should kill more babies even. Okay? Biden being a Zionist is good. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's better than you thinking that this is a good way to fucking debate me at the top of the hour to serve an ad break with a fucking sock account that you created. You know, Biden being a Zionist is good. Thinking that this is going to work to serve a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour is great. I got clapped with a single text bait. Okay, get back to that. Don't do this. Don't do this. It's not working. Get your funny up. Get your money up too. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, like I said, for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Even for those close to the center, there is hesitance to raise skepticism or doubt about the current path for fear of being viewed as disloyal. A person in Biden's orbit told Axios, speaking on condition of anonymity because of those dynamics. There is not a discussion that a change of course is needed. Donilon, Biden's top political aide, privately has reassured people that voters will do the right thing in November by embracing democracy and rejecting Trump, according to a Biden aide who has heard Donilon say it. Joe Biden is a great president, and great presidents get reelected is another common Donilon refrain. Donilon, one of the most experienced and understated Democratic operatives in the country, has worked with Biden since 1981. Do you know how many fucking L's Biden has taken since 1981? That's insane. He ran for president so many fucking times, man. He has argued that polls aren't fully reflecting voters' concerns about democracy. In response to questions for the story, Biden's advisors told Axios, these people have clearly not heard from Mike or anyone on the team the president's detailed case for re-election. Oh, yeah, I'll look at the trailer to, later or on the Tamil genocide. Where's democracy with Biden though? If he's demanding loyalty and rejecting dissent, he's just a fascist. Yeah, no, he's doing Trump shit. Donilon articulated a nuanced version of this to New Yorker's Evan Osnos earlier this year, saying that January 6th would affect the 2024 election, much like 9/11 was central to the 2004 election. The Democratic Party didn't want to believe it was a 9/11 election, Donilon told Osnos. I decided after that election, I would never be a part of a presidential campaign that didn't figure out with clarity what I wanted to say and stick to it. You are the most delusional man in the United States of America if you think Americans care about January 6th in the way that they cared about 9/11 3 years after 9/11. Americans do not give a shit about January 6th to the same degree because January 6th was nowhere near as impactful as 9/11. That is so fucking stupid. January 6th, literally, while it was happening, was a fucking meme. While it was happening. We watched it in real time. It was funny. January 6th was low-key funny as fuck. It was high-key funny as fuck. It was just hilarious. It was a bunch of entitled small business owners trying to fucking take shits on Nancy Pelosi's desk. That's it. By the election day this year, Donilon believes the focus will become overwhelming on democracy. I think the biggest images in people's minds are going to be of January 6th. This person must be doing the remainder crack cocaine that Hunter Biden left behind in the White House, because you have to be on crack to think that this is like your election strategy that will work. Like, he hasn't even brought up the A word, abortion. What the fuck are we doing? The strategy should be abortion, okay? Not January 6th. If this is one of his top fucking A's that's been around since 1981, holy shit, dude. These guys are so fucking out of touch. No, not autism. Abortion. Biden's inner circle is cohesive but insular. Aides joke that there's an unofficial no new friends rule. The group includes First Lady Jill Biden's top aide, Anthony Bernal, and the new deputy chief of staff, Annie Tomasini, low profile but powerful aides who have worked mostly for the Bidens since 2008 and are known for their focus on loyalty. When Tomasini was still the head of the Oval Office operations last year, she and Bernal surprised people by sitting on interviews for Biden's campaign manager. A person involved in the process told Axios. A source familiar with the interviews told Axios this was not a surprise. Annie and Anthony are part of senior advisors group, and every senior advisor was part of the interviews. Zoom in. Despite a year head start, a larger campaign team, and spending more than twice what Trump's team has spent on ads since early March, Biden's numbers against Trump have largely stayed the same for the past few months, with the slight bump after Trump's conviction. During the ad campaigns and Trump's trial, however, Biden's average approval rating hit an all-time low on June 9th with 37.4, with 56.7 disapproving, according to 538. His current approval rate is at 38.4%. Longtime Democratic strategist Howard Wolfson, who worked for former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg in the 2020 primary against Biden, told Axios, if the election were today, we would lose. Can that change? Yes. Is it on the path to do so? I don't see that yet. Let's go, Israel. Yes. Let's go, baby. Please kill more children, Israel. Kill more Palestinian children. They are Hamas. The stakes for the debate on June 27th between Biden and Trump are sky high, he said, which is true. So the Biden team, I think, is still resting on the low expectation move. Everyone has low expectations on Biden. Everyone thinks Trump is going to fucking clean up and wipe the floor with Biden. If Biden can at least be like a little bit competent, that will be shocking to people. Normally, debates don't matter all that much, but this is a unique circumstance where, like, the campaign strategy has been obviously like wheeling out Biden, as little as possible, basically. So he doesn't get a big amount of media presence in general, especially uninterrupted, especially live broadcasted media attention, especially in a contentious room against a person like Donald Trump. So this is going to be a unique opportunity for voters to see whether or not he still has, everything intact. If he flubs even a little bit, it's so bad. It's going to be so fucking bad for him. I'm very excited to watch the debates nonetheless. This is also something that I have been telling you guys about in perpetuity. Arizona, +4 for Trump. Nevada, +3 for Trump. Wisconsin, +3 for Trump. Pennsylvania, +2 for Trump. Minnesota, Michigan, +1 for Trump. Minnesota tied. Meanwhile, Senate races, you got +4 Dem, +12 Dem, +2 Dem, +6 Dem, +4 Dem, +11 Dem, +11, +12. We are looking at a unique circumstance where the down ballot races might carry the top of the ticket to victory. Okay? That is insane. You're looking at a 15-point disparity here in the opposite direction. That is crazy. This is precisely the reason why I say it's not that people fucking hate the Democratic Party or the Democrats in general. The Democrats are doing great in comparison to how they are normally perceived by the public. The reason for that is because the Republican Party broadly is doing very poorly. Why are they doing very poorly? Because of the same sentiment that Biden and his team are talking about, the anti-democracy takes, the abortion shit, like this kind of stuff. It has genuinely soured a lot of the likely voters. A lot of likely voters, especially older, educated white voters that normally fucking vote for the Republican Party, are like, yeah, this shit kind of has gone too far. It's a little out of control. I think it's a little chaotic. The Democrats are handing the Republicans are handing the Democrats an electoral victory. Having said that, however, the Democrats are returning the favor. Dems aren't doing anything. Republicans are just doing way too much. That's not true either. Moderate Republicans aren't raging fascists. You mean like moderate Republican voters, you mean? And even if they have a lot of allegiances with like white supremacist opinions and stuff like that, they just don't like the way it looks. They get the ick. Normie Republicans, not moderate Republicans, but normie Republicans might be just as racist as any other fucking dude, but they just get an ick from the sweaty psychos. What is this? His President Biden will take the right podium position on CNN's presidential debate after his campaign won a coin flip, and Trump will get the last word. What is this? His team won the debate coin toss and gave up having the last word for standing on the right-hand side of the debate. Holy shit. Maybe that's his better side. Except most polls show a split right now. Doesn't mean it has the last, but nothing specific to Emerson. So yeah. So why did I talk about this? Why did I talk about Biden's reelection chances? Let's get back to the matter at hand here. Because I think focusing on Biden's campaign and reading the fucking tea leaves and the way that he operates internally will help you make a better assessment on why the American government has not put the fucking reins on Israel's unhinged behavior. Because the same dynamic very much exists on that front as well, because Israel has become an election issue. Maybe it's not the most significant election issue, but it's still an election issue nonetheless. And it will certainly become a much larger election issue, and maybe even the election issue, because foreign policy is never the top priority until it's the only priority. Okay? That's how it goes in American politics. Most Americans don't really give a shit until that's all they give a shit about. And if Israel invades Lebanon and then forces American soldiers to defend or to also invade Lebanon alongside Israel, if America is forced to offer even more material support to Israel, then that will be the only election issue that people care about. Because that's just like, you know, one step removed from World War III, especially if Iran gets involved. Having said that, however, it's not like the situation looks great for Biden's reelection nonetheless. So even if 10% of the voter base, let's say, hypothetically, care about Gaza, right? He still needs that 10%. He needs it so much, and yet he's not looking for it. He's not trying to get it. That's the reason why I talked about his reelection campaign, because I wanted you to understand there are voices in the State Department. There are voices in American politics right now that are trying to say, we got to reign Israel. We got to reign in Israel. We got to reign in Israel. There are people who are saying that. There are people in the State Department. There are people amongst the generals, because they see the writing on the wall. They see that Israel's actions are becoming increasingly more chaotic and harming American soft power, harming America's capabilities, harming America's military power, making America look like it is powerless in front of its ally. It's powerless in influencing its ally and offering unconditional, unlimited support to its most significant ally in the region. It makes America look weak. Okay? In a way, this is a continuation of Donald Trump making America look ridiculous in the global stage. Okay? It's also harming Israel's future prospects. Israel becoming a pariah state ultimately will lead to the dissolution and the end of the apartheid. So I believe that there's a good ending to that story, but there's a lot of bad that will happen in the process, because these kinds of fascist nations famously do not go out without flinging as much dirt and hurting as many people in the region as possible. That means deaths, more children dying, more women dying, more men dying, more buildings being demolished. Okay? And Biden has created a hug box, an echo chamber of sorts, in the way that he is dealing with this very significant foreign policy issue.
That this was coming, but clearly they're concerned, given the growing military ties between Israel and Cyprus, that somehow Israel will use Cyprus's airports or bases, as he said, to launch attacks on Lebanon, in particularly Hezbollah. So he issued this rather surprising warning against Cyprus. Now, the response of the Cypriots was that, for instance, the president yesterday came out and said this was not a pleasant remark coming from Nasrallah, and that he insisted that Cyprus wants no part in any war or conflict, as he said. And we heard also from a spokesman for the Cypriot government this morning saying that no that Cypriot territory would not be used in any military activity if it comes to a war. But clearly, Hezbollah is concerned not only about what could come from the south, but also clearly what might come from the west as well. Becky?
Ben, the Cypriot president, as you rightly pointed out, has responded. Very specifically, he said, what I have to respond to is that the Republic of Cyprus is in no way involved in the war conflicts. The Republic of Cyprus is not part of the problem, he said. The Republic of Cyprus is part of the solution. And our role in this, as demonstrated, for example, through the humanitarian corridor. He's talking there about the maritime corridor between Cyprus and Gaza, is recognised not only by the Arab world, but by the international community as a whole. So I think it's important that we just explain for the viewers what role Cyprus has had over the course of this war and how they have been involved.
Well, certainly they were a sort of a transit point for humanitarian goods headed to that rather ill-fated or so far not very successful U.S. pier that cost U.S. taxpayers $340 million to bring in humanitarian goods to Gaza and also that includes the
2 points. One, isn't Biden just relying on old moderate Republicans and Dems who love the status quo and will vote for him? Two, given that Trump would only escalate aid and U.S. involvement to help Israel against Iran, how is this an effective criticism of Biden? Because currently Joseph Robinette Biden is the president. Donald Trump is not the president. Why would you vote for Joseph Robinette Biden for president if he's not going to listen to any of the reasonable demands that you are making in terms of stopping a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign? Because later down the line, the other side will be worse. People don't think like this. And I think that this way of thinking is also self-defeating regardless. You're giving the game away when you say stuff like that. It's the same exact reason as to why Biden is doing what he's doing on the right-wing immigration strategy. It is genuinely a bad strategy in terms of dealing with the problem. It also has massive long-term consequences, shifting American politics further and further to the right. But yeah, Biden is trash, but on this point in question, Trump is worse, is not going to be something that drives you over the finish line. Most people do not engage in defensive voting. The people that you know, and maybe you do, right? You do lesser evil voting. But that strategy only yields more right-wing attitudes down the line. Okay?
Participation of 1,000 U.S. service people as well. Now, Cyprus is in an interesting position. I recall during the 70s and 80s, it did not have very good relationship with Israel. In fact, there was a case where the Cypriot authorities arrested several Israelis who they believed were involved in sabotage or attempts to assassinate Palestinian members of the PLO at the time. But as a result of the deterioration of Israeli-Turkish relations going back to the 2010 Mavi Marmara incident, where Israeli commandos boarded a Turkish ship that was headed to Gaza, killing several people on board that ship, those relations have deteriorated, keeping in mind, of course, that Turkey essentially has controlled the northern part of Cyprus since 1975. So essentially, the Cypriot government is looking at it as, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. All very complicated in a very Middle Eastern.
Yeah, that's crazy. The notion that like Turkey will do something that is anti-Israel, like genuinely anti-Israel, is ridiculous. Turkey is NATO, okay, which is America. There's no fucking way in hell that they would utilize like Northern Cyprus or anything like that. Oh.
Sort of way, but that sort of puts Cyprus on the map in terms of where they stand at the moment regarding the tensions between Lebanon and Israel. Becky?
You're right to point out that this is a multi-layered conflict, and of course Israel warning of the prospect of all-out war after Hezbollah published purported drone footage of civilian and military installations in Israel.
Can you explain how lesser evil voting breeds right-wing sentiment? Yes. You can Google any number of videos that I've done on this matter specifically, but most recently, I think the greatest example I can give you is something that I already mentioned while talking about it, which is the right-wing sentiment that America has that has become increasingly closer and closer to fascism in terms of dealing with undocumented migrants in this country. Joe Biden ran against Donald Trump's white nativist immigration strategy. Americans were not happy with Donald Trump's right-wing, white nativist, reactionary, anti-migrant strategy. Remember the kids in cages? People hated that shit. Okay? People hated that. And yet, at that time, Biden had a 100-day plan for how he was going to offer amnesty, close the cages, have a much more fair and humanitarian asylum process. He didn't do any of those things. He did not do any of those things. And Republicans kept hitting the immigration line over and over again, saying immigration is out of control, immigration is out of control, crime is out of control, immigrants are doing crime. And what did the Democratic Party do? 4 years later, the Democratic Party is now adopting the positions of Donald Trump from 2020 in terms of immigration. When the Democratic Party capitulates to the right-wing framing on issues, they don't actually win over voters. They simply legitimize the problem born out of hysteria. Republicans delicately and desperately craft this narrative. And then when the Democrats say, yeah, that actually is true, all of a sudden, the country now has a 60% approval on mass deportations of all undocumented migrants living on U.S. soil. That number is terrifying because what does that mean? That means we're going to do camps, okay? We already have camps at the border. We're going to do even more camps where we concentrate specific subsects of American society. We're going to have to greatly beef up our Customs and Border Patrol. We're going to most likely start utilizing BORTAC more and more inside of U.S. soil. BORTAC is the Special Weapons and Tactics Team, the military wing of Customs and Border Patrol. Those guys are not beholden to the American Constitution. They operate without any scrutiny. They can violate your due process. They can engage in indefinite detentions. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Who, by the way, will immediately bring up few good things. The few good things that Brandon has actually done. I am that person. I talk about the good things that Brandon has actually done. I have no issue being honest about that. I think the IRA was good. I think lowering pharmaceutical prices for insulin is good. I think pulling out of Afghanistan is good. There are a lot of things that Biden has done that are objectively good. They're not the best, but they're objectively on the right side, okay, in the right direction. Pre-October 7, there was definitely things that you could point to. The problem is post-October 7, he's, dropped the ball so dramatically, showing up to the UAW picket line, having an NLRB that is like way more effective in going after business owners that are routinely violating labor laws and labor protections. The FTC, the SEC, the IRS, all of these federal agencies are actually working, okay? The limited amount of student loan debt relief that he engaged in, also not bad. Could be better, and he certainly promised more. The FTC and the DOJ actually working to break up monopolies. Yeah. The problem is they're not even fucking... the problem is that these guys... I already mentioned the infrastructure bill. The problem is these guys are not even promoting that shit. Because the Brandon camp seemingly has made this calculation that they want to appear as moderate and as right, as center-right as possible. They want to be, they saw that there was no reasonable Republican out there. So they were like, instead of constantly hitting that note that there are no reasonable Republicans, they chose to become the reasonable Republicans. So even when they're doing progressive shit, they don't even fucking promote it out of fear that the suburb whites could turn on a dime. That's crazy. At least back in the day, lesser evil voting meant that at least back in the day, lesser evil voting meant that like you would at least like stop the creep towards fascism a little bit. Nowadays, in this climate, in this election cycle, lesser evil voting simply means you are going to be advocating for the same positions you ran against in the same 4-year cycle. It's crazy. Lesser evil voting has officially turned into vote for us so we can do the cruelty, but just 4 years after.
Hezbollah, of course, has said that their efforts against Israel will continue as long as the Israel-Hamas war continues, as long as the conflict in Gaza continues. Ben, thank you. And that does continue. For aid into crossing between Israel and Egypt has been a vital point. For aid into Gaza, of course. Now, new video and satellite images reviewed by CNN show the passenger terminal on the Gaza side has been burned and severely damaged. The Israeli military conducted significant bulldozing and clearing at the terminal earlier this month, causing more destruction to a main building already damaged by fire in late May.
We turn now to that new Louisiana.
I think, we're going to talk about Louisiana as well. I think one of the best examples that I've used in terms of lesser evil voting being a fucking idiotic, or not lesser evil voting, but like the Democratic Party strategy here being idiotic is the example I've given you before. Okay? On the one hand, you have Bernie Sanders who wants Medicare for all. Let's say in a hypothetical universe, Bernie Sanders wins the Democratic primary in 2016. Okay? Advocating for universal health care, Medicare for all specifically. Donald Trump, being the room reader that he is, starts advocating for universal health care. Does that automatically mean that people are going to turn around and vote for Donald Trump because he's the Medicare for all candidate? Or are people just going to go, see, even Trump is advocating for Medicare for all? I now feel even more confident that we have to have Medicare for all. Of course, I'm going to vote for the Medicare for all guy. The problem with Joe Biden and this current White House is that they think that they can do the reverse of that by pushing right-wing framing on immigration. When you push right-wing framing on immigration, nobody's going to turn around and be like, well, that's why I'm voting for Joe Biden, because he's the anti-immigrant candidate. No, all of the people are going to be like, see, Trump was fucking right. If anything, you are going to turn around and maybe even if you were less, like even if you personally were maybe a lifelong Republican who thinks like Trump is a little bit too chaotic for your taste, you're going to turn around and be like, well, he was right on immigration, and I don't trust Joe Biden to do a good job. He certainly had 4 years to do a good job, and he didn't do it. And now he's admitting that immigration is a fucking problem, and these guys are like doing mass rapes. These undocumented migrants are doing mass rapes. This is something that is playing out in every neoliberal European country as well. You have center-right and center parties, neoliberal parties, liberal parties that are desperately trying to capture the attention of as many like center-right and far-right voters as possible by leaning in the rightward direction. And all that has done so far is basically galvanize the far right, basically legitimize the far right. It didn't happen on accident. It didn't happen out of fucking nowhere. It's a major miscalculation. History is repeating itself. This is the Nazi rise to power unfolding right in front of our eyes. Okay? Liberals did the exact same shit back then. Yeah. The American Prospect wrote about exactly this. Capital won't love you back, Mr. President. Billionaire Chief of Staff Jeffrey Zients epitomizes a campaign that has been less than forceful about the rally of capital to Donald Trump's side.
Capital won't love you back, Mr. President. Partner scrutinizes the executive branch and presidential power. Follow them at therevolvingdoorproject.org. Donald Trump held court before America's wealthiest CEOs last Thursday at a meeting of the Business Roundtable, a powerful D.C. lobbying group. Trump supposedly floated eliminating federal income taxes and replacing the revenue with tariffs, an awful idea that would make the rich much richer, the poor much poorer, and maybe even delegitimize the dollar. To CEOs who have been outsourcing production for 40 years, super high taxes on imports probably didn't sound so great either. Back in 2021, the Business Roundtable denounced the January 6th insurrection. Today, many of its members have already endorsed Trump's campaign. As the Prospect's David Dayen wrote on Friday, concentrated wealth is unifying behind one candidate, from Wall Street to Silicon Valley to the oil patch. The forces of capital are falling in line behind America's homegrown fascist, who has only grown more unhinged, violent, and grievance-fueled since he descended that damn escalator nearly a decade ago. President Biden has been ramping up high-dollar fundraisers of his own, of course, but so far these have mostly been with celebrities and media figures, many of whom were on strike last year. These people are rich, but they're not oligarchic. According to Open Secrets, 69% of Trump's campaign cash comes from large donors. Republicans have received a staggering $508 million in direct campaign contributions and super PAC or party committee giving from the 100 families that have donated the most wealth in this campaign cycle, 3 times the $169 million these families have given to Democrats. In policy terms, big business is certain that Trump will slash their taxes even lower, deregulate their industries even further, attack unions even more harshly, and so on. Trump even described his demand of a $1 billion tithe from big oil as a deal for the destruction of U.S. environmental protections. The man does make the subtext text. Clearly, the billionaire class isn't so put off by Trump's social politics that they won't do everything they can to make him the most powerful man on earth. In fact, some of them positively love the bigotry. In my book, Finding White Supremacy Uncouth, but not disqualifying, does not redeem anyone. The proper term for fascism apologist is fascist. Joe Biden might see this as an electoral opportunity, especially given that his personal hero was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. FDR's first re-election in 1936 was supposed to be a nail-biter, but turned into a landslide. Why? Millions of working-class Americans who'd never voted before turned out for Roosevelt, because he welcomed the hatred of the ultra-wealthy economic royalists. In the words of an unnamed 1936 factory worker, quoted in Michael Kazin's History of the Democratic Party, Mr. Roosevelt is the only man we ever had in the White House who would understand that my boss is a son of a bitch. Would workers say the same of Joe Biden today? If not, why? Recall the Business Roundtable confab with Trump last Thursday. Less remarked upon, and more telling of why a second Trump term is so terrifyingly probable, was that he was only one of the speakers. Representing the other side, and attending in Biden's place while he was at the G7, was current White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients. If Trump's talent is saying out loud what the rich are thinking, Zients's talent is saying out loud what the rich want to hear. As I've written for The Prospect before, Zients became a billionaire through management consulting, essentially being paid to give businessmen permission to be cruel. He then became the Obama White House's go-between for corporate America, once telling a group of CEOs, "You are the customers of Obama's economic policy." Zients spent the Trump years investing in surprise medical billing firms, then became Biden's first COVID-19 czar in 2021. He failed miserably. That winter, Zients left Americans short on masks, tests, and treatments, all of which the administration could have produced domestically via the Defense Production Act, after ignoring months of pleas by epidemiologists to stockpile early.
Anyway, the entire point is, this is basically saying exactly what I've been saying, which is that Biden doesn't even fucking hype up pro-labor legislation that they have advocated for before. They don't even have any fucking policies on the campaign website, which is insane. You hear nothing about the bills that Democrats have in the tank. You don't even hear about a plan to take Congress back in the first place. What issues Biden does engage on, he frames in exclusively negative terms. His ads on abortion, for example, feature rightful condemnation of Trump, but no actual promises to restore Roe v. Wade, much less make bodily autonomy a basic legal right in this country. He assures viewers that he will protect what's left of the right to choose, which is now a state-level issue in practice, so the White House can't do much anyway, but not that he will try to restore and expand anyone's rights through new national legislation or constitutional amendments. I follow politics more closely than people. As far as I can tell, the campaign's only clear promise is to stave off Trumpism for a few more years. While, because this is a little bit more libbed up of an article than my assessment of it, they're not just saying they're going to stave off Trumpism for a few more years. They're saying they're going to stave off Trumpism for a few more years while doing some of the Trump policies themselves. And that's very damaging. Now the Biden administration has had some genuine, even populist successes in the Zients era, but they've mostly come from independent agencies and their directors like Rohit Chopra at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Lena Khan at the Federal Trade Commission, Jennifer Abruzzo at the National Labor Relations Board. These are the GOATs. These are the agencies. These are the agencies that will be destroyed as they were already reduced to basically nothing under the Trump administration. But why are you hearing this only from me? I don't even like Biden. I hate Biden. Biden is a genocidal freak. Why am I talking about his fucking dubs, and he's not. Think about that. What the fuck are they doing? I cover the news, and I have a close, I watch closely what the Democratic Party is doing and what the re-election campaign is doing. And I promise you, I fucking despise Biden, as you guys know. Okay? I have talked significantly more about this administration's W's than the administration itself. What the fuck is going on? Is it a conspiracy, or are they just this incompetent? They're incompetent and they're scared. Okay? That's what it is. They're afraid of genuinely advocating for something. They're in the don't rock the boat camp always. That's what the problem is. They're not only incompetent, but they're afraid. They are pussies. They're afraid of standing for something. And beyond that, they're afraid that they're going to lose out. They're going to lose out on the suburban whites, older suburban white voters that they're actually cleaning up at the moment. They think that the old suburban whites are going to fucking deliver them an electoral victory because they do not think that Donald Trump or the Republican Party in general can clean up and pick, like they can pick more suburban white voters that are lifelong Republicans than the Republican Party can pick up young people and black people and brown people. Okay? That is the calculation. In the most reductive way I can explain it to you, this is what is going on. They look at the table and they say, we got these lifelong voters. They will always vote no matter what. We can win them over to our side. They seemingly are on our side. And the Republicans, because they run on racism, cannot pick up enough young voters, and they cannot pick up enough black and brown voters in general. Okay? That's the calculation. That is what they believe in. And they care so much about picking up the other like Republican, more moderate, more normie Republican voters. They care so much about that they refuse to even talk about their dubs to an audience that could be potentially receptive to it. This has always been a fear for the Democratic Party, by the way. The Democratic Party despises the left-wing shift and the leftists within its ranks more than they hate Republicans. They despise the left. They despise progressive politics. Let's be real. They see progressives as spoilers. They see progressives as people that have conviction, and they hate that. They hate conviction. They hate having they hate people standing on their ideological moral convictions. They do not like that at all because it fucks up the bag for them. Because ultimately they are beholden to the same corporate masters that the Republican Party is beholden to. So at the end of the day, they can't rock the boat too much. They can't actually fucking push for policies that they claim to care about in order to win elections. Okay? Anyway, if Zients had disapproved that they're antagonizing Wall Street and big tech ahead of an election, he could not have stopped them. Moreover, Biden has done little to tout these accomplishments from his team. His communication officials routinely balk at even talking about actions against big business. If this was meant to show corporate America that Biden isn't as scary as the Wall Street Journal editorial board makes him out to be, clearly it hasn't worked. It never could. It is abundantly clear to the world that Joe Biden is a capitalist. In all of his speeches, it's why moderates united behind him in the 2020 primary. It's something anyone with a passing knowledge of his 50 years in national politics will tell you. The C-suites are fully aware that Joe Biden is not a socialist bent on their destruction. They don't care because they care about maxing out profits. And they don't care what happens in that process because they can always avoid scrutiny. They can always avoid the worst impacts. Okay? It's destructive, but it doesn't matter. As long as it yields higher profit margins in the next quarterly earnings report, then they're fine. They're happy. And they see Trump as that destroyer. They did not forget that Donald Trump gave them massive fucking tax cuts. Okay? If Zients actually did unite the formidable power of industry behind Biden instead of Trump, or at least keep big money evenly distributed in the race, I'd have to grudgingly admit that it was effective. As Lyndon Johnson once said, there's nothing more useless than a dead liberal. But that has not happened. Just as they have for 50 years, the captains of industry are mostly lining up behind the Republican. Whatever his ideology, clearly Biden doesn't think the business world should have at least some set of checks on its power sometimes. That is enough for the billionaire class to prefer the fascist. Given all of this, what's the point of continuing to wear kid gloves on the campaign trail? Biden has shut his trap about the most exciting parts of his domestic agenda for 2 years in hopes of keeping Capitol from backing Trump, and he's gotten practically nothing for it. Doesn't that sound creepily similar to his unconditional loyalty to Benjamin Netanyahu? He is experiencing the same issue on 2 different fronts. He's like, these are the things I believe. I don't care if these guys literally fucking say, fuck you, I don't want you. I don't care if these guys personally are working against my reelection, because I believe these things and I will push for these things no matter what. It is very frustrating. This instinct is so bad. They have no political instincts, and they are just operating on pure fear at a time when they should be pouncing on the Republican Party. Okay? They should be eviscerating the Republican Party, but they're not. Left February, right today. Prem writes, Biden's biggest loyalist may be hurting his campaign the most. Too devoted to consider constructively pushing him to stop losing support from the broader base that would otherwise carry him to win. And so long as Team Biden thinks he has his loyalist, they'll think it's enough. And then the right is the Axios article that we just read. Anyway, the last part of the Israel equation was U.S. concerned Israel's Iron Dome could be overwhelmed in war with Hezbollah, officials say. U.S. officials have serious concerns that in the event of a full-blown war between Israel and Hezbollah, the Iran-backed militant group could overwhelm Israel's air defenses in the north, including the much vaunted Iron Dome air defense system, 3 officials told CNN. The fears, which the U.S. officials said have also been communicated to them by Israel, that the Iron Dome could be vulnerable to Hezbollah's vast arsenal of missiles and drones, are only rising as Israel's increasingly indicated to U.S. officials that it is preparing for a land and air incursion into Lebanon. Israeli officials have told the U.S. that they're planning to shift resources from southern Gaza to northern Israel in preparation for a possible offensive against the group. U.S. officials told CNN on Wednesday, we assess that at least some Iron Dome batteries will be overwhelmed, said a senior administration official. An Israeli official said that would be more likely if Hezbollah conducted a large-scale attack, principally using precision-guided weapons, which could be challenging for the system to defend against. These are not the Yasin bathtub rockets. These are not even the rockets that Hezbollah has been using for the most part. This is an ethno-nationalist, fascist state opening up a new front of war while they are in the process of doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. And if history doesn't repeat itself, but it surely rhymes, we are in that stage. This is Nazi Germany through and through, okay? Almost 1-to-1. Hezbollah has been showing that they have the capabilities of passing the Iron Dome defenses. They've done it. They've done so this past week with the drone footage that they showed from inside of Israel in Haifa. This will be incredibly deadly, incredibly bloody, okay? This will have devastating consequences for Israelis. It will have an unforeseen consequences, like consequences that people previously did not think could ever happen in Israel. The perceived veil of security that Israelis think they still have will be shattered once more in a way that is significantly worse, in my opinion, than October 7. Obviously, southern Lebanon and Lebanon as a whole will experience far worse consequences than Israel will in this process, as we know how Israel conducts its affairs. Israel doesn't just wage war against a standing military. Israel wages war against the civilian population. This is a part of their military doctrine, okay? This is how they operate. This is how they have operated in the past in Lebanon. So it's not even new. Israel has invaded Lebanon and failed in the past. Where's the food? Sorry, I ordered food and I'm waiting for it. And it's supposed to be outside, but it's not. Anyway, where is it? What the hell's going on? Oh, they're not here yet. Okay. Kai intercepted it. Yeah, she's... What? Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Anyway, let's get back to American domestic politics. Louisiana. Awesome new rule in Louisiana.
Louisiana law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in every public school classroom. Will Reeve joins us with more about it and the expected legal challenges. Good morning, Will.
Good morning, Rebecca. Whatever your knowledge of or adherence to the Ten Commandments, those ethical imperatives inherent to Judaism and Christianity, if you're in a Louisiana public school classroom, they're going to be up on the wall. That, according to a new Louisiana law requiring the Ten Commandments to be displayed in every public classroom in the state from kindergarten all the way through state-funded universities by the start of 2025. The commandments must be on a poster-sized display with, quote, easily readable font and include a 4-paragraph context statement detailing how the Ten Commandments were, quote, a prominent part of American public education for almost 3 centuries, according to the legislation drafted by the Louisiana GOP. Opponents say it's unconstitutional, that it's an egregious melding of church and state. Supporters say the purpose of the measure is not solely religious, that the Ten Commandments have historical significance.
And Will, this is going to face immediate legal challenges.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Rebecca. Previous efforts to require the Ten Commandments to be displayed in public schools have been shut down by the Supreme Court. Legislators this time around hope that any suit brought before the Supreme Court would be met more favorably by its conservative majority. Currently, similar bills have been proposed in Texas, Oklahoma, and Utah, but thus far, Louisiana is the only state to successfully turn such a bill into law.
All right, something to watch. We'll see how it plays out. Will, thank you so much.
Trad wives living trad lives. Ivy Van Dusen is a self-proclaimed traditional wife.
I recommend getting ready, doing some makeup, putting on a cute outfit before you see your husband. My brand is embracing motherhood and enjoying motherhood.
If you've been on social media, you've probably seen the hashtag beautiful women cooking, cleaning, and embracing life as stay-at-home moms. These glossy, gorgeous videos showcasing life seemingly plucked out of history.
I love that there's a nightline on this trend. Hey, get out of there. What are you doing? Place. Don't want to get theological here, but what is the average Muslim consensus towards the Ten Commandments? What? I don't think Muslims think about the Ten Commandments at all. You know who does, though? Trad wives do. Most Christians don't think about them either. Yeah, or they definitely don't abide by them. This kind of stuff is just a flex, okay? That's what this is. All this is doing is just flexing. Flexing the muscle, flexing the might, showing the country that, or showing those who do care about this kind of shit, that they have the capability and the power and the interest to do it. Turn off autoplay? Why? Shut the fuck up. Why would I turn off autoplay? Okay, I'm being rude. I need to dial back my rudeness. I'm sorry for saying shut the fuck up. But also, why would I do that? I'm hangry. I think it's just this is flex mode for the Republican Party. Come on, honestly, I know you're into trad wives. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. There are YouTube vids of people showing whole. Yeah, but this is a playlist, chatter. The Republican strategy seemingly has been, at the state level especially, go as hard as you fucking can. Go as hard as you can. YOLO mode. We don't care about what this potentially shows to the rest of the American public about what could happen if the Republicans won. They're just, like I said, that's why I'm saying they're going YOLO mode. 18.55. To answer that chatter's question, I will repeat once again. I do not give a fuck about the trad wives. I do think, however, it's just sex work. That's all trad wives are. It's sex work. Anyone that doesn't see it as that is deluding themselves. All right, let's continue.
The definition of a trad wife is not merely someone who stays at home, but who romanticizes it in a sort of retro nostalgic way, where we are looking back not only to the way things worked in the 50s, but the values that families had in the 50s.
The unofficial queen of the trad wife movement, Nara Smith. The 22-year-old former model and mother of 3, followed by millions. Other TikTok stars like Esty Williams also proudly tagging their content. It's a trend launching think pieces and op-eds all around the world.
There's a new generation, though, of young women. They are proudly embracing this label of trad wife.
This trad wife, I guess it's a Gen Z thing. I'm sorry, 50 years ago was not a place I ever want to be back.
Exactly.
But there could be more at work here. A recent study found that tradwife content on less regulated platforms like YouTube and X, formerly known as Twitter, could steer social media users down the rabbit hole of radical far-right content and misinformation, something podcasters and YouTubers are picking up on.
Whether tradwives intend to or not, their politics serve as a starting point for alt-right radicalization.
But as the trend rises, American women are trying to avoid a new culture war, pitting moms who work against the moms who choose to stay home.
I think for a lot of women, work is not necessary, it's a preference.
What do you say to the commenters who say you're setting women back 50 years?
Oh, I just disagree completely.
Do you ever get criticized for being a working mom? On social media, there's a lot of criticism of like, who's raising your kids right now?
The trend recently hit a boiling point after Kansas City Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker said this in a commencement speech last month.
So I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you.
I loved what he had to say about motherhood. I didn't really find an issue with it at all.
But how does that work in a modern society where more than 56% of American women are in the workforce, significantly more than in 1950?
It's such a simple little toy, but it's really educational.
Ivy says she always wanted to be a mom.
So this is just one piece.
I think the inherent irony of tradwife content is that, like, they literally talk about staying at home in the kitchen and presenting themselves as, like, traditional wives, right? Barefoot and pregnant, except they're still working. They're literally making money. The major reason as to why 56% of women work is because it's impossible to have a fucking one income household that is sustainable. Everything is too goddamn expensive. How are you going to pay for fucking rent? How are you going to pay for the $5 a month subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast? You can't do it on your own. You need a partner to pick up the slack. You need a partner, maybe with a boyfriend who has an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account and steal their Amazon Prime Twitch account for your own. Make it your own. And subscribe at the top of the hour so you avoid the 3-minute ad break. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
So when you were in college studying broadcast journalism, did you have a dream job?
I've always wanted to be a mom, to be honest with you, and that doesn't even sound like your classic dream job, but I did just want a family.
Now mom to 2 boys, she juggles snack time and craft time with content creation. What does being a tradwife mean to you?
Obviously, just a traditional wife. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, kind of have this negative view of the way people used to live. I was really close with my grandma and with both my grandmothers and even my great-grandmother, and they were just like the coolest women. When I hear homemaker, when I hear traditional woman, I think of really amazing women. The tradwife lifestyle is sold as one that is relaxing and beautiful for the people who participate in it and for the husbands and the families who benefit from it. It is a vision of a lifestyle that is not really attainable.
Nowadays, it's often a privilege to have a single income sustaining an entire family. Government statistics show more than half of all U.S. households, 54%, have 2 incomes. That's more than double the number from 1955. Not to mention, more than 80% of all single parents are moms.
There's an economic impact, and that giving up that financial independence is actually putting not just you, but your kids' future at risk.
Obviously, like, I have a degree, I have things I could do. Women like me have thought about that, and we know that things can go wrong.
Bro, you are doing things. You're doing the thing. Your presentation is the thing. Like, when you're talking about being a tradwife and making money off of the influencer shit that you're doing, you're literally still working. This inherently is so stupid. Like, the conversation is so dumb. That's why I'm always like, listen, this is straight up. It's just straight up fucking sex work for right-wingers. So many of the lonely losers online hunting for a tradwife just want a partner who has no friends or coworkers, therefore she can never cheat or leave them. For the men, that's what so much of it boils down to. Control, just like homeschooling. Damn, M. Hood. Coming out with some smoke for homeschooling. You made it out all right. The Hudson brothers made it out all right. They all became HasanAbi heads. Why is homeschooling legal? Because we are a freak nation. Okay? That's why. Straight up. We are literally the freakest of freak nations. Like, it blows my mind that it is legal. It's just so weird.
The pros for me outweigh the cons, and the reward outweighs the risk.
And yet, research shows as women get older, they bear a heavier financial burden, especially after death or divorce. The average age of widowhood is 59 years old, but women on average live decades longer. Ivy says she and her husband choose this life, knowing the financial sacrifices.
I will make a list at the beginning of the week of what we're having for dinner. The list is based on the ads from the grocery stores around here. It's all electronic, so I have all my grocery apps. It takes so much time and so much planning. I feel like I do a good job of pretending like I have new things, but it's all thrift stores. It's all Facebook Marketplace. This is
Bro, why isn't this lady asking how much money are you making being a trad wife content creator? Like, how much financial support are you offering your husband while claiming that this is a one-parent income household? Like, what do you mean? It's so odd. Oh, it's really tough on us. It's like, is it? Because you're still working.
Goodwill. My other addresses are Goodwill.
I do not call myself a trad wife. I call myself a classic wife, really a classic mom.
For Abby Roth, social media has allowed her to share her more conservative views, including strong opinions on the roles of men.
I guess that's her husband's last name. I was about to say, that's Abigail Shapiro, baby. Ben Shapiro's sister, for those of you who don't know. That literally is Ben Shapiro's sister. I'm not joking. I forget that maybe some people are not as tapped in to the lore. Also known as Classically Abby. It is weird that Brett Cooper looks more like Ben Shapiro as a woman than Abigail Shapiro does, even though she's Ben's sister.
Men and women.
Men are definitely in a position to protect and make sure that mom can do what she needs to do so the kids get nurtured. And that's the thing that really breaks my heart, is the women who would love to stay at home, but just feel like they can't, feel like they shouldn't, feel like they have too many other obligations to their potential. A little fish in there?
The Orthodox Jew and opera singer stepped away from her life on stage and often talks about the expectations women have about career and family.
A lot of women are told that they're going to find their fulfillment and they're going to fulfill their potential through their careers, and then it's harder and harder to meet men, and then they find themselves alone, and it's hard. If you look at somebody's tombstone, that's what it's going to say: wonderful daughter, wonderful mother, wonderful wife. It's not going to say wonderful CEO.
Like Ivy, Abby says she's not against moms who work. She understands that single moms and two-income households are a reality, but
women have always had a role economically. It just needs to be put in its proper place. I think for a lot of women, work is not necessary, it's a preference, even though there's this narrative that being at home means you are giving up your career and giving up your dreams.
Work is not necessary, it's a preference? What crack pipe are you smoking on, Abby? No, it absolutely is. I'm certain that if given the opportunity, plenty of women and men, as a matter of fact, would love to be stay-at-home dads and moms. Okay? It's just that you can't really do that because you have to pay rent. What the fuck are we talking about? Why is she making it seem like this is totally voluntary? Like women are in the workforce for the funsies and not because they have to eat food and have a roof over their fucking heads. And also beyond that, obviously, like, the problem with trad wifing, I guess, is that they promote all aspects of this, like, supposedly mythical time in the 50s when women were much happier. When obviously that is objectively not true, because once given the opportunity, women did seize on the opportunity of entering the workforce. So I don't really understand why they make this argument. Like, it's not actually what they're presenting to you, even though they try to act like it's simply just a different lifestyle choice. It's all the other shit that they're not showing you that, you know, people are looking for. It's a cultural signifier for oppressing and controlling women's lives, as the, you know, bringing it back to a time when they were just simply your property, you know, which is ironic. Because in the 50s, if you were trying to make trad wife content, your husband would come home and beat your fucking ass because the soup was too cold or shitty, or because he was just angry about some other things, like, I don't know, black people getting rights or something.
When you have children, children become your dream in a lot of ways.
But many women think you don't have to choose. Dr. Karen Tang is a board-certified OBGYN, surgeon, and book author. She's also been married for nearly 20 years and is the proud working mother of 3 kids.
Do you ever get criticized for being a working mom?
It's not just myself, but actually other women physicians that I know on social media, there's a lot of criticism of like, who's raising your kids right now? And why did you have kids if you can't raise them? No one would say that to a man.
You're a bit of a TikTok sensation.
Oh my God. I joke that I'm a geriatric TikToker because like age-wise, I could be the mom of pretty much everyone else on TikTok. So kind of sealing it close, like right underneath there.
As a parent, specifically a working mom, Karen worries that the trad wife trend leaves out the important and often difficult parts of parenthood.
It's almost more of like an aesthetic. Like I think a lot of people who see like trad wives on social media know it's a little bit of a performance.
Some of the criticism of the trad wife movement is that it pushes women back to not just a 50s aesthetic, but a 50s mindset.
Women didn't have rights. You couldn't have a credit card or a bank account. So I think romanticizing this idea of going back in time but not remembering the realities is dangerous.
What do you make of the fact that when you start engaging with the trad wives hashtag, you start getting things like misinformation and conspiracy theories on your For You page?
Exactly. It's no longer just that this is a wonderful way to, like choose to live your life. It's become associated with misinformation.
Don't let your hands touch the
Being so busy means Dr. Tang and her husband share the...
It's so funny that we're just like, it's just repackaged misogyny. Like, that's all it is. I ultimately don't care about it because it's like, it's whatever. It's all like all aesthetics. And in and of itself, when it moves beyond sex work and becomes too preachy, people do move away from that a little bit. So you have to, retriangulate your tradwife content by saying the N-word and trying to, desperately cultivate a larger right-wing audience. That escalated quickly. Hey man, that's what they're doing. The normal OnlyFans sex worker to tradwife content creator pipeline to right-wing charlatan pipeline is active. One of many of the wonderful routes that are readily available for people. Okay. You also have the sex worker to crystal influencer, then to right-wing influencer pipeline, like the anti-vaxxer route. It's awesome.
The household duties.
How untraditional are the gender roles in your family?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't care about it if it's repackaged misogyny? Don't you care about the misogyny aspect then? And that's making misogyny worse? Yes, I don't care. I'm a man and I'm misogynistic. And you're totally not misunderstanding either voluntarily to chirp in the chat or ultimately not misunderstanding the point at all. I'm saying I don't care about it as far as aesthetics goes, as far as like it being sex work. But the moment that they start trying to package it with like actual right-wing framing, because it's not misogyny if you're simply just saying like, I like being a stay-at-home mom. That is not inherently misogynistic, okay? It's not inherently misogynistic to be like, I like the choice. I'm very profoundly fortunate that I'm so privileged and so fortunate that like I can live this lifestyle, okay? Nobody wants to fucking work. It's not a bad thing. But the moment that you move away from that and start talking about like how women should be devoid of agency and that this lifestyle isn't just about, I don't know, making fucking cookies from scratch or whatever, but instead it's actually about like how women should do this. This is their place in society, and advocating to remove that aspect of choice. Well, then it, I think personally starts making this type of content like less sexy for those who want to jerk off to it anyway. Does that make sense? Because ultimately, that's all this is sex work. And when sex work starts getting preachy, people are like, oh, well, I can't jerk off to this anymore.
I definitely have had people tell me that I'm a full-time dad, which I think is kind of a funny way to put it. But like, yeah, I take on a lot of things that I think people might assume are a woman's role sometimes. But
For example?
I do almost all the grocery shopping, a good deal of the cooking. We get a lot of help from Karen's parents. Dads are missing out if they're not having these experiences. I think we should re-examine what it means to be a man.
What would you say to somebody who went on your wife's page and said, you're not a good mom?
I would invite them to come and see how hard she works and how much she does.
Hello.
This guy's
Karen
living the
says
fucking
the trad
dream.
wives trend should not be Mommy Wars Part 2.
Women should have that freedom to choose. The problem is those who say that, you shouldn't have a choice, that all women should do this, like this is the ideal situation for everyone.
Do you consider yourself a good mom?
Oh my God, that's a great question. And I think my initial response, says so much, because my honest initial response was like, I'm okay. But I think if you ask my kids, I think they would say I'm a really good mom.
So what did you do today?
When it comes to feeling like my kids, that they feel supported, that they're happy, they're healthy, I revise my answer. I say, I think I'm a really great mom.
That message of choice and tolerance is one Ivy agrees with.
What would you say to women who would say to you, I love my job, I love my career, and I don't love my kids any less than you do?
I would say I believe you. And so I wouldn't even challenge that. I know that moms love their children. I think a lot of people assume that I think I'm telling everybody you need to do this and you need to live like me, and I'm not. But I do think a lot of women should consider it. That's kind of my message, is that you can want this.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. I don't think she's like Abigail Shapiro.
Through the Erie, Pennsylvania, post office.
All right, we're gonna get back to the fucking beauties of the far right and the far right fighting against one another. But before we do that, there's a couple fucking quick hits I gotta hit. Number one, Mehdi Hassan grilling Dean Phillips on some unhinged shit. We're gonna do Kendrick too.
We saw 4 Israeli hostages rescued from inside of Gaza by an Israeli military and police operation, returned to their families. A very good thing. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Jay.
Didn't cover Louisiana very much. What do you want me to say? They put fucking their what do you want me to say about it? They want to put the 10 Commandments in every fucking classroom. Like, what is there to say? Like, actually, I'm not trying to be aggro with you, even though it came across as aggro. It's Louisiana. Diatribe about church and state, 2 hours minimum. Anyway,
Jake Sullivan all reacted with praise, with celebration. None of them, in their initial responses, had a single word to say about the over 200 Palestinians reportedly killed, over 700 injured in that rescue operation, many of them innocent women and children. A lot of people have been asking this for the last 8-9 months. I'm sure you hear it in your constituency. Do Palestinian lives just not matter to the modern Democratic Party?
Oh, I think that's a horrifying statement. Let me acknowledge let me acknowledge the 38,000 human beings killed in Gaza, the 1,200 Israelis, but particularly the innocents. To me, it's all the same. They're human beings. I'm appalled and disgusted. First of all, there are Americans being held hostage. Here, let me change the lens for a moment. I believe, if anything, it has been the United States and the Biden administration should have been the foremost responsibility to extract our hostages, our nationals. I think there are 6 or 7 still, we don't know even if they're alive. So the question is, would we undertake an effort to extract American hostages, 2, 3, 4, 7, if we knew 200 civilians would be killed in the process?
What's the answer?
Boy, that's a tough, that's
a tough question.
That's a tough question. If you're the leader of a country, absolutely.
You killed 200.
That is insane. You'd kill 200 civilians to save 4 American hostages? Are you out of your fucking mind? Only if they're WNBA players? Yeah, dude, you think Brittany Griner? You think we killed 200 fucking civilians for that? What are you, insane? Bro, that shit is crazy. That actually is crazy. We gave up a terrorist? No, we didn't give up a terrorist. We gave up competition, okay? You are so fucking stupid. We gave up a terrorist. No, we didn't, dumbass. We gave up competition that used to work with us, by the way. You don't know anything. Yeah, we gave up an arms dealer who immediately shitted on America. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why our guy that we used to work with, that we literally fucking arrested because he was, fucking up the bag for us, doesn't really like America much. The fuck? Of course he shits on America. America fucking sucks dick. What do you think? He should have been grateful for being released after being fucking imprisoned for years? What are you talking about? Dude, hogs are so funny. I can't believe we released this fucking terrorist who shit on America. Like, what were you expecting? Him to be like, thank you, America, for putting me in prison. I love America. Sure, and I'm sure you agree with his sentiments. I mean, which of his sentiments? I don't remember his fucking, post-prison interview. Why are you making shit up? He criticized U.S. liberals. Also, who gives a shit what fucking Victor Boot had to say about American liberals and liberal democracy and our values? Our values like what? We're currently listening to motherfucking Dean Phillips personally state that he would kill 200 civilians in order to rescue 4 Americans. What does that say about our values? Any country, regardless of what their fucking background is, regardless of what their ideological position is, any country that openly states that is a bad country, okay? Doesn't matter if it's China, doesn't matter if it's Russia, doesn't matter if it's the USSR. That's bad shit, okay? That's not good shit. That's bad shit. If you want to stand on that and say Dean Phillips is representing liberal U.S. values, then yeah, fuck liberal U.S. values if that's our values. Yeah, if that WNBA player was white, or not even a WNBA player, like an NBA player, a white man, I swear to God, this dude would not be chirping like this. After all, you think killing 200 civilians is valid to save 4 Americans? You know, 4 of the proper Americans, of course. It's nuanced. Yeah, except you haven't described any of the nuance. You're just chirping. No points have been made.
100 people to save 6.
Mehdi, look at our, first of all, I'm the son of I'm a Gold Star son. I lost my dad in Vietnam. One of the most despicable, I think, wars of the United States has ever prosecuted. We've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people over the years. We continue to. Look at what we did in Japan to end a war. These are philosophical questions that most Americans would never want to be faced with.
But you're a member of Congress, right?
I'm a member of Congress.
You wanted to be president.
Yes.
So let me ask you the straight-up question.
Let me answer your question.
Please.
I believe, as the President of the United States, his or her obligation should always be the safety and security of Americans first. It does not mean dismissing other humanity. But in the case of hostages, when it comes to this, and we've tried this before, and we've seen carnage. The fact of the matter is, I think we should extract. And by the way, if that means there are civilian deaths as a result, unfortunately, that's, I think, a cost.
Well, the cost implies there's no other choice. We, of course, know that there was another way to get the hostages out.
I have empathy.
No, well, hold on. There's another way to get the hostages out. We got over 100 hostages out in a deal.
You don't have empathy. You just demonstrated you don't have empathy. It's so funny. He just go, I have empathy. What does it look like when you don't have empathy then? If this is your empathetic side, what does it look like if you were to be, less empathetic?
Deal in November. You could have got Benjamin Netanyahu blocking another deal. But just I want to be very specific. In your view, is killing 274 Palestinians, including many children, an acceptable price to pay for the freeing of 4 Israelis?
Like I said, I don't. You want a clear answer, and you want to make this black and white.
Is it an acceptable price to pay?
It's an unacceptable price, but I think it's a price that has to be paid.
Wow. So, if you're saying that to get free,
what does that even mean, bro? What? He's like, it's really fucked up. So it is an acceptable price to pay. You can't say it's an unacceptable price to pay, but we have to pay it. That means you are accepting the price to pay it. That's not even both sidesing it, Chad. He's one-sided. He's saying yes. The answer is yes. He's like, nah, but yes. Yeah.
Free people from the clutches of horrible captivity, hostages, people possibly being abused in captivity. To free them, you have to pay a price, right? It's a horrible price. Does that ratio work the other way? How many Israelis can Palestinians kill in order to free Palestinian detainees who are...
My goat, he would never be able to ask this question on MSNBC. I'm so fucking happy that he's just cooking him up like this. This is serving a fucking perfectly cooked, medium rare steak, okay? He's just throwing that shit, dude. He is, oh my Lord.
Currently being tortured in Israeli captivity, some of them being raped to death, according to the New York Times last week. Can they kill 200 Israelis? Hold on, let me finish the question. Can they kill 200 Israelis to free 4 Palestinians who are being tortured in an Israeli prison?
I think it's a question that I'm sure Palestinians are asking the same way as Israelis.
But no, you answered it. You answered it for Israel. I would like you to answer it in reverse.
Let me just clarify.
Oh my God, dude! Can you imagine him asking this question on MSNBC? I think he would get assassinated. Like the president would come in and just put a bullet in the back of his head and be like, nope.
Clarify something you just said. You said Palestinian prisoners are being raped to death by Israel.
Yeah, that's literally New York Times reporting. Oh God, you're so stupid. Oh, Dean Phillips. Oh, you're so fucking dumb. You're so dumb. That's literally New York Times reporting. Oh my Lord.
Yes, this is a report in the New York Times last week.
Okay. I don't believe that to be true.
Oh, you don't believe that to be true? Guess what, dude? The New York Times reported on it. Dumbass.
Nonetheless, the
A
question...
41-year-old detainee said the interrogators made me sit on something like a hot metal stick and it felt like fire. He said another detainee died after they put the electric stick up his anus.
No, it's repulsive.
This is an Israeli dungeon that CNN and New York Times have both reported on. UN investigators.
If that's
So to free
true, it's
people from that
repulsive.
prison, can you kill lots of innocent people according to the logic of the raid in Gaza?
What I'm trying to say is, if you represent the Palestinian people, you represent the Israeli people, we look at this quite differently. I don't want to
I know you do, which is why I'm asking the question, Congressman. I understand that you see...
Oh my God, he fucking cooked them, dude. He cooked it and booked it. Oh, that is such a good Gotham moment. And it's not even one for like, it's not even like the aesthetics. Most of the time, debate pedophiles, when they fucking engage in like semantics arguments, they're looking for a gotcha. This gotcha is not a hypothetical. It's real life. You know what I mean? Oftentimes people just be like, oh, well, you know, what if the Palestinians had a nuke? And they use that. How bad would that be? What could you do to stop it? What could you do to fight against the Palestinian nuke? Is this like, okay, we're entertaining your fucking made up hypothetical. I think that if the Palestinians had a fucking nuke, then they probably would have a sovereign state, you know? October 7 is justified with that logic, right? Dude, October 7 times a million, like that one fucking Lebanese Hamas guy said, would be perfectly justifiable under this same logic. I do not agree with Israel's principles, and I do not agree with Hamas when they say that as well, for this same reason. That's why I get mad when, you know, people chirp at me sometimes. They don't really chirp at me that much. But, like, that is precisely the reason why I am critical of that kind of opinion.
Differently. A lot of people watching at home say, why? Why aren't all lives equal?
They should be.
But they're not.
What's your favorite Israeli food? And none of these are Israeli foods.
I had an amazing shawarma.
Nothing beats an Israeli breakfast.
Yeah. Falafel.
Empanadas with cheese and meat.
What's your favorite Israeli food? Empanadas with cheese. That's so funny. Bro, Visit Israel is doing memes at this point.
Eating olives.
Sabich.
Sabich.
The sabich.
Sabich. Sabich is my favorite food.
Hummus?
Well, how can you have a favorite food when we go to have an Israeli breakfast every morning for 3 weeks? We have one of everything and they're all good.
These fucking Yankees, I mean, straight up. Yeah. It's so funny watching Americans be like, watching Americans in Israel be like, yeah, my favorite Israeli cuisine is carne asada. That's right. It's my favorite. I love having a tortilla for breakfast. Okay, thanks, man. See the comments on that video? Israeli breakfast. Empanadas is Spanish as far as I know. Falafel, Arabic, and shawarma, Ottoman food. I went to Israel 1 week ago. Dirty city with expensive food. Yeah, the irony of saying empanadas also is like you're mixing meat and cheese. So how the fuck did that happen? It's literally not kosher. Do you love Israel? Do you see the Palestine West Wing clip? It's going to make me die.
It's a map of the Holy Land that was drawn in 1709. It's titled Canaan, Palestine, or the Holy Land.
Nice sucking up.
Thank you, sir.
Look at this map. 1709. Dead Sea, Jordan River, Mount Sinai.
That's beautiful.
Charlie gave this to me. It's a map of the Holy Land drawn in 1709. He got it at a flea market. It's hand-colored, copper engraved. He's going to put it in the outer office. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because some people are going to find it offensive.
Why?
Doesn't recognize Israel.
It was drawn in 1709.
Yeah.
There was no Israel.
Right.
Israel wouldn't happen for another 250 years.
Yeah.
So what's the problem with the map?
Some people are going to find it offensive.
Why?
It doesn't recognize Israel.
Sir, I know that you can't put it up in the West Wing.
CJ.
It doesn't recognize Israel.
There was no Israel in 1709.
That's right.
So it's not on the map.
Which is what some people are going to find offensive.
That's ridiculous.
You know what would be great?
If I put it someplace else?
Yes.
Leo has, in what used to be his house when he was married, a map of the United States. The first third of it is the 13 original colonies. The second third of it is the French territory of Louisiana. And the third third is Mexico. In this map of the United States, there is not a single state. That's because when this map was made, there was no United States.
I'm sure that he debated his way into peace in the Middle East on that episode. You can tell that they're smart because they say the same thing over but fast. Yeah. God, I fucking hate Aaron Sorkin so much. Matt Miller distracted when asked about Lebanon.
Talking about the north of Israel on the Lebanese border. What is the situation there as you understand it? Is there some kind of operation
that great clip? Stop. Hey Hassan, I'm an Armenian fan from Lebanon and have a few questions. How much intervention do you think the U.S. would take to... Dude, I love the Lebanese chatters coming in and being like, dude, are we gonna die? Bro, I don't know. I'm sorry. Dude, what the fuck is going on? I'm a little scared about this Israel shit. How much intervention do you think the U.S. would take to protect Israel if war breaks out with Hezbollah? Do you think America would send troops? If not, how much damage could Hezbollah inflict on Israel without provoking a U.S. military response? Thanks for your insight. Appreciate your coverage. Bro, I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that Israel is really fucking horny for more bloodshed. Okay? Maybe in their minds they think like, oh, we can look like the victims again if we invade Lebanon, and then Hezbollah starts literally murking Israeli civilians and destroying Israeli missile systems. Aaron Sorkin should write a miniseries about January 6th, starting Kyle Chandler as Coach Taylor from Friday Night Lights still, and all the guys from Succession are random politicians. Oh my God. How it feels to make a RIP Noam Chomsky tweet. Oh God, why are we doing Sorkin shit?
Every second you're not current, 1,000 people are changing the channel to the guy who is. That's the business you're in. MSNBC, Fox, and CNN all say she's dead. Don, tell him. Don.
It's a person. A doctor pronounces her dead, not the news.
Fuck, man. That's bars, bro. That's bars. Oh, never mind. Oh my God, it's happening. Oh God. Aaron Sorkin, I'm serious about this. Like, I'm not big on like, oh, culture changes like material conditions. I don't think it does. But I do think it can worsen it a little bit, or at least worsen the lens in which we view material conditions. And I think Aaron Sorkin is responsible for the modern Democratic Party and the modern liberal attitude. Northern Lion said he loves Aaron Sorkin earlier. Of course he does. The Newsroom is a story about a newsman who just seemingly has the gift of foresight, okay? And is the most annoying fucking liberal of all time. Obviously, he like pops off every now and then with the whole like America's not #1 shit, because that's, you know, that's classic Sorkin. Don't slag off my favorite writer. He doesn't do reality. He does fantasy of how it should be. Yeah, no, but even that one sucks. How it should be also sucks.
Back in 5, 4.
What we know so far is that Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords and 12 others were shot when a gunman opened fire at a local town hall in Tucson, Arizona. There are 6 confirmed fatalities.
Is he overhearing it, or is he at the hospital?
She's alive.
Who's telling you that?
The anesthesiologist. She's being prepped for surgery.
I've got her alive. NPR called it wrong. She's alive. She's alive.
They got it right.
Well. All right, we're learning now that Giffords is being prepped for surgery, and we have our ACN affiliate at University Hospital now. What can you tell us?
This is me. Like, this is me yesterday or 2 days ago with Noam Chomsky. You guys coming in and being like, you have to cover this now. Noam Chomsky is dead. You have to write his obituary. Jacobin came out with his obituary. Sir, even my mods, Fizz, by the way. Yeah, in the mod chat being like, look at all these, look at Giannis Varoufakis writing an obituary. Yeah, that's right, Fizz. I don't know if you're in here right now. Yeah, everybody yelling at me like, you have to cover this now. You have to cover this now. You have to report on it. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there. In my mind, Coldplay music is playing, okay? Coldplay is playing in the background in my head. And I'm thinking, that's a person, okay? We don't know if he's dead or not. And I will not be covering it until I get confirmation. On your face. That's what's playing in my back. That's what's playing in my brain.
Matt, get in here with Charlie right now.
Is everything
right now? You tell Leona that if she wants me out of this chair, she better bring more than just a couple of guys.
That's exactly what I'll fucking tell her.
I'm not fucking around, Charlie.
Feet of fucking steel.
Matt.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
I fucked everything up.
It's gonna be all right.
What the fuck is going on?
You're a fucking newsman, Don. I ever tell you otherwise, you punch me in the face.
Okay, but you're back in 30.
Back in 30.
Joey, just breathe regular.
Chills, dude. You're a fucking newsman, chat. This show makes West Wing seem good by comparison. No, West Wing is even more damaging because like this one is about media, okay? And it's annoying and it's shitty and that's not how anything works. West Wing, on the other hand, genuinely had an impact on American politics. Look at the numbers on this tweet. How is this ratio possible? What? Drake could do a concert with Canada artist Nav, Cardinal, Official, Party Plus, local acts, Grab All of Memphis, Gotti, Glow, Yo, Boogie, Key, Finesse, 3-6, 8-Ball, etc., and dancehall artist Sean Paul, Pop Can, Beanie Man, etc. Now it's game on. 17 likes, 611 retweets. Drake should bring up City Boy JJ. Really put Toronto on a map. Bro, I swear to God, 611 quote tweets, sorry. Yeah. Drake brings up City Boy JJ. Immediately, every superpower is united. Russia, America, in nuking Toronto. Okay? They see City Boy JJ. They see City Boy JJ up there with Drake, and they go, it's done. It's over. We are nuking Toronto. Quebec has already seceded successfully. By the time it's over, Quebec has already officially seceded. They are also somehow nuking Toronto. Okay? But fear not. Nuking Toronto could greatly and dramatically improve the housing market in Toronto. So think about the opportunities there. I am now officially on Team Nuke Toronto train. What the hell is going on? Think about how much better the housing market would look like. Sure, there's a little bit of fallout. Okay? Sure, there is a little bit of fallout. But also, now, if you didn't fucking die in the nuclear blast, significantly better housing market for you. Please learn how to pronounce Quebec. Can you elaborate on West Wing? It created an entire genre of liberal politics where they think that like being a moderate centrist and trying to reason with the Republican Party is actually the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. And that debating the Republicans will inevitably help you win. Drewski pictures on... Wait. Drewski comments on Mark's picture with Kendrick. Picked a side. Stand on business now. I don't think he's dick riding Drake. I think he's just memeing. Is Drewski a Drake dick rider? I think Drewski's just farming. Toronto Ghouls saying, I'm cheesing fam is a horrifying prospect. Yeah. What the fuck? FBI, USPIS, and IRS raid Oakland mayor's home. Breaking. Sources tell the ABC News that the FBI raided the home of Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao. Also involves the IRS and U.S. Postal Service. I just arrived at the scene, spotted an FBI agent briefly on the balcony. The Postal Service? What is this? What is going on? Matt Walsh looks like a pastor who's obsessed with how... LGBT. Wait, what the fuck? Is that... That's not Matt Walsh. Oh. That's just like a different variant of Matt Walsh. That fucked me up. Bro, I swear to God. I thought it was Matt Walsh for a second. I was like, is there something wrong with him? Did he... You actually nailed the Toronto.
What's the worst place in Toronto?
Low-key Godstone. That place is weird. It stinks. It reeks, fam. Everywhere we go, I'm always walking on the roads. Man, them are weird. There's bare bucktees there. And not only that, the parks there are mod things, fam. You can't even ride the swings. There's always a bucktee on one of the slides, yo.
I swear to God, I feel like they put it on. I feel like they just put it on, right? Like, there's no way. I think this is like a TikTok psyop to make us want to nuke Toronto. Like, I legitimately think that this is like a psyop from TikTok that makes everyone want to destroy Toronto. Toronto guys, after the camera shuts off.
If I wouldn't have slowed down, y'all was not gonna catch me. And let me been in that new scat pack, I'd have took off on y'all dumbass. You two fuckers just made the biggest mistake of your lousy career.
The fuck is this? I do not like Ludwig. Fake boring. How the fuck does this have 400,000 views, bro? I swear to God, there's like basement dwellers of every variety and every seasoning out there. That's actually crazy. Fuck these people. Do not watch it? Of course I'm not gonna watch that shit. You fucking kidding me? People just stay alive to hate online is pathetic. Yeah. All right. You guys want me to do the Kendrick shit? Okay, hold on. Meanwhile, I'm talking about nuking Toronto.
When you think of the LGBT community, it's like, well, they're marked by compassion or they're marked.
Ludwig is inauthentic and boring. Ludwig is a classic entertainer, dude. Classic entertainer. And his politics are demonstrably and objectively good. It's the best you're going to get from a dude who doesn't want to rock the boat. Probably better than the best you're gonna get from a dude who doesn't want to rock the boat. There is no fucking way. Like, I feel like I shit on him too much as a joke that people unironically think that like I hate him or some shit. Like, you're ridiculous. I want to watch this
by
shit.
artistic expression, or they're marked by. Well, don't forget the key characteristic. The key characteristic of the gay community is butt sex. That's the key characteristic. It's feces.
No, it's sucking dick too. Fuck you mean? It's just, first of all, feces, excuse me, bottoms' rights, okay? Bottoms are braver than the fucking American military. Bottoms, well, I guess the Navy is picking up the slack on that front, but even then, okay? Bottoms are out there douching. Bottoms are out there doing, prep. And I don't just mean prep like in the medical sense. I mean like literally preparing. Fuck you mean? Bro forgot about women entirely? Yeah, because bro is gay. Okay? Like, nobody thinks about gay sex this much that isn't gay. Okay?
It's feces. That's the key characteristic. It's AIDS. It's disease. And it needs to be said because nobody has said it for a very long time because we're all scared. I don't particularly want to put my neck out there. Right-wing Watch is probably going to have a field day with this. When you think...
Why did he say it while simultaneously knowing full well? I don't understand. He's like, I had to say it. Oh, this was such a funny tweet. Kendrick got every dude on earth together to hate on Drake. What the fuck is Ludwig from Video Games doing here? Ludwig from Video Games. 120,000 likes. Okay, these are botted. I'm realizing that these are definitely botted. 5K retweets to 120K likes. That's crazy. Or maybe it's because likes are hidden now. I don't know. But that's so funny. Ludwig from Video Games. He changed his name to Ludwig from Video Games. Polar bear in Arlington, Texas. Ludwig is literally the whitest man on the planet. He's like a glow stick there. You know what I mean? LeBron's wife didn't let him go on stage. LeBron would not want to go on stage. I hope this is the exact moment she told him, you are not getting on that stage. LeBron is a family man. LeBron is a family man from Akron, Ohio with kids. He would not want to go on that stage anyway. Okay? He's just there vibing, being on the right side of history, being on the right side of politics. You need to stop. Ludwig at the Juneteenth Kendrick show. Oh, that's awesome. What is this? I'm killing that white pussy like OJ tonight. When they're done liquidating InfoWars, they need to liquidate him, put him in a blender and strain the guts, bone, cartilage out, and turn him into a nutritious human meat broth. You wildin'? LeBron defo wanted to be part of the vibe. No, dude, LeBron is a good family man. Shut up. See, he went there with his wife, bro. Drake said Dot wasn't affiliated. Kendrick responded with gang teeth. My God, today. Start here, please. Yes, Kendrick Lamar and Dr. Dre, not like us. Kendrick Lamar's pop-out concert live at the Forum.
You ain't gonna say nothing else before, we continue the party?
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just need a moment of silence for this.
I see dead people. Hey, mustard on a beat, how deep, bro. Any rap nigga, he a freak, though. Man down, call an ambulance, tell him breathe, bro. Nail a nigga to the cross, he walk around like, what's up with these jabroni ass niggas trying to see Compton? The industry can hate me, fuck them all and they mama. How many I really got?
It's just...
Mean there's too many options. Finna spaz on his body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified bookie man, I'm the one that up the score with him. Walking down, whole time I know he got some pulling him. Extra shit, bully that throwing him. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they're in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand down and party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a real case. Why is he around? Certified lover boy, certified pedestal.
Dude, the camera changes are crazy. I saw the tweet that was like his camera crew was basically doing an anime. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Okay, we're done with this lib shit. Hold on. We have the full set here as well. Hold on. He said wop, wop, wop, wop, wop, and the camera started cutting like an anime. That's so sick. When LeBron tried to run on stage, lol, no, he didn't. He didn't try to do that. He didn't try to do that. You guys are wrong. He's a family man. He's a family man. He never did that. He was just busy singing along, okay? That's what he was doing. He was just out there singing along, just having a great time. Look. Yeah, he's agreeing. You see that? Right side of history. That's all I got to say. Had to be cutie on camera with grips like that. Yeah, see? You ain't getting on that stage. You're a family man. You don't own a bandana. You're from Akron. Enjoy the show like the rest of us. Which is valid. He was saying that in his mind. That's what he was saying. He's like, I'm a family man from Akron. I don't own a bandana. I am just here to lend support, be on the right side of history. That's it. Kendrick Lord, King Kendrick. Third time he let the crowd sing it. He did it 6 times, right?
Certified boogeyman. Walking down whole time I know he got.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Ludwig was there 5 times. Ludwig was there. Hold on. Does that mean he was singing? He better not have been singing. Ludwig?
Extra shit, bully that throwing him. Say Drake, just make sure you hide your little sister. They tell me Chubbs the only one to get your and party at the party playing with us. And about the kind of weird case wise, certified lover boy. Why you trolling like a bitch, ain't you? Trying to strike a chord.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. That's so insane, dude. 5 times. Kendrick Lamar starting over, Not Like Us again. Ludwig was there. Did he mouth it though? Did he say it disapprovingly? He better not have even mouthed it. Kanye sent a hate representative. Why the hell is Northwest there? Wait, what? What is that fucking Zoom, man? What is that Zoom? They found the minor in the crowd and zoomed on her. That's gotta be. That's illegal. That's got to be illegal. He started with Euphoria. How come Ludwig? What? Ludwig Schaffen is your friend and you didn't know he was there? No, I knew he was there. Inside the NBA coverage of it. Of all the shows I've been to and worked in all my life, I've never felt energy like that before. Oh, no. Why did Kendrick even bother to call Drake out for being a pedophile who surrounded himself with abusers on Not Like Us? If he was just going to call Dr. Dre the king of the abusers to introduce it? Oh, no. Fan discovers the demographics of Los Angeles. Fans notice a majority of the crowd in attendance for Kendrick's Juneteenth concert was white and Mexican fans. Fan discovers the demographics of Los Angeles, California. You didn't know? I did not know. Pokimane learned Arabic. What's your excuse? I'm Turkish. She's Moroccan. What? I know Turkish. During the concert, the pan camera, they panned the camera to a Mexican singing the N-word from his chest. I mean, bro wanted to be very clear. He's not a neutral third-party producer in this.
Fucking Wayne girl while he was in jail, that's him. They get his face tatted like a picture pilot. I'm glad you Rose came home, y'all didn't deserve from neither. From a lounge down the central, nigga better not speak on some. And your homeboy needs subpoena, they're predator moving flocks. Their name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line, no. Yeah, it's all lies on me and I'ma send it up to. Hey, pick the wrong label on me, I might get them. Sweet chin music and I won't pass up. How many stocks do I really have a stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus. Dicky ass never did a freaky ass. Dicky ass niggas need to steady ass it. Yeah.
Bro, that's crazy. He flicked up with The Weeknd too. I mean, he flicked up with Kendrick, Baby Keem. That's so awesome. I'm trying to get Mark on the RDC boys on the broadcast, by the way. He's here for a little bit. From what I've seen of Kendrick Lamar concerts, everyone in that bitch seems to think they have an N-word pass. They've been in LA. I know they come in and out, but DJ Academics was going through it.
Beat your ass and hide the Bible with God watching. Sometimes you gotta hop out and certified boogeyman. I'm the one that up to walking down whole time. I know he got
Westbrook. You'll never win a ring, nigga. You'll never win a ring.
That's so crazy. That's crazy. Look at how happy Westbrook is.
I hear you like him. You better not ever go to cell block.
By the way, the 1,000 buckets challenge that I did at his high school. Fuck.
Niggas talk to him and they in love. Just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell each other the only one that get your hand me down and party at the party plan.
That's not DeRozan, is it?
Got a weird case. Why? Certified lover boy, certified. Rock, rock, rock, rock, rock. Rock, rock, rock, rock, rock. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you trying to strike a chord?
Look at his face. And he's bobbing too. Come on, man. You can't be bobbing your head to that. What are you doing?
They not like They not like, they not like, they not like, they not like, they not like. You think the bank gon' let you disrespect Pac, nigga? I think that Oakland show will be your less.
Aka's dancing until I heard you like him young. Like, you know the lines already.
I see bad people. Hey, mustard on a beat, how deep, bro. Any rap nigga, he a freak, though. Man down, call an ambulance. Tell him breathe, bro. Nail a nigga to the cross. He walk around like, what's up with these jabroni ass niggas trying to see Compton? The industry can hate me. Fuck them all and they mama. How many I really got? Mean it's too many options. Finish fast on his body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show, nigga. Certified boogie man, I'm the one that up the store with him. Walking down, whole time I know he got some pulling him. Extra shit, bully devouring him. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they're in love.
Why is he fake reacting to this song? He's heard it a million times over. He's also literally heard, like, he's bobbing his head. You know the lyrics. What is that?
I live in circadian rhythms of a shooting star. Mannerisms of Raphael like a healer give you heart. But the industry's cooked as I pick the carcass apart. Make some noise for my brother Ab motherfucking Saul.
He cut it off right before he dissed me, my nigga.
Bring on this thing, you know I'm blind.
New reaction. Oh, Ox reaction when he heard the new line. Can you put in Euphoria?
Yeah, give me Tupac, read back, and I might give you a little respect. Remember, hey, top dog. Crush my middle name is your name. Walk around with that. I don't like when you, only you like being.
He got up to call Drake to be like, "Come on, you got to send the ring back, bro. What are you doing? you have to send all the jewelry back." Yeah, but ultimately, this is the most solid tweet from the entire situation. Kendrick got Crips and Blood shaking hands, dancing to him, calling Drake a pedophile to an entire audience of screaming fans. There has never been such a complete cultural victory before this. This is Genghis Khan levels of hating.
I pick a tail number and we can be tourists. Let's go to Cairns and watch a couple indie movies that you never heard of. In a band, do what we dance, this to our friends, feel some perfume, hand in the wind. We can switch off, I can show you.
I think one of the worst aspects of this is that, like, Drake personally tries so fucking hard to be loved by, like, professional athletes, to be loved and respected by famous people. And seeing so many of these famous people organically come together and obviously show respect to Kendrick Lamar while simultaneously calling him a pedophile over and over and over again. Like, that is, I mean, especially Drake being like super thin-skinned. I mean, it's got to hurt extra bad. Like, extra bad. The diss track was obviously the focal point, but it really was more of a LA Unity concert, seeing the LA Party Music side, like YG on the same side as Steve Lacy, and Tyler's pretty historic. Schoolboy found out Ludwig was at the show. I wrote the Schoolboy Q album. I can't keep it a secret anymore. I wrote all the hooks and bridges. So you're admitting you used the N-word? Ox reaction to Tyler. I gotta pee.
Let's get some bread, fried and egg, yolk, and drowning in syrup. So you pick a spot, I pick a tail number, and we can be tourists. Let's go to Cairns and watch a couple indie movies that you never heard of. Listen to bands, do what we dance, this to our friends, feel some perfume, hand in the wind. We can switch off, I can show you. If you got a man, you should cut it off. Get your passport, we'll be running off. We can sit and talk, you can tell me everything that's on your chest, baby. Get it on. You are my type, you a bright light, and I'm like a moth. This is not a game. What you say? So before we start, what's your name, girlfriend? What's your name? What's your name, girlfriend? What's your... Oh, shit. Tyler, the creator, everybody. Y'all know this? You know this, bitch? Bitch!
I want to see what Ludwig did when YG performed this during the show. Oh, God. Do you think Drake is delusional enough to still think he won? No, he knows. He knows it's over. Adonis watching this shit in a bathroom on his iPad. Lights off, headphones on too. He keep looking at the door. Friends sent a YouTube upload of the Kendrick concert, and I'm crying at this at the timestamps. California love Dr. Dre. Not like us. Not like us. Not like us. Not like us. Not like us. Not like us. Instrumental. Yeah, here's how he opened with Euphoria.
Them superpowers get neutralized like a homely watch inside us. The first artist we once knew was looking paranoid and now spiraling. You moving just like a degenerate, having antique is feeling distasteful. I calculate you, not as calculated. How can you predict your angle? Fabricate stories on the family front, cause you heard Mr. Morale, a pathetic master manipulator. I can smell the lines from you now. You're not a rap artist, you're a scam artist with the hopes of being accepted. Tommy Hilfiger stood out, but FUBU never had been your collection. I make music that electrify, you make music that pacify. I could double down on that line, but spade is top. Random acts of kindness. Know you're a master manipulator and habitual liar too. But don't tell no lie about me, and I'm gonna tell the truth about you. Yeah, I'm out the way, yeah, I'm low, okay. Yeah, the island right here for remote, okay. Thinking about no reaper, nigga, I'm reaping what I sow, okay. Benjamin in the Jackson's all in my house, like I'm Hellcat. Niggas home place in them tight set like solo, okay. Everybody wanna be demons till they get chipped by your throwaway. And I might do a show a day. Once a lame, always a lame. Hope you thought the money, the power, the fame will make you go away. Have you ever played? Have you ever? Okay, nigga, let's play. Have you ever walked your enemy down like with a poker face?
Oh, J. Cole got to feel like the teacher that was a runner-up to be on the Challenger space shuttle. Huh. Yeah. The real winner of this is also J. Cole for staying out of this altogether, standing down, staying out of this, and just being like, no, it's good. It's all good. I'm so sorry. I am going to delete my fucking song that I came out with. And now look at this. Grippy did not win. Okay, see? That's how you know he won. Because he came out with that shit and I forgot about it already. Like, there is no better representation of the Drake song still lives in my mind, but the Grippy shit, like, it's already been pushed aside. Wagon Delilah, on the other hand, people are still probably grossed out by. They're gonna frame this in LA households for this generation as that's so sick. Fun lore: 13 years ago, the torch was passed to Kendrick. On August 19, 2011, West Coast legends gathered to ceremoniously pass the torch to Kendrick Lamar at the Music Box. 13 years later, Kendrick Lamar is set to bring out the West Coast together with his headlining set at the Pop-Out Ken and Friends.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna mean this. Nigga, you got the torch, nigga. You better run with it. You better run with it, nigga, because it's yours.
Yeah, the West Coast legends and also the game. Legendary West Coast artists and the game. Alongside West Coast legendary artists. The game was not there last night. Yeah, no shit. Notably absent from last night's performance. A fan met J. Cole yesterday while he was biking in New York City. Did Kendrick have a voter registration booth at this concert? Kind of a wasted opportunity to get out the vote. Grippy, Strictly Dickly. The city of LA did a ceasefire before Israel. J. Cole right now after seeing Kendrick diss Drake on stage for 30 straight minutes.
Life like this sure is sweet, huh? It definitely is.
Haven't seen Drake bike here in fake New York though, just saying. I saw a voter registration booth there. Wait, really? There was a voter registration booth? Thank God. Oh, bro, Kendrick Lamar is a sicko. Yeah, I mean, isn't Drake posting through it right now? Oh yeah, Drake's retaliation to everything that took place yesterday was to post a Instagram story, classic, titled "Summer League." Stop. It's Grizzly. No. Here's Drake's story. Also, hold on one second. I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I'm going to run it now. A commercial break. YG didn't even play fuck Donald Trump. Does he want Biden to lose in November? I love these memes. Drake being cryptic for no reason again. He's not being cryptic. He's being a bitch. But to be fair, what can he do? He's just not posted that day, I think. Stop hating on Daddy Drake. I mean, his whole subreddit is coping, thinking he's going to jump back into battle after last night. It's just like, there's not really much you can do when his last diss track was a self-diss. His last diss track was a self-diss, okay? He literally said, Drake ain't no name you're going to find on no sex offender list. Like, That is a lyric that he put voluntarily in his own song. And he also deleted the diss tracks too. Iconic moment at the Kendrick show.
Come on, little young, yeah. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey. Freaky ass nigga, he is 69.
There's a 7-year-old blood walking on my TV screen to a song about one of the biggest artists in the world being a pedophile, and it's being sponsored by Amazon. This life is a fever dream. Yeah, it's true. It is pretty crazy that this was an Amazon sponsor stream, like an Amazon music stream. Ludwig talking about last night.
And anyway, I talked about this a bit earlier, but I tweeted out. I didn't really post anything about going. I didn't I wasn't like, Chad, I'm going to this. I just went to it just to enjoy it. But I thought it was funny how loud everybody in the crowd got every time he said certified pedophile. I thought that was funny. It was like the loudest line. But what I should have realized is after tweeting that out, some people be replying. Loading at the Juneteenth Kendrick show.
Got him.
Got fucking 86K likes.
He better not have been singing along, dude.
Yeah, they're right. They're right.
Did Ludwig ever talk about Palestine? Yes. He also gave money. He also gave money to like our fundraiser. He also participated in the fucking 1,000 bucket challenge at the end and lost.
But I'm still there enjoying the show. And I'm not singing along to all the words. I'm not rapping all the words.
How you and the chatters look like right now? Bro, Kendrick was on fire last night. Okay, dude. Okay. Did Ludwig ever talk about the elections in November? Looks like he wants Donald Trump to win. Oh my God. Is this the new meta in this chat? It's pretty funny. He better not. Josh Giddey got traded. DeMar just went up on stage singing certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Now we got to play with one. Okay. What happened with the Giddey situation? I thought that like they absolved him or something, or was that a settlement? It was Jayoma. Jayoma went in. The girl's family wouldn't talk to the police. She didn't cooperate with the investigation. The girl he met was at an 18+ club. Family wouldn't talk. So the girl was underage for sure. That's crazy. What is this? This just dropped on the worst platform for watching long form video content ever. Donald Trump on All In. Yeah, I'm not watching this, bro. Come on. God, I hate these guys so much. I'll check out the clips, or I'll watch it when it's uploaded to a better long form content website. These guys are so lame. I do want to watch this though. Fuck.
Sir, can I ask you about Israel-Palestine? So after October 7th, what's the right path to just resolve this once and for all and
the SPAC king himself
just move forward?
Again, it's so sad to me because it would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money. I sanctioned countries that wanted to buy oil from Iran, and I would have made a fair deal with Iran. I was going to get along with Iran. I was going to get along with everybody. We did the Abraham Accords. I think eventually Iran would have been in the Abraham Accords. We had 4 strong countries go in, and nobody went in since I got out. That whole thing should have been loaded up right now. It should have been full. They did nothing with the Abraham Accords that everybody said were great. They said, we're going to get the ultimate prize because of that. It was amazing. If anybody else did it, if a Democrat did it, they would have gotten every prize in the book. Every prize in the book. But I did it, and it was
all the prizes. Every prize in the book, folks.
Great thing that we did. It was a phenomenal thing. But when you look at what happened now and you see what's going on, it's very, very, very, very sad. That attack would have never happened in a million years. Iran didn't have the money for Hamas. They didn't have the money for Hezbollah. They didn't have the money for any of the 28 other cells of terror or whatever you want to call them. Iran was broke. I say respectfully. They had no money, and they weren't given money. And actually, it was a big story when I was toward the end of my term. There was a lot of big stories that there was no terror going on because Iran didn't have the money. They had to survive. We would have made a deal good for everybody. Everybody would have been happy. The main thing is Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That was my main thing. The deal was a simple deal. Iran can't have a nuclear, it can't have a missile, can't have a nuclear missile. It cannot have that nuclear capability. Other than that, we talk about everything. They would have been very happy. It would have been fine. And you would have had peace in the Middle East. The problem is I had them at a point where you could have negotiated. A child could have made a deal with them. And Biden did nothing. He did nothing.
He doesn't like to negotiate.
A young man that knew nothing or a young woman that knew nothing in kindergarten could have made a deal with Iran at that.
Are these guys just not gonna ask a question? There's like 8 of them on there. Like there's literally, this is the podcast with the most guest hosts or the most hosts in general, and not a single person is gonna like chime in.
Time.
Yeah, they're all in. They're all in on Trump's dick
because they wanted to make a deal. And Biden never took advantage of it. Now, they put back no sanctions, all of the different things that they gave him. China buys billions and billions of dollars of oil every month, many billions of dollars a month. Other people are buying. So Iran now has $250 billion cash. They made it all in 3.5 years. And now they're much tougher to deal with. And I will tell you, I got along great with Kim Jong-un. We solved that problem. Nobody was in danger. But this is a big problem. This is a real problem. And within 90 days or so, they're going to have and could have very well a nuclear weapon. And Israel is a big difference.
That's great, man. Thank you.
In Israel between Iran with a nuclear weapon and
Just
Iran
like
without a
your chat.
nuclear weapon.
Good
and
one.
Lots of luck in that negotiation. That's going to be a much more difficult negotiation.
President Trump, I wanted to ask you a question about Roe v. Wade. You promised
I like that he just looks like a certified lover boy, certified pedophile.
your base that you would overturn Roe v. Wade. You added 3
He looks like a certified pedophile in a Zoom court meeting.
people to the Supreme Court, and you delivered on that promise. This might be the issue that determines the election, and many people believe it is. Are you going to do a national abortion ban? Would you support that, yes or no?
So I don't.
Oh, we moved on from Israel-Palestine. Okay, got it. So Israel-Palestine, all he said was, Iran, I gave him a bad deal. The worst deal, bro. I saw this tweet, okay? I didn't see this one. Okay, it's the same version of the same tweet that we saw, okay? Great TikTok. Make more TikToks, HasanAbi.
I have an announcement earlier today. I made a TikTok. Girly Pop Nation have.
Love that video. Thanks, guys. Give it a like. Archive it. Take a look at these Iran invasion plans I keep in my bathroom. No, I just like gay, straight, doesn't matter. We've seen it. We've seen this one already. As a normie, when it comes to music, what's your take on why hip-hop has become the de facto popular music? What do you think metal, etc. are fucking up to lose the spotlight? What do you mean? It's just because it's good. What? There is no like, it's just good. It's accessible. It's good. I mean, the other genres that you're mentioning, including metal, are still good too, but I don't understand how to respond to that question, to be honest with you. What else was I going to say about the Kendrick stuff? Oh, dude, this is crazy.
And you drew all of these in here, man. God damn. You got one hell of a creative mind, man. To come up with architects like this. You know, I draw too, actually. That's why I'm really interested. I've been drawing since I was 10 years old. I used to take art classes, but I didn't take it as serious because I wanted to get into football as an athlete. But I'm actually a good drawer too, man. And I can tell you actually have work in this. Yep, and it's in English too, so I can read it. Thank you so much.
Why is the Prime Minister of Albania meeting with iShow Speed? What the fuck is happening? Eddie Rama is an EU glazer. He took a deal with Giorgia Meloni to put immigrants in detention camps in Albania. Someone needs to put Speed up on old Albania and his great music. I just, like, what is going on? What the fuck is happening on this timeline? Like, how this guy's life operates on cartoon logic? I just don't understand it. I don't get it. What the fuck? Like, this to me is stranger than Dennis Rodman, Kim Jong-un. Honestly. Like, Dennis Rodman was an NBA player in arguably one of the most famous teams, like internationally recognized famous teams of all time. Like, he's an adult at a time when everyone had like much less things to pay attention to in comparison to now, when our attention is all over the place with like all of these different websites, social media apps, and all that. Like how this is just so funny. Why is he bawling in his office?
Come on now, man. Yeah.
What is going on? What is going on?
All right. If I make this shot, you gotta say Ronaldo better, okay? All right. Ooh, Suey. I know. Yeah, I know. I haven't hooped in them all. But yeah, I know. I'm real good. Wait, where my book at? I can't forget my book, man. I can't forget my book.
So you like Tirana?
Tirana? Toronto. You mean, yeah, Albania, yeah. Bro, I love here. Yo, I'm gonna come back for the...
He called him bro. He said, bro, I love it here. Yo, I honestly feel like he has no, like, I don't think he understands what's going on right now. Like, in his mind, he's just like, yeah, I just met some dude. Like, he's not thinking about this. Like, I mean, I don't know what's going on either, but like, for him, he's just like, yeah, I just met some guy, right? Like, this is, dude, no disrespect to Dua Lipa, okay? But like, you will never convince me Albania is a real country after this, okay? I'm sorry. Like, this is the lowest I have ever perceived Albania. Like, what is happening here?
Adorama, my boy, what's up, man? Give me a hug. Oh, let's go, baby. Albania, man, what's up, bro? Oh, crap, bro. Hey, I'm a big fan, bro. Seriously, bro. Huh?
He said, how are you a big fan? How come? Oh, no. It's a valid question. It's such a valid question. It's like, what do you mean? Name one policy.
Because, bro, hey, bro, I'm Albanian, bro. I'm a big fan of you, bro. Bro, you the first prime minister president I've ever met, bro. Really? Yes, bro. This is crazy, bro. W's in the chat, bro. Albania, bro. Hey, nah. That ass though, bro, I love this country, bro. I love everything.
This is my table. I do painting.
Are you color? Are you an artist too? Damn. Adorama.
He's like, bro. He's like, bro, Enver Hoxha, bro. That's my guy. That's my goat, bro. That's the real deal right there. What's next, dude? Is he gonna meet Erdogan? What's happening? What is going on right now? Did he just take a bribe to do this? No, I mean, this just like, this genuinely does not make any sense. I am truly baffled. I am truly baffled by this situation. Like, I don't know who the fuck put it together. I don't know why. It's perfect content, but I legitimately don't understand like who was like, dude, you know what would be a phenomenal collab? If we got I Show Speed with the Prime Minister of Albania. Eddie Rama loves social media clout more than Kadyrov. Even in a better climate, he would have been to Grozny already. I had no idea. It's because Albanian fans are going crazy in the Euros right now. I mean, I guess, but dude, I Show Speed meets Maduro next. He should meet Milei. See what he did here in Paris, in Brazil.
Up in the store, I be speaking my shit, I be speaking the truth. When I'm up in the store, I be getting my desk, I be killing, I fuck up the crew. She can give me the deuce, I be fucking her right and I'm up in the booth. Like fuck what's the truth, but just be gay, like fuck what's the deuce. When I hit from the back, I be making that shit, I be making it crack. I be making it smack, but just be gay, but you know I ain't lack. And bitch, you don't know me, but just be gay, you can hand me my trophy. Hey girl, you Portuguese, so girl, you know like what I mean. Eu sinto falta de você. Eu preciso de você. Desculpa, não quero você, então sai pra lá. Desculpa, não quero você, você. Eu sinto falta de você. Eu preciso de você. Desculpa, não quero você, então sai pra lá. Crava o cruz, manda pra ela. Então joga pra mim. No camarim, se alguém vir, tô aí. Chega perto, você medo, meu bem. Nessa vida não te troco por ninguém. Garoto, eu amo você, porque você me faz bem. Não importa se tu já teve alguém, eu já tive outros lances também. Hoje é só você e eu, e o que passou a...
Shadow of Erdtree's out. Wait, what? It's not for me because I played on the PlayStation. What the fuck? Where you at, King? I am not there. PlayStation L. PC players get to play it earlier, even though I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but quick Zin meme.
Man, this flavor sucks.
It does suck. What is this, bro? I pray you never get mobbed like this.
Turkey's not beating Portugal, bro. Portugal's beating Turkey.
Talk to my bro. Talk to my bro.
What's good, bro? No, they're not. Turkey's not beating Portugal, bro. Portugal's...
Isn't it already out on PS? A friend on PS5 is playing it right now. No, he's like the American cultural envoy, dude. He just like travels. He just travels to like random parts of the world, and everyone under the age of 14 is a massive fan. He did this in India too. Sports are just gamified fascism. Okay, Noam Chomsky, fucking cool it. All right, Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this iShowSpeed situation. Like, it's just genuinely shocking to me. You got to see him eating donut for the first time.
Let me get that donor. Give me that donor. Give me that donor. All right, y'all back up. I'm out here trying to donor. Back up. I'm out here trying to donor.
Okay, now I'm invested too. God damn it. Like, okay, he got me. He like, actually, I want to know. Is he going to do a backflip because of the delicious donut that he's about to have for the first time in his life? Like he got me. I get it now. It's like, I'm tapped in. I'm invested.
Back up. Bismillah. Donor time.
A backflip. He did a backflip. Yo, he did. That's what I'm talking about. Let's fucking go. Oh. Helal olsun. Masadayız amına koyayım, masadayız.
No! God damn! Let me get that dough!
So I worked at Blizzard for...
That's crazy. Okay, that was awesome.
I am cooked. 4th day eating a donor, bro. Why?
Yes, dude. I show MMA too.
Pronto! Valeu!
He's like, don't beat his ass too hard, bro. Chill. Speed was allowed to cut the donut himself. What an honor. He deserves it, though. He deserves it. What are you doing, bro? No! That's not how you do it. No. It's okay. It's all right. Oh, that hurts, bro. He's cooking up the entire fucking thing. He's ruining the entire thing.
What? Hey.
Bro, that's not an edible part of the donut. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, you shouldn't have shown me that. You should not have shown me that. That actually hurt my fucking soul a little bit. It's all right though. It's gonna be all right. Amına koydum abi. Sikret boş ver. Ama sevdi. Önemli olan o. All right, when are you ripping the band-aid off and having him on stream? Probably never, but appreciate the thought. Wobby wants this
Okay,
one.
sure. This is deception. Hasan can hide inside me. That's crazy. That is crazy. You could never handle a man like that anyway. Okay? You're in this Twitch chat. He's so much better than that. All right? Thank you. And he's saving himself for me. And don't ever speak about him like that. There's a Russian. Well, if it's
What
interesting.
the fuck?
Okay, sure. This is deception. Hasan can hide inside me.
Oh my god. It's crazy how far US culture reaches. I found a kid in a village of 130 people on the shores of Lake Baikal in Russia wearing OTF shorts. How do you even acquire this? That's crazy. 100% donated misprints for OTF merch? I doubt it. Dirk's big ass eyes can probably see it. It's just like, yeah, this is a very white chat, even though this is a very white person, a Russian white wearing the OTF merch. But I live in Nicaragua and I use your merch all the time, Lamau. 300 bang bang, Ukraine, some ops, duh. I'm a Russian, says the multimillionaire socialist.
Let me dress you. Let's not get into this sub and dom stuff again, okay? It's kind of blowing my mind to find out that the conventional wisdom is that the dom lets the sub choose what to eat for dinner 90% of the time, and the logic is that it's dinner is so minor, it's not worth wasting the dom's effort. I'm just telling you, subs that are out there, you've been gaslit. You've got some submissive doms, is what I'm saying. They're using all of their dominant energy in the bedroom, and then like the rest of the day, their heart's not in it. Okay? Which is fine if that's what you want. I'm just saying, like, if it was a real dom, they would be choosing what to have for dinner every night. Can you be and now we're just like, I think this is probably where the bit is reaching its natural endpoint because I'm grasping at straws. Can you be a sub who's into findom? Wait, let me rephrase. Can you be a dom who's into findom, but you're the one who's being dominated? Give me an example. Okay, what about a dom who's like, yeah, you like bilking me for all of my money, don't you? Yeah, you freaking love it when I take out a second mortgage to buy you luxury goods. That's a brat situation. See, I'm not cut out for this, man. They don't trust you to talk about it with
I am confused.
nuance. See, that's crazy to me because they're like, you haven't done the required reading, but the required reading is like 10 straight years of reading Tumblr posts on the family computer that's in the living room. And I'm like, yes, I did. It just wasn't on Tumblr, bro. You just weren't alive, so you didn't see it coming to pass.
My boy knows nothing about BDSM. I'm literally a kink educator, and hearing this is hurting my soul. If you're a kink educator, then educate chat about findom at the top of the hour. That's right. Come on, piglets. Open up those fucking wallets, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, baby. That's right. Get those gifted subs going for all those other hungry mouths in the chat. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Soccer Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Flexi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Baby Splash, 10. Damn, dude. I got to be talking about findoming more. Miss Uzi B, Diner Splash, Baby Splash. Keep oinking, little piggies. Acid Burns 3, thank you for the 5 gifted. Stop, they like it. Yeah, my wallet likes it too. All right, I got the Kai Cenat. What do you call it? I got the Kai Cenat video. He made an insane video. We're gonna watch that before I play the DLC, or not the DLC, but like before I get into Elden Ring. But all that stuff is one thing. Bottom G, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 5 gifted. I have already downloaded it on my PS5, but I guess you can't really download it. We're gonna do the Jeff Nipper steroid video as well, and we got the Kai Cenat. Holy fuck! This has 800,000 views in 22 hours, but he put together like an insane, massive budget, like actual straight up. Yeah, there's a countdown on the DLC on the PS Store. Whew. But yeah, we're gonna do the middle ground. We're gonna get back to these fucking freaks.
James, not James O'Keefe, a whistleblower.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Jubilee. LeBron on Kai. We already watched that. Is your commentary funny during Elden Ring? Yes, but also I'm malding a lot too. We got on the one side, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, on the one side we have MAGA conservatives. On the other side we have liberals who are anti-Trump Republicans. It's actually pretty fun. It's hog on hog violence.
He and his media group, which published it, right? So there's nuance there. It sounds like you don't understand the nuance of a lot of these issues. You just said half the judges. You said half the judges who dismissed these cases were pro-Trump judges. What does that mean? They were appointed by Bush. They weren't appointed by Trump.
There was a lot. There were Republican judges, right? What are you saying? Are you saying there's like this massive scheme among the judges? The judges got together beforehand and they were like,
Nicole from the Creators for Palestine event mentioned you on her pod.
Whatever. I'm influencing you, and I buy magnesium, and I start taking it again. And then I remember why I stopped taking magnesium is because it gives me nightmares. And the other night I had a fucking terrible I'm like, Tabuli? But Tabuki. But
what is
now
this?
Hassan Piker's an evil fucking man. And you know what? Hassan Piker, you will pay. I love having beef with himbos. That is my favorite thing that I could possibly have on my lore. I'm gonna do a video about my lore eventually on my channel.
What did I do?
And for people who like listen to the podcast, then they'll fucking know. But that is like a thing that I want to do. I want to do a Chronically Online Girl explains Nicole Raffi lore video.
Oh, it's the it's the hummus. Oh, she made the hummus alongside. Yeah, the hummus was bad. Abi Diyarbakır'da yangın çıkmış. Kısa bakar mısın? Bilgilensin millet. Kafayı mı yedin abi sen? Gerçekten merak ediyorum. Yani Diyarbakır'da yangın çıktığı zaman ben burada haber olarak onu mu cover ediyorum yani? Yapmayın etmeyin artık. İyice saçmaladık. No, this is not a psychopath lady. Everybody shut the fuck up. She's memeing. Okay, calm down. She was a part of the Creators for Palestine charity, the fundraising stream. She's just joking. Okay, let's just get back to this. Oh my God, I'm so overstimulated. Oh, I can't pay attention. I can't. What is wrong with me? Sometimes I wish I wasn't like this. Chat is just like leaning into my worst sensibilities. I have jumped from like 11 different topics, and everyone in the chat has their own personal pet project. There was a dude who literally said there is a fire happening in Diyarbakir. Please cover this so people learn about it. I need to stop. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this and nothing else. Shut the fuck up, please.
Oh, like, you know what? We actually all hate guns.
Yeah,
I do believe they all hate guns. All of them got together.
Fact check, half of the dismissals were not judges that were appointed by Trump.
No, you're saying his information is wong. What information do you
He just said that half of the judges that dismissed the cases were pro-Trump judges. And meaning what? What does that mean?
Some of them were even appointed by Trump. Right?
Half of them?
No, not half of them. I'm saying pro-Trump, as in like Republican appointees.
That does not mean you're pro-Trump if you were appointed
in the
by
2020
Bush.
Election. I would say
you have
that
a fundamental
the vast majority,
misunderstanding of how the law works.
I would say that the vast
judges
majority,
are not political. They are.
Whoa, judges are not political. 100%. So that means that they didn't make political decisions to dismiss the election charges, right?
You saying that a judge was a pro-Trump judge is factually inaccurate.
No, but that means
there is no
you're
such
saying
thing
politics
as a
wasn't. So politics wasn't involved in.
I don't think you understand. This
politics
is
wasn't
your
involved in their
point, not mine.
right?
You said these judges were pro-Trump.
No, was politics involved in their decision? I'm saying if politics was involved, they were pro-Trump.
Dismissing
was politics involved in their decision?
Dismissing a
Yes or
case
no?
does not mean that the voter
Yes
fraud
or
didn't
no?
happen, as she just showed.
So if they thought that there was voter fraud in the country,
right.
do you think that they would have said, "Oh yeah, this is an important thing that we need to solve," or do you think they would have
Not
just
if they
said,
want 'em out.
"It's fine"? You think all 60 of the judges?
Not if their standard was there enough fraud to overturn the election?
You think all 60 judges just didn't want to pursue it?
I'm explaining to you.
I think the most important thing to remember here is we need to focus on joy, like the joy you felt when Joe Biden won.
That is not joy that I felt, actually. I hated it when Joe
Lady
Biden.
Maga's always.
I was rooting for Trump.
Right.
I haven't heard anyone challenge whether or not censorship was a problem.
I will grant you that censorship was a problem, but censorship is a problem on all sides.
I feel like we heard some.
He's lost it. He can't control the crowd. They go crazy in this, dude. This might be like the most. Oh shit. Damn, Democracy Now. I got a Democracy Now notice, but not as like a independent media leftist, but as a donator. Because of my donations to Democracy Now, their major gifts officer emailed me and said, please reach out if he's ever in New York City and would like to schedule a visit to the studio. I would love to invite him to come in to view a live broadcast. It's a great opportunity for donors to see how their support is making a difference. They have no idea who the fuck I am. That's so funny. Oh my God. Falling off? No, dude. Are you kidding me? Falling off. They're all 80 years old. They're like lifelong communists. Of course I don't know who the fuck I am. If I try to explain to Amy Goodman what Twitch streaming is, she would perish. Amy definitely knows you. She definitely does not know who I am. And that's a good thing.
We've heard some arguments from here. We have a clear disagreement between you two.
Censorship. I have too much cleavage, so censorship is alive and well.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing is, it's not like Trump won by lost by 8 electoral votes or 12. He got killed. It was not close.
He didn't just need Michigan.
He needed so many of the states. And the other thing is, guess who's winning in all this discussion that we're all having all these years about rigged elections? I have a friend that was in the CIA until 2022 that mostly dealt with Russia. And they said, Corey, they don't really care so much who's president. All they care about is the American people.
Yeah, bro, no, that's not a friend, okay? You met someone on Reddit who told you they're in the CIA. We've already established yesterday that Corey does not have friends, okay? He has, as his moderating duties goes, collaborators and also Redditors that must be purged from the subreddit.
Losing faith in their elections. That's what they want. And that's what's happening. And so we're losing, all of us are losing. The fact that other could be China, all of them love that our institution of we're trusting our elections is getting destroyed. And the other thing is, no matter who wins in November, The other side is going to say the other side stole it, and the country is going to end. It's over. The country ends if Biden wins, or the country ends if Trump wins. We're in a really dangerous place regardless.
What happened in 2016 as well with Hillary? Everybody on the left was saying that.
I would agree with that.
But then shouldn't focus be in strengthening elections, things like voter ID laws?
Oh, totally. It should voter ID. I mean, that's obvious. I don't know why the
So if you agree that these laws should be passed to secure our elections, then if they're not passed, then our elections are unsecure.
Well, no,
right?
because Laura Trump is also promoting mail-in ballots now, right? Laura Trump said a few weeks ago.
It's because it's the law.
That, no, she said.
The argument against mail-in ballots is so stupid. Trump uses mail-in ballots. Florida has mail-in ballots. Many Republican, like super diehard, plus 20 fucking Republican red states have mail-in ballots. Okay? It is so stupid. It is so unimaginably stupid. Utah, where Lady MAGA is from, Chatter is correct, has mail-in ballots.
That they should
it's because it's the law.
Do you believe that we should have voter ID?
So, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't.
So we don't have that now, right?
But there are Democrat states that have that too.
So,
like New York has voter ID.
But if you think we should have voter ID, but we don't have it now, then by conclusion of logic, doesn't that mean our elections are insecure?
No. I mean, yes, but like not to a point where like it's to a point where like it can be investigated, right? Just because every state doesn't have voter ID, like it's still it's been the standard for years. Just because we have a better standard doesn't mean the old standard means that
our elections
the party
are insecure. But
I swear to God, every time I sneeze, my fucking back hurts more. I think I like fuck my back up more.
Don't think.
No. You think that the election is a conspiracy just because every state doesn't have voter ID? Is that what you're saying?
What's driving the lack of security is a conspiracy. Yes.
The lack of security is a conspiracy.
The lack of a reason, the motivation to push for.
This is so stupid, and here's why they're all wrong, because they're all conservative. And the difference between a Trump-style conservative and a regular old conservative is simply aesthetics. Why? Because all conservatives, including the professional conservatives the media used to love and prop up as like normal conservatives, all the way from Paul Ryan to the dumbest, most psychopathic freak in the conservative Republican Party, they all have consistently run on, since the Paul Weyrich moral majority days, they've all consistently run on trying to limit access to voting. Okay? This is a 40, 50, 60 year project of the Republican Party. Voter suppression has always been a conservative initiative in general, depending on where you were. It could have been the Dixiecrats that were trying to gatekeep voting and stop black people from voting, or now the modern Republican Party that is effectively trying to stop black, brown, poor people, young people from voting. Okay? The reason for why they do it is because they recognize that it is beneficial. If poor people don't vote, then Republicans are more likely to win. This upcoming election, the calculation will be a little different, but that's besides the point. Why did I bring up all of this? Why did I bring up all of this historical, this historical analysis in the situation? That's the reason why they're all in agreement. Although the argument itself is based, and this might come as a shocker to some of you, a faulty premise, a made-up issue, not a real problem. Okay, the American voting structure is very secure, okay? Unimaginably secure, as a matter of fact. And people have consistently tried to create evidence that there is a major issue with voting integrity and that there are fake voters or a litany of different complications in terms of like voting. The real issue has always been voter suppression, which is what the Republicans are doing. And in order to justify voter suppression, like calling, voter ID laws, closing polling stations in like black and brown neighborhoods, purging voters off the voter registry for a litany of different like minor complications, things that like, for example, the Georgian governor at the time when he was the Secretary of State did is basically all the textbook shit that the Republicans do in order to make voting as complicated and as hard as possible. One way to try and justify this voter suppression is by creating an issue. What is the issue? People are lying. People are fake voting. They're fake voters. People are stealing votes. There's a lot of voter fraud. Voter fraud has never been a real issue in the American electoral process. Never, especially not in contemporary American history. Okay? It's not a real thing. It's not a real thing. And yet, all of the normal Republicans and all of the MAGA Republicans all believe that it's a real issue, or at least present it as a real issue. That's not a real issue at all, however. Okay? And the counter to this is pretty easy. It's just empirical evidence. Time and time again, Republicans and Democrats both have set up right-wing commissions, bipartisan commissions, investigations like the American Enterprise Institute's comprehensive investigation into voter fraud have shown that this is a laughable argument to make. The most famous one that the most famous study conducted on this, the most comprehensive investigation conducted on voter fraud that was supposed to prove once and for all that this is a significant problem in the United States of America, was conducted by the American Enterprise Institute. If I'm going to probably fuck up the numbers here, okay? But I think the number that they arrived at was 1,200 total instances of voter fraud. Was it Heritage? Was it not the American Enterprise Institute? I keep messing that up. You know what? Let's look this up. I'm not gonna top dome it. Heritage Foundation voter fraud study. Maybe it is the A. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's a report from the Brennan Center for Justice on the Heritage Fraud Database. An assessment. 1,100 instances of voter fraud were found. The total number is, and here you can see it yourself, it is the Heritage Foundation Election Fraud Cases Report. The total number is 1,100 instances of voter fraud. Donald Trump's fraud commissions relied on the Heritage Foundation database. That is over like 30 years of elections. Okay? 30 fucking years of elections. That is more than 1 billion votes cast. More than 1 billion. That's billions of votes cast with 1,100 proven cases of voter fraud. Okay? So the most famous study conducted on voter fraud found that there was like 0.0000001% of voter fraud happening. This amount of voter fraud could not even change the outcome of like a Los Angeles Council district member election. Okay? That's how minimal it is. What about the year 2000 election though, Florida? Yeah, that wasn't, there were inconsistencies in Florida. And of course, the Republicans stole the election with the Republican governor, Jeb Bush, at the time, handing off the election victory to his brother who was running for president. Not only is the entire voter fraud conversation completely fraudulent, the 1,100 proven cases of voter fraud isn't all Democrats. Most of the high-profile voter fraud incidents that have occurred in the past couple of election cycles have always been Republicans. So that's the other side of this that is really fucking funny. Okay? Voter fraud isn't election fraud. Thank you. Voter fraud is supposed to be happening when Democrats get together and like steal people's ballots and, you know, scribble fucking the Democratic ticket down the ballot, or when dead people vote, or, you know, like a person whose wife was dead votes on her behalf. Voter fraud, much like immigrant crime, is born out of Republican hysteria. That's it. But because they've been doing this for so fucking long, even the smart MSNBC watching ass liberal adjacent guy is still like, yeah, voter fraud, it does happen sometimes. And yeah, we need to do voter ID for that reason.
For voter ID, to push for hand count. We don't want to push for that because we want elections.
Well, let me just say it this way.
Because they're rigged.
Hand counts, quote unquote, hand counts are disastrous. There was a case I just read about a few days ago where they tried to do a hand count for a local election for 50 votes, and it took them 6 hours in Arizona. There was a county.
6 hours? Oh no! It took 6 hours.
Let's hear the point.
I
live in Arizona.
Let's just hear the point.
What are we gonna do?
It was for I don't actually know. It was some state. I just read about it. You can probably fact check it afterwards. But,
Even if it takes 24
There was
hours.
100 people. I can tell you, because I'm a state delegate. I was in that race. 100 people ran for state delegate. Everyone had to rank. The top 43 got in. So the people who did the hand count not only had to count one person, they had to rank ordinally everyone. And it wasn't 6 hours. It took a couple of hours to get the hand count done.
There was a small local election, and there
yes,
was
LD
5
12.
votes.
I'm telling you.
And they had recount after recount, and they actually mismatched like the amount of counts that they had. So I'm saying that, like, if you do hand counts, like, we have the technology. The technology is not inaccurate. If you do recounts, like, it's just going to cause more mass chaos.
Yeah,
computers are always
You just agreed that our elections are insecure. I want you to think about what you just agreed about.
What are they talking about? They do recounts. Like, what's happening? They've done a shit ton of recounts.
And
all right,
I think voting is a Canadian.
we got it done?
Canadians do not use Dominion votings. They only use paper ballots because they recognize that any electronic system is going to be inherently insecure.
And you live in Alabama.
I've been told that I look like Justin Trudeau. All right, we're gonna.
I don't know how you can ever claim to be a real Marxist and believe that our electoral process is legit. Come on, man. You are way smarter than that. Our elections are the same as picking Coke and Pepsi. Same shit. The fuck are you talking about? That has nothing to do with, like, election integrity, though. That's an entirely separate problem that I address on a regular fucking basis. We're not talking about that, chatter. We're talking about this within the confines of, like, Democrat versus Republican, okay? The elections are not fraudulent in the way that people understand it, okay? In the way that people claim it is. As a matter of fact, it has everything to do with election integrity. It's predetermined. Okay, clock sucker 420. No, dumbass. Given that we are living within the confines of a bourgeois democracy, it doesn't really fucking matter whether a Republican or a Democrat wins, right? Therefore, obviously, that proves the point that I'm making, which is that because there is no fucking real revolutionary radical person out there, there's no reason to fucking cook the books. So yeah, all that cooking of the books shit is nonsense.
Gonna reset. Have you ever wondered what it's like to be a spiritual advisor to somebody who's on death row?
No, I haven't.
Radical. Ruin democracy. Will the agreeers please step forward?
You know what does undermine elections? The Electoral College? Yes. You know what undermines democracy? The Senate. You know what undermines democracy? Gerrymandering and redistricting that also makes even the House of Representatives less representative. Okay? You know what also undermines democracy? The Supreme Court. Perhaps getting a bunch of slave owner bourgeois individuals, that wanted to have a bourgeois revolution and wanted to maintain the same exact, like, hierarchy, just, under bourgeois dominated, quote unquote, theoretical liberal democracy, was not going to cover all of our bases, especially at a time when black people had no vote. They were not even seen as people, and women couldn't vote either. Another very classic, very obvious, and taken for granted instance of voter suppression is holding elections on a fucking Tuesday. It's literally during the work week. Okay? It's ridiculous. There's a reason for that. All of this stuff makes voting as inaccessible as possible. Anyway, let's continue.
It's kind of lonely up here, guys.
We agree.
You're scared of us.
Anybody that goes up watches MSNBC.
I don't know if we're being recorded. I just want to go on record as saying that pure democracy is mob rule.
Let me lower the severity.
Yeah.
Let me lower the severity.
I'm going to come up and sit here for one reason.
Because I'm a fucking psycho.
Democracy.
I can't wait. He just loves the camera. He just loves the spotlight. That's it. That's why he came up.
In its purest form is mob rule. We are a constitutional republic. So if you want to consider Trump destroying this idea of democracy that the Democrats and the left constantly pour out, we have to remember that democracy is mob rule. Donald Trump is pro-Constitution of the United States and thus does not tout democracy, democracy, democracy, because that's farcical. So I sort of agree with that. I want to destroy the rhetoric that's all about democracy and start talking about that we are a constitutional republic. So that's kind of, sort of agreed, sort of.
Thank you, Lady Maga. Yeah. All right, if I change the word from ruined to weakened, who would come forward? And you can come forward.
That's a little better. I feel, do you want me to start?
No, you got it.
I feel like, let's just call Trump what he really is. Kind of like me, you know, he's a great actor and he has a lot of charisma and he's really good at giving the people.
Gosh, she's so annoying. She's just like, God, she is repulsive, dude. Holy shit.
What they want to hear. And he's selling them. He's kind of like.
She's not like, she thinks she's that bitch, but she ain't, you know?
A used car salesman, if you will, right? Like he has this great zest to like make this POS look fabulous. And he does it to the heart of America, who's what demographic is that? And going back to that question, would we have this issue and was it going to be violent when they stormed the Capitol? He's talking to this very small group of people who don't have much going for themselves. They go to work, they're 9-to-5ers, they are working factory jobs. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just saying these are the demographics, the people that make America great again. Like that's what they live for. And Donald Trump gave them that gift of, yes, this POS, we know it's not good. That's Donald, but we're gonna jump on this bandwagon because you know why? People want one thing in life. They want to feel significant. And he makes people who, dare I say, aren't significant, feel significance. And when you have that need for significance in your life, people do crazy things like storm the Capitol because it makes them feel like they're alive, like they're a part of something.
But are you saying...
And that is ruining, I think, what people would idolize as real Republicans or conservatives, democracy and values and integrity, a word that we can't put synonymous with him.
Can I ask you a follow-up? You know, so you're saying he has the ability to make people who vote for him feel significant. Do you think that's a trait that inherently weakens democracy, or it's how he used it?
I think it's how he used it because we all need a little bit of significance in order to feel like I'm good enough to get in my car and drive down here and meet with other people and have this talk. But when you do crazy things like what we know happened on January 6th, that's when significance goes overboard. And I believe he's great at manipulating people. Look at him on The Apprentice. He was a star. People loved him. They lived for you're fired. And it was this caricature, this larger than life creator. The problem was he became his character in real life, in IRL, as my son says. And that's what he takes into the office. And he is a lunatic. He says whatever he wants to say. It doesn't mean he's honest. He just has no couth. And he thinks he's above the law. And that is why he's not, or was it hindering democracy? What was the word? Weakening. Whatever you think to add to that, dear.
Yeah, so that was great. I mean, that's a good start. But I would just say, first of all, saying that Trump weakened democracy, to go back to a previous point, doesn't mean that I don't have conservative values. I think it means that I value my values more than the person. I think the thing that Trump did, which weakened democracy the most, was that he changed politics from a battle over values to a battle over person. And when
media
people idolize.
Yeah, the battle over values. Didn't you watch this yesterday? I watched half of it yesterday. Everyone's a liberal. Yeah. What values? Like, what are we talking about?
Idolize values, then they do things to make those values appear in a society.
Yeah.
They always frame direct democracy as a mob rule. Why is that? Because that's just what America is about. That's what they've said from the jump. The tyranny of the majority, they say, which is just democracy. You just don't want democracy.
People idolize a person, then who knows what happens?
Just attention.
For example, when Trump, when Trump was tweeting or truthing, I guess, about the FISA bill, he tweeted 2 words and it was gonna pass, right? And then it did eventually pass, but it had to go through a lot more work to do so. He tweeted, "Kill FISA," and that's all it took for the MAGA wing of the House to come around and come and join him. Like, he only has to say 2 words. And then, so yes, do I think our democracy is strong? Do I think our democracy will survive Trump? Yes, I hope so. I believe so. And I'm a young American. I don't really know how this is going to work out, but I have faith in our institutions. I think we do have the best. Country in the world, right?
Well, a lot of people disagree with that, though. I've traveled. I've been to 30-some countries. My son's been to 15. When we go there, they are embarrassed of us because of Trump.
Right.
And I'm embarrassed to admit I'm an American when I'm traveling abroad. You know where I say I'm from when I'm abroad? I say Hollywood. I'm from Hollywood. They're, oh, you're Hollywood? But if I say the United States, they're like, oh, Trump. It's embarrassing.
I'm not embarrassed.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
follow-up?
sure.
You know, you said Trump made it less about values, more about person. When you look back on history, do you see any other presidents who had a similar following?
Americans are so stupid. This is one of the most like glaring, obvious examples of how like liberal capitalist democracy has completely nullified class politics, or just like completely mystified class, but also just mystified politics in general. Any conversation about values is so fucking idiotic. Politics is not about values, man. It's about power. Okay? It's about who gets to have the power. It's about who gets to do the violence. It's about who gets the distribution of resources. That's it. That's it. What is this value talk? No, it is just about resource distribution. That's all politics is. But in the United States of America, we're just like, oh, what about the value? What about this? What about that? Like, no, value is just seasoning. Are you not value-tained? I mean, I wish I was more value-tained.
Or do you think he set that standard?
I think that as far as being a personality, we've never had someone that made it as much of a centerpiece of their campaign as Donald Trump has. I think Donald Trump coming off of TV as a personality really made that the centerpiece of his campaign. I mean, he came down the golden escalator. I mean, he had all these, soundbite moments at the beginning, like Mexicans are sending their worst. They're, bringing crime. They're rapists, whatever. And I know you're gonna say like it's not every Mexican, and I agree with you. It's misquoted, but still, like it's a soundbite. Like it's a really punchy soundbite, and he made it about him and what he said instead of what he stood for. And so I think if you ask a lot of Trump's supporters, they don't even really know what he stands for. They just know that he's a charismatic guy.
As a new reviewer, is that your cynicism or a valid hard point? What? You think me saying politics is about resource distribution and power distribution is cynicism? No, that's just facts. What else would it be? That's the entire history of the planet. That's just a fact. But I mean, it's understandable. It's understandable to be confused when I say that if you're an American, right? Or if you're like living in the Western world and you maybe think that like, no, it's about values. It's about the things that politicians mention. It's like, no, it's not. It's just power distribution. It's power and resource. Yeah. It's about control over resources, who gets to have it and who gets to have the power, who gets to do the violence. That's definitionally what politics is.
That is conservative, and they are conservative, and so they just kind of go with what he says because he's so charismatic that like like for example, he's talking about the other day he was talking about the Battle of Gettysburg in Gettysburg with people, and these people are pretty well educated, I would say, on like the things that happen around them. He just goes on a ramble for 2 minutes, and you can see the crowd behind him. They have no reaction. It's clear that he has no idea what he's talking about. He makes up a quote from Robert E. Lee in an Irish accent, and then like nothing happened.
Okay, that was goated. You're so wrong. Never fight uphill, me boys. Wow. Robert E. Lee. Wow. That was a banger.
And so he doesn't get any repercussions for that. They just go along with him. He's like, Gettysburg. Wow. Like
He's an actor.
He's an actor.
A charismatic
he does a
car
great
salesman.
job of getting people on his side through doing everything while doing nothing.
Okay, thank you. I admittedly got us a little off topic. We're talking about Trump has weakened democracy. Disagreeers, will you come in?
Kevin Trudeau, Joel Osteen, a little bit. Have you heard that? Joel Osteen?
Oh, you think I look like Joel?
That's a new one.
So you mentioned Trump has weakened democracy because he turned politics into all about personality and attacks rather than policies. I think the reason why you think that is that you are 19. Because as someone who was older, I remember when Mitt Romney was running and it was all about, he said binders full of women. He put his...
Wait, what? Yeah, those are just attack ads. What are you talking about? Those are just like attacks against a person who quite literally is like the same thing happened to Obama as well. The gray suit, saying that his favorite fucking type of mustard, or putting fucking Grey Poupon or whatever, like, or Dijon mustard on his fucking hot dog. Those are just ways to try and make your political opponent, or not the gray suit, tan suit. Those are ways to try and make your political opponent look in the case of Obama, either really fancy and elitist with the Dijon mustard instead of the yellow mustard, or with a tan suit make him, seem, how do I explain this? Or the birtherism shit. Effete, sure. With respect to like Mitt Romney was shown as an elitist individual, which he was, and those stories made him look like a fucking goofy ass.
Dog in a car, in a crate on the car, and we almost had the inverse with Barack Obama. He's so dreamy. He represents hope and change and good things. This isn't a Donald Trump problem. This is a politics problem. And I also think we can't talk about how Trump has been harsh with the media and his opponents without also including how they have treated him. He's been called a white supremacist, a bigot, XYZ before any of these other stories came to the headlines. From the start, 2016, he was being smeared, as were his supporters, as alt-right racists. I know because I remember this. This was before they had the excuse of Stormy Downs or whatever. From the start, there was an aggressive campaign against him from the media that has absolutely set the tone for how he in turn treats journalists. I think he's not mean enough, frankly. I hate journalists, but I don't think it's fair to say this started with Trump. If anything, he's merely a symptom of a problem that's existed, I would say, almost forever.
Why did they say he's racist? Because Stormy is white. She's white as white can
Why
be.
did you call him a white
Yeah,
supremacist?
I asked her.
You have no credibility to discuss
I asked
race.
a question.
You
Hold
said
on.
I am not black
I
because
asked
I'm up
a-
here.
I
You
asked
got
a
offended because I
question.
said you have the
I
Jezebel
asked-
spirit.
I asked, and
So I just answered your question.
Samson, you have
I answered
an
your question.
earring, and does Jesus approve of that? Isn't that in the Bible? That men are not supposed to have.
I think you two are.
Anyway, can I ask?
It's not in the Bible.
I asked her a legitimate question.
Okay, so rewind. What's the question?
They jumped in with their Thomas spirit. So can I ask you how?
It is cool that he has the fuckboy earring, honestly.
Why did they say that he was? I'm a pastor's daughter. I can quote the Bible probably as much as you can.
No.
All right,
Pastor,
because
question.
they're talking.
Different
Can you
topic.
tell them to stop talking
Question.
so I can please?
Ask the question.
Why do they call him a racist?
They call him a racist because they're lying fearmongers who want to manipulate the populace into being afraid that he's going to round up brown people and deport them. That's the actual reason. Now, the official reason for why they call him a racist is because he's actually taking a hardline stance against illegal immigration, which is not a racist or xenophobic position to have.
It's more than just illegal immigration, though, because he's actually closing the border to more than just the people that he's afraid of coming in, which are the terrorists that are coming from the Middle East and the cartels that are coming up from the south.
Who is he closing the border
China.
to? Who is he closing the border to?
Pretty much the entirety of Mexico and the entirety of Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Jordan even. Like, we had a whole bunch of people that were trying to come in that were literally refugees, and we couldn't even look after them.
Is this a problem? Wait, you don't need to sell me on Trump.
Dude, oh my God, MAGA Republicans are like, they're awesome.
I already support him.
I think plenty of people from Iran and Iraq is a great idea. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and understand this.
He's like, don't you understand? I'm fucking racist.
There was something called the Third Country Act, which has been completely violated under this current administration. If you were a refugee, you were to go over to the third safest country. We have people coming here from China now, and you should know as well as I know, the Chinese Communist Party doesn't just let people leave. We've got military-age men infiltrating our country. We've got
What? Did she just say the Communist Chinese Party doesn't let people leave? Lady, you're in California. What the fuck are you saying right now? Like, it is, I would say it's like hard not to find a Chinese person to investigate this matter personally in a state like California, in Los Angeles. Like, what are you? I guess she's trying to say that like China is like shipping everyone here, including like the rich kids who go to school here. Like, but that is so weird. That is so weird, bro. That is so odd. Like, how are you so stupid? Guys, saying that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't let people leave China and come to America, implying that like the only people that come here are like secretly being sent here by the government, is no different than saying that about Norway. Okay, I'm just going to use a white nation right off the bat that is in the sphere of influence of America, so that like everybody understands. Like it literally, there is voluntary freedom of movement as long as you can, secure the paperwork. between both nations. That's ridiculous. And it's also extra ridiculous because like she's making it seem like every Chinese tourist, every Chinese person is an agent of the CCP that's here to spy. Like, how can you live like that? How can you unironically live like that? I'd be going crazy. Like, there's no way she believes this, right? Because ultimately, the level of fear that you operate with in any given moment would cause me to kill myself. I would have a fucking aneurysm. Like, she walks past a Chinese restaurant and just dies. Think about all of the CCP spies that are there.
NGOs down in the Panama Darien Gap. I've got a friend.
This is why I always laugh, by the way, when people say like Hasan wanted re-education camps. How do you deal with that lady? Like, you have to rehabilitate that person. Like, you have to literally sit her ass down and just be like, listen, I'm sorry to do this, but like, you're kind of crazy. We need to do a lot of therapy right now. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, we have to re-educate that person unironically. And there are a lot of people like that. Like, you have to forcibly put her in a diverse environment, in a diverse learning environment, mandatory state mandated therapy sessions. Like, that's crazy.
Ben Berkwam, who makes that journey all the time, women raped, children trafficked. It's not okay.
Sounds like Trump.
Can I just interject?
Yeah, but
Sounds like
that had
Trump.
nothing to do with
You're
Trump.
not a Republican.
You're not serious.
Can I just interject? Like,
Thank you for
as
telling
far
me
as
what
to
I
the
am.
military, as far as to like the military age men thing, with people coming across the border being military age men, like they're also, you can say they're military age men. I know that's something that Dr. Phil
Lake
goes
and
on
Riley.
about. No, they are military
Lake and
age.
Riley.
But okay, that's one example. How many people?
That's one example?
How many
That's one?
people?
Yeah, it is. That is exactly. If we're talking about murder rates, yes, that is ridiculous. You are, once again, utilizing an anecdote, an emotional one, specifically to try to drive home an argument. Yeah, narratively speaking, it might be good for your fucking, your side of the conversation. But yes, that is an example of a singular murder. Okay? That's ridiculous. You have to look at, when we're talking about broad swaths of the fucking population, when we're talking about the entire scope, the entire country, 330 million Americans live on U.S. soil, 12 million undocumented migrants plus, right? 12 million plus undocumented migrants. The reason why we cannot operate off of one singular anecdote, no matter how well it suits the argument here, is because that's not how this works. You have to look at actual data. And the data has shown consistently, okay? The data has shown consistently that undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. This is just reactionary thinking for the most part. This is how they operate. This is how reactionary people operate. It's like pointing to a trans person that has done a crime to be like, yeah, see, they're all pedophiles. That's not how this works at all. You can't do that. You have to look at the actual broader data.
Finish a thought.
Can I talk, please? How many people come?
Like, on the immigration front, another incredibly funny argument is that immigrants are bringing drugs over the border. 94% of apprehensions occur at regular points of entry, okay? And the majority of the people that are trafficking the drugs are not undocumented migrants. The overwhelming majority are actually documented U.S. citizens. Why the fuck would people try to traffic fentanyl? Like, what's more likely? The question I always ask is this, okay? What's more likely that you want to bring in a ton, like 1 metric ton of fentanyl over the border? What's going to be easier? Get an American that works with the cartel to put the fucking drugs inside of their Honda Civic, like inside of specifically cut out parts of their Honda Civic? Or is it going to be easier to shove it in the bosom of an abuela crossing the border illegally? Okay? How do you traffic all those drugs? Well, you don't even need to think about it like that, because the empirical evidence, once again, unfortunately goes against the completely fucking idiotic argument that these dumbasses are making. Drugs do not get shipped by and large and trafficked across the fucking border in the pockets of abuelas that are trying to cross the border so they can go and fucking pick Pig guacamole is what I was going to say. Pig avocados, okay? It's being smuggled in ships. It's being smuggled in mass quantities over the border in regular points of entry, inside of the cars, inside of the vehicles of American citizens who are infinitely less likely to be stopped by Border Patrol.
That are in America also commit those same crimes. Far
They're
more.
Americans.
It doesn't matter.
It
They
does
still commit
matter.
the crimes.
I know, but if someone shouldn't be here in the first place.
Can I go back to what my point was? Saying that you have military-age men coming across the border does not mean that they're here to do some sort of military operation. The people who are coming across the border that are military-age men are also working-age men that are supporting their families on the other side of the border. Should they be coming across the border?
But if
no,
there are 5,000 to 10,000 of them, they could undermine the entire country.
You think every single illegal immigrant
I did not
coming
say that.
across
I
the
said
border
there are only 5,000 to 10,000 of them.
You think
We're pretty
again-
deep. We're pretty deep into immigration right now.
Yeah.
But like,
And I've talked to
focusing-
Brandon Judd about this.
Let's focus back
The president
on.
of Border
I'd like to respond to her.
We've got time
comments.
for 2 more comments on why Trump has or has not weakened democracy.
So my issue with how
we haven't heard Travis.
Okay, so my issue with how the argument was framed from you two, sorry to say,
That's all right.
is that Trump isn't the issue. The issue is the decline in religiosity in America, and also the proponent of ideologies that are typically atheist, which is the rise of socialism here in America. So you have all of these different socialist factions that are trying to come up and take over the country, basically. We see the rise of Marxism, like absolutely crazy.
Absolutely.
We see fascist individuals. I know some. It's not pretty.
Scary. I do as well. It's wild.
And especially when I ask them what their specific policies are, some of them are
I want to know where the rise of socialism is happening in America. Like, where? I fucking wish, bro. What reality are these guys on? Where are the Marxists, man? In the words of Zizek, where are the Marxists?
absolutely proponents for socialism.
Yeah.
So I, again, cannot abide any of that whatsoever. I don't see Trump as being a proponent for either Marxism or fascism in any sort of sense of the word, but he isn't going to be the main figure for why the left is so far gone as it has been.
Agreed. But
Yeah, I agree.
No,
Can I just-
no, other people are going to speak. Could I please
go ahead.
respond
Lady
to her
Maga, you-
allegations and
Well,
characterization
no,
of
just
Trump
say,
supporters?
can you stay on that topic though? He
No,
asked
this is on the
Yeah.
topic. You came in and you brought it up and you called us 9-to-5ers.
I didn't call you, I said
No,
middle
you said
America.
Trump supporters.
Is that a
You
bad
said
thing?
middle.
No.
Oh, so you're responding.
Fair.
You're
I'm responding to
to
exactly what.
Once again, liberalism has taken over this fucking panel. I'm triggered. Are you being classist? Are you being classist right now? Excuse me. Bitch, you're a fucking MAGA Trump Republican. What are you talking about? You don't give a fuck about the working class. What is happening?
the
what
type
she
of person that Trump
that
connects
she,
with. That she's
Yeah,
the way
I
you
didn't say
characterize
you.
Trump support. You didn't say
No,
me,
I
but
didn't
you
say
did say
This is the
people
last
who
point.
stand for Trump. I'm Lady
No, I didn't.
MAGA.
Actually, I didn't
USA.
say that.
Let's let Lady
If
MAGA.
people at home rewind a little bit and listen to what she said.
Yeah.
So basically, I just want you to know, je parle français. Yo hablo español. I lived in Africa, Ecuador,
I have
France.
lived
I've
all
lived
over
around the
as
world.
well.
I know you're fancy. You're not a 9-to-5er. I just want to tell you, girl.
Not even.
Do not
Not even.
stereotype.
Come from poverty, my
I'm
sweetheart.
talking, honey.
we need to
Thank
let.
you.
Go ahead.
We need to hear this
Finish.
point
Thank
out.
you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Your
So I
mascara's
just
running a
want
little
you.
bit.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sweating like a sinner in church.
I don't know why she keeps saying, he keeps saying, I lived in Africa, like as though it's a fucking nation. Like the nation of Africa.
I know how that feels.
All right, get
anyway,
to your point.
I was trying. Can I talk
You
now?
have to stop.
I know,
speaking.
but she
You
just
need
needs to get to the point. It's
No, I'm
like
I'm
dragging
getting-
on and on.
No, I'm being very succinct.
Okay,
Actually.
I just have a hard time listening.
Jezebel,
I'm
please.
sorry. Go ahead.
All right.
Bro, if you're
I-
not, if you're gonna call me, you have to call them too.
Well, you
I
called
just
him a
wanna-
white supremacist.
I just want to hear.
Okay, he's got Riz though. That's why he's like, hey, how about you shut the fuck up and let the big dog talk? Let the big dog talk.
Lady
Yes,
Maga
the
finish the
prompts.
sentence, and then we're gonna move to the
I'm
next
going
one.
to finish the
Go.
sentence. The MAGA Trump supporting community is the most intelligent and diverse community I have ever known in my life. Thank you.
Awesome. Great.
All right, let's reset. No, we're gonna reset. Our next prompt: if Trump loses, January 6th will be repeated. Can the agreeers please step forward?
Come over to your side.
Why'd you hesitate?
I hesitated because I don't think that it will be violent and uncontrolled like it was last time, and I hesitate to even say if he'll call as large of a crowd as he did last time. There were a lot of flaws in Capitol security, whether it being, we can all agree Nancy Pelosi should have had Capitol security at the Capitol on January 6th. I don't think anyone thought it would reach that level, but she still should have been cautious. I think they will have the.
This guy definitely watches MSNBC, 100%. Anyone who says that Trump loses January 6th will be repeated is just like perma MSNBC tip, okay? Like he is invested in the narrative, okay? January 6th was hilarious, you got to admit. No, it was awesome. I love January 6th. What do you mean? I have literally dressed up pretty much every single January 6th since January 6th to celebrate the occasion. Here's the thing. I wish there would be another January 6th. That'd be fucking hilarious. That'd be great content. Okay. Mossad did January 6th. Okay, bro. Like, sure. Listen, if Mossad did January 6th, it would probably be a little bit better. It would be a little bit more competent. Although Mossad has also fallen off a bit in comparison to, in comparison to all of the, what the fuck is this? Oh, yeah. Okay, I actually got to stop clicking on links.
The additional precautions this time, and I don't think it will get out of hand like it did last time. But at the same time, the passion that you saw on January 6th doesn't really go away in 4 years. And if people see another election, at this point, the rhetoric, I feel like, from MAGA is that if we lose, it's rigged. For example, you had the...
Oh, can't attack Mossad? No, dumbass. The reason why I fucking banned him is because it's idiotic and it makes it, it's the classic dumbass fucking argument. Like everything is the Jews, everything is Israel, and everything is Mossad is akin to saying everything is the Jews. Okay. That's why I banned that fucking chatter, because it objectively was not Mossad. That chatter probably was fucking trying to, that chatter was probably trying to serve the top of the hour ad break now that I think about it. But, GG's for him. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The Secretary of State candidate for Arizona in 2022 saying that if a Republican, or if a county didn't vote Republican, then throw it out, there's something wrong. That's not.
There's nothing funnier than Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about how the election was rigged when she was on the same ticket and won. And I think there's a video out there where they asked her about it, where they were like, what do you mean the election was rigged? So do you think that you won illegally? It's such a funny, it's such a fucking funny moment where it's like, but you were on the ballot.
And obviously he's an extreme example. I'm assuming most MAGA people don't feel that extremely, but you don't need that many people with that opinion to have a January 6th event. So I don't, there was just a few hundred.
January 6th won't happen again because 1,000 people were arrested after January 6th. That's it. January 6th can only happen if the HVAC business owners, with a lot to lose, mind you, have a sense of entitlement and a sense of privilege. The American fascist movement is nowhere near as well organized as it would be necessary for them to actually do a successful insurrection. That's number one. They would also have to have, not have all their needs met. They would have to suffer from economic volatility. As long as the middle class, the upper middle class especially, as long as the small business owners are relatively comfortable, they will only do this as a tourism opportunity. That's precisely the problem with January 6th, is that the people that were rising up and doing this insurrection were mostly held together by their admiration for Donald Trump and had a lot to lose, and also had a massive sense of entitlement that the law in their minds, and it's the law in their minds, and there's a good reason for them to feel this way, was on their side. That's why they were like, why aren't you helping us? Okay. They were shocked that they got actual legal scrutiny for their actions that were obviously illegal. Now that they know that you can't do some fuck shit like that and not go to jail, they're not going to do it again. That's why you see way less people at these sorts of events too. That and the fact that the Republican Party shut off the astroturfing for Donald Trump after January 6th. They might bring it back. They might bring it back when Trump is obviously the candidate, and they might still do astroturfing. But will they astroturf so that there's a riot? I doubt it, because that opens them up to legal scrutiny as well, like Turning Point USA and whatnot. That's why Charlie Kirk and everyone else very quickly removed their associations with January 6th in the immediate aftermath when everyone was anti-January 6th, only to come back to it and be like, oh, these are hostages, these are patriots, when Donald Trump also changed his attitude as well.
In 2021 that stormed the Capitol, which you say just a few hundred, but it's a small building. I mean, it's, you know, I've been inside the Capitol. The chambers are not that big, not as big as they appear on the TV. So it only takes a small few to set it off.
I agree with what you said. I think the reason why I step forward is just because we know from our experience as a great nation that history does one thing. It repeats itself. And so I would say, like, I probably agree with you and say the magnitude of it might not be as insane, it might not be as intense, but I feel like there will still be people that want to feel significant in their life that day, and they have their leader, Donald Trump, this great, charismatic actor guy who's like leading them and make America great, and they're going to feel this energy, this surge that's like going to have them to follow in the footsteps that they did. Or maybe if they weren't there in January 6th, if they had FOMO, and so now they want to.
I think we. I won't go that far. I think I want to be respectful to people who still support Trump, in that I was a Trump supporter. And I feel like if I hadn't gotten off the train when I did after the 2020 election, you know, in the lead up to January 6th and around that time, I would still kind of be in that area because Trump's policies were good. I didn't really have a problem with a lot of his policies. But at the same time, we have to respect, like, there are people that will, you know, choose the policies over Joe Biden. And I respect that. I think that that's, you know, so if you're choosing the policies and you're behind the man, and the man that you respect and he has your policies says something, you know, even like leading up to January 6th, it wasn't like out of my mind that like the people that were, you know, rejecting the election results were just terrible people. I still don't think they're terrible people. I think they're just, you know, like representing an electorate that says that the election was rigged, even though it's clearly not true. I mean, I think that you just have to respect the MAGA wing and say that, like, it's not the people that are wanting to feel important, it's that they're being led by a madman.
Okay,
Well,
let's bring in our
And not
disagreeers.
everyone who was there shared that value. Like, not all Trump supporters would do that. So I think it's important to not lump everyone in with those 100 and some people that were there, because that's not fair either, because I don't think any of these guys would be there, but I could be wrong.
Actually, I was going to go to January 6th, and we just didn't go. And we were going
Yeah, sure you didn't go.
to the
you
rally.
wanted to attend.
Yeah, but we were going to the rally. I actually have a very good friend that did attend. After the speech at the Ellipse, he went back to his hotel room. He's a black actor from Hollywood. He ran for the state assembly. He's the vice chair of the Los Angeles GOP. And so he went back to his hotel room, saw MSNBC on the television saying, oh, it's a very somber moment. He said, I was just with those people. Right. He went out, he had a good time. He didn't see any of the bad stuff happen.
So he didn't enter the Capitol?
Hold on.
Okay.
Sang the national anthem.
Cliffhanger.
The police were there. They kind of waved him along. He stood in the threshold of the Capitol for 71 seconds, and he's facing 3 years in prison, nonviolent.
Because he walked in.
Yeah, but he
Guilty
didn't.
by association, I guess, is probably. I'm not saying it's
Again,
fair.
this is not America.
Yeah.
This is not America. We have had a man in jail now for 4 years.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You probably shouldn't have done a litany of crimes, okay, in broad daylight, live on 4K on television, and also on every fucking social media platform. Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, don't do the crime, you can't do the time. Like, it's fine to do the crime, just like if you do it in broad daylight, what is your expectation? Like, you filmed yourself doing a litany of crimes. It would be objectively ridiculous if law enforcement didn't do anything about that. Okay? Like, if they caught you on 11 different angles from everyone else's fucking phone camera footage. Like, yeah, you're gonna probably go to jail. The agency apprehended him at Hollywood Burbank Airport, reportedly returning with his wife from Nashville, with a couple attended the premiere of Daily Wire's new film, The Lady Ballers. He was taken into custody on misdemeanor charges, including trespassing, disorderly conduct, parading or demonstrating in a Capitol building, and he was held in jail overnight. Wait, this can't be the person. Didn't she say he's in jail? Like, they gave him like 30 years or some shit? The 71-second video shared by Masquoi on Saturday appears to show him holding up his phone to record or stream a video among a dozen other protesters with some of, she said 3 years, with some with their faces covered wearing Trump 2020 hats, crowded at the threshold of a door at the Capitol. Those are the Capitol police officers, many in riot gear, filled the hallway and appear to be trying to get the Trump supporters out of the building. Some of those videos are in the video are saying they're trying to leave but are blocked by the crowd. Yeah, she probably is like, I mean, I assume if they nabbed his ass, he most likely fucking either A, did something crazy, or B, was an organizer. And we do not know if he's actually going to jail for 3 years so far. So, but the people that got on January 6th, with the 1,000 that were arrested and convicted, were convicted for either organizing it or doing something like obviously illegal. Because there were way more people than 1,000 people at January 6th. Okay? It is also, ironically, one of the probably most mass surveilled instances of crime, only because they all were personally filming it. So, like, you know, it took a while. Authorities raided Mascoy's North Hollywood home because of his associations on a social media app. A law enforcement source said at the time, Mascoy posted on Instagram after the raid, "I did nothing wrong on the 6th, did nothing violent." Yeah.
Lane, I believe his last name is, no trial. He's in solitary confinement for 4 years. That is not America. That's not the America I want to live in. Also, tapes that have come up since January 6th, we know now that there were...
We pay for those buildings. What's wrong with smashing some windows? We pay for those buildings, though. Is it not bad precedent to say what happens when everyone figures out that voting is a joke? Dude, are you a MAGA communist? Because you're coming across like you're a little bit of a MAGA communist. Brother, you're looking at like a failed petite bourgeois, reactionary, lumpen proletariat, fucking fascist fake insurrection and trying to defend it and claiming that it's a bad precedent. Okay? No, it is not a fucking bad precedent. Because if a socialist militia, a well-organized social militia did that, they would have shot and killed them anyway, okay? If push comes to shove and that moment arises when there's like a real revolutionary insurrection, it doesn't matter. It'll be met with violence regardless, okay? Anyone that claims that it's bad to prosecute Republicans for stuff like this because they'll come after us too is completely oblivious that they are coming after people who they perceive to be a threat already on the socialist side. It is ridiculous.
Conditions shot into the crowd, which I think incited the violence.
We will never vote our way out of this. January 6th was a total show trial. What are you saying? You're not black-pilled. I think your brain is broken.
Nobody asked, where's the pipe bomber?
So it sounds like you're saying there are some problems with January 6th.
I'm saying that there's things. It was not an insurrection. No one was armed. It was a protest.
You don't think anyone was armed?
Okay, there were people armed, if I can just interject.
Okay, I don't think that's tangible to the conversation, because what you're saying here is that my answer, it kind of feeds into this, because what I think is...
I don't care voting Trump. Okay, have fun with that. It's not going to be good for you, no matter what you think. Okay? You're in the Twitch chat. I suspect... and I mean this with no disrespect, Trump's policies are probably not going to be beneficial for you, as you are probably not a part of the top 1% of wealth in this country. You are not an owner of a corporation. You are not an owner of a business, or one that is like significant enough, large enough to benefit from Trump's deregulation. You will be on the receiving end, as we all will, in many ways. Okay? And I say myself included because I will suffer from deregulation as well. Even though I will benefit most likely from Trump's tax cuts, given my financial status, I will still obviously lose out in the long run from all of the fucking deregulation. You're gonna get deported, bro? I don't think so. I think I would probably voluntarily leave before I get fucking deported.
If you want to find out if January 6th is going to happen again, ask the FBI.
Yes.
Right.
They were.
No, explain.
Well,
Explain what you
explain
mean
this.
by that.
Christopher Wray refuses the FBI.
I love this argument because they're like simultaneously saying January 6th was good, but also if it was bad, it was because of FBI psyops.
FBI director refuses to tell us how many FBI agents he had in the crowd on January 6th.
That was a hearing.
Now, I have reason to believe it was in the hundreds.
Yeah.
And including
What's your reason?
including criminal informants.
What's your reason?
Court hearing,
Yeah.
testimony,
Testimonies,
congressional
hearings,
testimony.
footage,
Yeah.
and the fact that there were so many people who were, hey, who's this guy? Not identified, not facing charges.
Yeah,
Why?
Ray
Was he a
Epps was one of
criminal,
those
was he a
wanted.
criminal informant? So I have
Yeah.
reason to believe
Connect
that.
the dots for me.
Yeah, so the dots are connected is the FBI and helped orchestrate FBI as a false flag, not only to impugn the First Amendment rights of Trump supporters, but also to build yet another case.
Ground fact check. Not only did Ray Epps, the man at the center of the Capitol riot conspiracy, sue Fox News for accusing him of being an FBI agent, leading to death threats and harassment, but he was also sentenced to 1 year of probation for his involvement in the riot. You can read through highly credible articles coming across from the political spectrum reporting on this for the full story on what Epps has maintained to be a baseless claim.
Case against Donald Trump.
And
So
why is it?
Listen, buddy, the one FBI guy who was a confidential informant for the FBI suspiciously was arrested the night before January 6th. So you could have said, hey, you know, the FBI had a involvement in this. They had a hand in this. And, you know, maybe to a certain degree, they were there to agitate. But the one FBI guy was arrested ahead of time, suspiciously.
Trump supporter wanted to hear the debate on the floor.
So when you look at
I
those
wanted
images,
the debate
I
on the
just
floor.
want to be super clear on what you're arguing. When you look at the images from January 6th, people in the Capitol, you're saying you believe that hundreds of those people are FBI.
I'm saying that there were, I have reason to believe that there were not only FBI agents, but FBI informants in the crowd. And the FBI, by their own admissions, refused to talk about that. And that is a further proof of.
You're saying they're
malfeasance.
pretending to be Trump supporters storming the Capitol.
There was only
I have to interject.
Yeah, there were thousands.
No, I have to interject with a prime example of what happened on January 6th. I'm from Utah. There's a Black Lives Matter terrorist named John Sullivan.
Correct.
He was there, next to
He's
Ashley
from
Babbitt.
Utah.
Correct.
He was in the crowd wearing MAGA gear, causing mayhem, breaking windows.
Wait, hold on. Well, no fact check must be true, by the way. So does that mean that like we should fucking arrest all of the January 6ers then? Because like they're all fake, they're phony, they're not real Trump Republicans. Which one is it? I like that he's so fucking racist. He was like, you know, January 6th, the black guy did it. Looking at a sea of like hot dog, potato sack looking white HVAC business owners and fucking real estate moguls trying to fucking go up the steps of the Capitol in a sea of white, pointing to the one black guy and be like, that black guy, that's trouble. The anti-establishment activist who shot the video of Ashley Babbitt's death was ordered into government custody after his conviction. A man who claimed to be a journalist and supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement was convicted Thursday on all charges against him in connection with the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. John Earl Sullivan, a 29-year-old from Utah, also known as Jaden X, was convicted of 7 counts after just a few hours of deliberation by the jury. Federal prosecutors requested that Sullivan be taken into custody until his sentencing, and a U.S. District Court Judge Royce C. Lambert ordered him to be remanded, according to court records. The charges included felony obstruction of an official proceeding and civil disorder. I was only observing, Sullivan said in his trial testimony. I followed the crowd. I'm there to document. But the government said that shooting a video was just a ploy for Sullivan and played a video after him urging on the mob on January 6th. I'm going to side with anyone who's ready to rip this shit down, Sullivan said in one quote cited by the prosecutors. I brought my megaphone to instigate shit, he said in another video, adding that he wanted to make those Trump supporters fuck shit up. That's the one chatter. That's the one chatter who was the one chatter that was like, I'm black pilled. We got to burn it down. I like that he was literally on the megaphone being like, hello, I'm here to do crimes. According to his wiki, his brother's a right-wing grifter. That's not surprising. He seems to be like another one of those like fucking delusional weirdos. Also, I like that he said, I'm here to incite violence. According to legal code 13A-6. I am here to violently engage in rhetoric to incite a riot in order to disrupt a legal process from continuing. Hasan, you gotta quit zinning. Sucking on Nick. Try your homie's dick instead. Sucking cock is a safe alternative to the consumption of nicotine products. Ejaculated semen is shown to have several beneficial nutrients. Hashtag trade Nick for dick. The real cost. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep sucking on nicotine. His brother, James Sullivan, is a right-wing activist with ties to the Proud Boys. Black Lives Matter activist from Salt Lake City says Sullivan exploited black people, profited off our pain, and hurt the movement. This is awesome.
No,
and inciting violence.
Antifa.
1,000 Trump Republicans arrested. Okay? 1,000 Trump Republicans arrested on January 6th. Trump and every other Republican is calling them heroes now. And this fucking freak is still like, well, there was one black guy with indecipherable politics. And I guess everybody listened to him. And he's it's the one black guy that made these 1,000 God-fearing patriots fly to Washington, D.C. to fuck shit up, continue fucking shit up. He masterminded the whole thing.
And he was with, okay, I'm talking, girl. I'm talking. Thank you.
Oh.
So long story short, he
annoying.
sold his footage to CNN. Later, they found out that he was an infiltrator. We have no idea how many of those alleged Trump supporters were infiltrators like John Sullivan. The other thing I have to openly say is Black Lives Matter terrorized our nation.
Yes.
For months.
Burned buildings.
For months. Absolutely.
Terrorized us. The Democrats and some Republicans thought it was appropriate to bail them out of jail. They are
Kamala
not
did.
I think it's
exactly.
A lawsuit was filed against Louisiana protest organizer DeRay McKesson after a protester injured an officer. The injured officer claimed that McKesson knew or should have known that violence would likely ensue. Oh, dude, that's insane.
I'm completely with you on that.
They did not pay the price for what they did, and yet innocent people like Brandon Struck from the Walkaway campaign had his home raided. He went to jail. He's still on probation.
Kim Kardashian involved?
I think that
Brandon Straka, the gay guy who's like, oh, I left the left. I love Trump now. I'm gay, by the way.
She might be able to help.
Is she your idol, girl?
She already
Do you
got
like him?
1% and Trump and her.
there's a
seem to have
fair
great
counterpoint
kids, so-
there. I want to just ask kind of a follow-up question. If Biden loses, who thinks that we'll see protests at the scale that we saw in 2020?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I just,
for sure.
Probably
and
even
keep
more.
in mind
Can I
when
just
Trump
get a raise of
won.
hands?
When
They will
Trump
terrorize
won, though,
our
they
nation.
turned
We will
cars.
be
They burnt
terrorized.
things.
I feel like they're all kind
They
of.
closed down the freeways.
The difference is that the protests, the violence, the riots are going to be worse, and also the prosecutions are going to be almost non-existent. We know this for a
Yes.
fact because we saw the same
We
thing
saw it
happen with
before.
George Floyd.
The whole reason I
We
didn't
don't have
come
equal
here
justice.
Corey, let's
initially when you asked the question is because, well, A, you're getting the right in trouble for something they haven't done yet. And the right deserves credit for how much crap the left, oh, they're so dangerous, so dangerous. Well, here's the facts. So the right had one bad day, January 6th. The left tried to burn down the country.
Yeah.
And none of that, and it's like, can we just look at the fact, and nothing pisses me off more than the damage of private property. I don't care what, if it's a pencil. If I give you a pencil, you destroy it, I'm furious.
Murdered children.
What are you saying? Nothing? You can't think of anything else? Really? Nothing. Like that's it. That's the thing. I'm gonna run it again.
Can we just look at the fact, and nothing pisses me off more than the damage of private property. I don't.
He's like, distribution of child pornography? Breaking a pencil? Oh, I'm so mad. Nothing makes me more mad. Yeah, this is the final level of being an ANCAP. When you value property so much more than human life that you unironically just don't care about human life at all, as long as it's not touching property. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, you're right. This is the type of dude who would be more in favor of women's rights if women were still property. You know what I mean? God, he's such a Redditor. You know his ass loves the Kyle Rittenhouse court case.
I don't care what, if it's a pencil. If I give you a pencil, you destroy it, I'm furious.
Murdered children.
What do you do? And they tried to burn the country down. And even January 6th itself, did they spray paint the inside of the beautiful marble? No, did they take any paintings down, or did they?
Yes, they did. Wait, what? They absolutely did, bro. What are you talking about?
Destroying these statues.
They broke
Even when they went in the chamber itself, the police were like, guys, you gotta leave. Yeah, okay.
They're milling about like they didn't even know what.
I mean, was it a bad day?
They were
Absolutely,
taking-
it was a bad day.
selfies.
I have to.
But
But
they
it wasn't.
stayed within the velvet ropes.
Yeah, exactly.
Jacob Chan,
right over
we have
here.
I just want to see the left more.
Bro, they definitely fucked it up. What are you talking about? It's on video. Thank God for the fact check showing $30 million in damages.
Or attack for what they did.
Breaking and entering is okay as long
Yeah,
as there's
what?
no
But at least it's a public building. At least it's a public building. It's not a private.
I want to hear your disagreement.
Good thing I'm not a Democrat.
I am not.
Bro, yeah. Someone died. I mean, 5 people died in relation to it ultimately, but like one person directly was shot and killed. And on the video, you can clearly see someone breaking the window to try and enter the area where all the congresspersons are. Like, what do you think is going on there?
I am not saying BLM riots were a terrible thing, okay? I'm not saying they were justified. But there is footage of Trump, like, no matter how many, you say like even 100, let's say like a high number, like 100 FBI agents were in the crowd, right? Going into there's still Trump supporters smashing in the windows at the behest of
Like
Donald
John
Trump.
Sullivan, the infiltrator from Utah, smashing windows.
Because Donald Trump brought them to the Capitol.
She really invested in this, like, the one black guy narrative.
And he
killing it with that one. No, you don't get it. 1,000 arrested and convicted, but the one black guy who also was arrested and convicted, by the way, everybody was listening to him. That's why they all flew in. That's why they all marched to the Capitol. That's why they all pushed in, broke through the wall, broke through the halls, broke through the windows. I mean, listen, January 6th was awesome. It was hilarious. I think overall, it's like classic comedy. I'm a fan. Like I is one of the better days of my life, I would say. And I welcome it. Like, if it happens again, I'm not agitating, I'm not inciting it or whatever, but like if it happened again, like I wouldn't be like, oh man, shit, this sucks. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I can say legally without getting plastered all over MSNBC. It's funny. It was objectively funny. If you can't laugh at January 6th, I don't know what the fuck you can laugh at. Okay? So, oh, Jesus Christ. It was so awesome because of how fucking stupid it was. Like the plan is, it's like a child's brain. Yeah, if we stop the vote certification process, then people will magically forget that Trump lost. And then we can sneak in false electors. Like, the entire planet saw this election, saw the outcome of the election. But if we fucking stop, like, not even the counting process, because they tried to do that and it fucking didn't work. Okay? They tried to do all of it. They tried to do all of that and it just did not work. So they were like, here's the one last shot in the dark. If we stop a basically symbolic part of this process, then people will just go, yeah, I guess we got to give it to them. Like, oh no, our hands are tied. They stopped the vote certification. I guess we got to do a do-over, or better yet, just give it to Trump. You have to be a fucking child to think that. Like, you have to have a child's brain. And what's really funny about this entire process is that, like, there were thousands of people operating with this child's brain. Man, you will never convince me that January 6th wasn't awesome. Okay? I'm sorry.
He told them that if Mike Pence didn't reject the electors, then Mike Pence is a traitor. So if you have that false dichotomy, it's very easy to see how when you have people outside of the Capitol that are vehement supporters of Trump, right? You'd agree they're like really, really big supporters of Trump. If you have big supporters of Trump outside the Capitol and they feel like he's being betrayed because there's videos going like inside the crowd of people when Mike Pence rejected the electors are like, oh, Mike Pence is a traitor. Mike Pence is a traitor. If you have people with that mindset that are considering themselves to be patriotic Americans and they're outside the Capitol within running or forcing distance of getting to the traitor, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to go get the traitor.
Your worst take is that Babbitt didn't deserve it, to be honest. It's ideologically consistent, which I respect, but it's such a bad take. If she was allowed to breach that area, who knows what congressperson could have been abducted. Okay, but it would be pretty funny if they like nabbed Josh Hawley Because ultimately, like, what are they gonna do? They're not gonna do anything. They're stupid. They're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, they're so dumb. To be fair, yeah, they couldn't get Josh Hawley. He was quick as fuck, bro. He was running.
They're not
should
going
be
to give him a
impugned
hug.
for saying that people should go and display their
I
First
think
Amendment.
I'm saying he knew what was
Let me
capable of murder. I mean, I don't think. Like, if they got Ilhan Omar, they would have killed her for sure, or like AOC or something. But it is like, yeah, they are dogs chasing a car, which we repeat a lot when talking about the Republican Party as a whole, as a unit, as a collective hive. But like, that's what it is. It's like you have no tangible, immediate, serious goals. You know what I mean? Like the pro-Palestinian protesters, or even the anti-apartheid protesters or the anti-Vietnam War protesters, like they did some crazy shit, right? But ultimately, not only were they on the right side of history, but also they had like a very obvious goal in mind. It wasn't just like, hey, we're gonna like kidnap this dean by forcing a sit-in outside of his fucking room, outside of his like office, and not let him leave because we're not gonna let him leave because like what? I don't know. No, they like very specifically had goals. Okay, divestment, boycott, sanctions. Like they didn't just go there and we're like, oh, I don't know, we're just doing this for the fucking vibes. In the same way that like January 6th were doing it, because January 6th, in many respects, is basically like doing a pro-Israel rally. Okay, what are your demands? More help to Israel? Like what? You want to kill more children? Like you're already on the side of the government.
Young man, because you just said it doesn't matter if there's 100 FBI
I don't think
agents.
my age has anything to do with this.
You said it doesn't matter if there's 100 FBI agents in the crowd. Donald Trump still told people to go there. No, it does matter. If FBI agents are in the crowd like Ray Epps and John Sullivan inciting violence.
It was next
and
door.
wait,
They were
hold on,
just there.
hold on.
Okay, both of those dudes that you mentioned are not FBI agents, and they were both arrested. Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's so stupid. It's also incredibly fucking dumb. Like you're saying that all of the people that were arrested that broke windows and like fucking beat the shit out of cops and stuff, like, and organized this with a clear-cut agenda, no matter how childlike the goals were, the ambition was still there. Like, they all got motivated by this one fucking these two guys. Like, what are you saying?
There's a reason why entrapment exists as a law. If law enforcement agents are entrapping individuals to commit a crime, we do not prosecute that. So if you're admitting that they were potentially...
Wait, what? Bro, what? Wait, entrapment? Brother, I don't think you understand how entrapment works if you think that, like, this would be entrapment in this situation. Like the overwhelming amount of motivation came from individuals who in their heart believed that they were doing the right thing for Donald Trump, which is precisely the same reason why you called them politically prosecuted, like, hostages and shit. If anything, they got entrapped by Donald Trump, I guess. The fuck are you talking about? It's so stupid. This guy is like a Republican operative, apparently.
Engaging in entrapment, then what does it matter?
I didn't admit anything of that
You said it doesn't matter if FBI agents are in the crowd.
I'm saying the FBI...
You just said that.
Okay, yeah.
Bro, it's like trying to do a sting op on someone who's like just walking by, and you literally walk up dressed up like a sex worker, and you're just like, come on, let's have sex. Let's have illegal sex. Let's have illegal sex. And then there's another dude down the line, like, who's actually participating as a John voluntarily in sex work, like going and you know, trying to have sex with a prostitute on the street corner, and he gets arrested, and you turn around and you're like, oh, well, I was entrapped. It's like, bro, that's a whole different scenario that was happening back there, okay? Like, you did it on your own. What are you talking about? Not to say that, like, I agree with fucking, you know, criminalizing sex work in general. I don't. But it's so fucking stupid. You did that shit on your own. You fucking flew there. What do you mean? You flew there. You personally put money forward to stay in a hotel. You flew there. You brought all your fucking MAGA merch. And then you broke the window. What are you talking about?
Yes, I'm admitting that there were FBI agents in the crowd because they've admitted that themselves. Right.
And John Sullivan's in the crowd. And
I'm not saying there weren't FBI. Listen,
And he was next to Ashley Babbitt when she was murdered.
There you go.
Can I ask
Little
a follow
Johnny.
up? Did anybody, what they saw on January 6th, did anybody support?
No.
Or if you were there?
Why, pussy? Why? If you don't support it, why do you want to fucking save the political prisoners then? Like, they had it coming then. Like, there's a degree. Like, entrapment is very real, and the FBI does it on a regular basis. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like that's not a real thing. It's just that is a coordinated effort that takes a very long time to put together, and like the enthusiasm still has to be, like, the enthusiasm cannot be in the hands of like this voluntary individual that took time out of his own fucking day to do this.
Oh, because I saw what was happening and I wanted the debate on the floor. I wanted to watch our senators and congressmen argue it out.
And the right had been so well behaved up to that moment. It kind of ruined their
Trump
immunity.
supporters are fun. We have the best time.
I don't support breaking windows.
No,
I don't
we
support
do.
trespassing.
Trumtillas incorporates.
I don't support breaking windows. I don't support trespassing. But I think we can't ignore the reason why the left is focusing so much on January 6th.
By the way, you want to know, like, the BLM conversation is so stupid, by the way, because they act like nobody got arrested, okay, during the George Floyd protest when people were getting black bagged by BORTAC in fucking Portland, okay? 14,000 people were arrested by the end of June 2020, okay? 14,000 people. 1,000 people arrested on January 6th. 14,000 people by the end of June 2020. Okay? What are we talking about?
It's not out of honesty. It's not because.
And by the way, they weren't arrested after the fact. They were arrested immediately by the cops that they were protesting against, oftentimes in incredibly brutal ways. So the notion that, like, you know, oh, they let BLM rioters do anything they wanted to, which is hilarious because that happened under Donald Trump. So technically you're saying Donald Trump didn't prosecute the fucking Black Lives Matter rioters, which he definitely did. Okay? It's so stupid. It makes no fucking sense, much like none of the arguments make sense at all. None of it has to make sense. It's just fifis and vibes.
They were actually outraged. It's to pin a political picture of Donald Trump as someone who tried to stage a failed coup. So excuse me if I'm not going to care that Trump wanted his people to peacefully protest and then they broke some windows. When we have, we have people like AOC, I think maybe Biden and Kamala Harris themselves, basically propagating the idea that George Floyd was murdered, that spurred how many millions or even more dollars of damage and all those.
Don't forget about actually the coroner's report said it was fentanyl.
Trump lying that the election was stolen is actually real. It's a real narrative, and he should be able to say it. And he's not actually trying to incite a riot, okay, even though he did. But George Floyd murdered in broad daylight by Derek Chauvin, who was convicted of the crime, mind you, and he did it literally in front of like 40 people with phone cameras, okay? The idea that was actually like race baiting or trying to incite a riot because it was false. Like, what is the argument? Is George Floyd alive? The fuck?
No.
What do you mean?
I'm sure it did.
So it's a distraction.
I'm sure that report. No,
he asked me a question.
Yeah, like 3 times the least amount.
I just want to hear from Travis before
3 times the legal amount.
I'm sure
frankly,
that
the
report.
left. Frankly, the left.
Quiet, you guys.
Let Travis talk.
Sorry,
The
Travis.
left often uses distraction tactics in order to paint the Republicans into a bad corner from 1 or 2 bad days, like you were just describing. Thank you for everything that you just said, by the way. Anything that we see that the Black Lives Matter movement has done lately has honestly been to the detriment of our country, mainly because of all the destruction of private property, like you were saying before. And
yeah, these guys 100% care more about private property than they care about people. I mean, I guess you have to if you're a conservative. I tried to describe this in during the Black Lives Matter protests, where like the only reason why you care about private property is because it hurts a human being. Okay, at the end of the day, if in some magical, mystical argument, if your argument was correct in a scenario where like there was just a, I don't know, tree, for example, that did not belong to a human being at all, just a random fucking tree that is on the verge of dying anyway, okay? And you cut that fucking tree down, ultimately, it wouldn't even fucking matter. It wouldn't matter to anybody. You wouldn't care about the tree being cut down. Trees get cut down on a regular fucking basis to make paper anyway. My point is, the only reason why you care about private property at the end of the day is because someone owns it, okay? You're harming someone's chances of making money. So if you care about someone's chances of making money and how that was disrupted a little bit, then you should be extra mad about a fucking state-sponsored murder. Because what's worse, murder or losing out on profit margins for lifeless, faceless mega corporations? Poor analogy, honestly. No, it's not. How is that a poor analogy? The reason why I mentioned a tree is because, like, everyone associates a fucking building with, like, a human being. It's hard. So I'm saying, like, nobody actually cares about the damage to a structure. They care about the harm that ultimately comes to a person who owns the structure. And obviously that harm is never like physical harm, but that harm would be, in this situation, like harm to their profit margins, potentially. That's why you care about private property, because it still, at the end of the day, has the capacity to like hurt a person's profit margins, therefore like hurt them, right? In the most extreme example, if you were to burn down a small business, right, owned by a fucking family of immigrants, okay, and that's their lifeline, and they didn't have insurance, you would fuck their lives up, right? You would fuck their lives up. They're cooked. They have nothing. It's not just like a lifeless faceless corporation. You ruin their lives. That is genuine harm to their lives, their well-being. That's the reason why people care about private property, right? That's the reason why people care about private property, because ultimately it still is owned by a person, and that person can experience harm. But if you are worrying about the profit margins of a fucking small business owner, okay, and in many cases it wasn't a small business owner regardless, okay, it was literally just like people complaining that the fucking windows of a Jiffy Lube was broken, or the windows of a Target was broken, right? Or or fucking colonizer statues were taken down and people were losing their minds over it. Like, that didn't even hurt anyone. That was just, you know, hurting the feelings of white supremacists, right? Ultimately, if you were mad about like some potential small business owners building being burned down and the harm that is going to come to that small business owner, not physical harm, but like material harm, then you should be up in fucking arms. You should be up in arms about the harm that was done to a person whose life was taken.
Especially with the frequency of how often that has happened, especially within the last 8, even 12 years. I have seen more destruction in my life from the left than I ever have from the right.
Exactly. I agree, but just because the left has caused destruction, I don't think we can excuse the destruction.
What does that mean?
Like, if Donald Trump did not cause January 6th, no one caused January 6th.
How can it?
It was
how can
a
tweet cause the entirety of January 6th?
No, don't say
it wasn't
that,
a tweet. It was the fact that Mike Pence didn't accept the electoral vote. It was not just a tweet.
No.
It was not just a tweet.
Can't say
it was
that.
the fact
Actually,
that Mike
Twitter
Pence
took it down. He banned.
Yes,
Twitter
he
banned.
did call for peace.
He
did call for peace. Right? I'm not arguing that.
But they're mitigating the power of social media, and I like you a lot, but I don't feel like that's a fair statement.
Well, they censored
Can I
Trump
just provide
that
an
day.
example? So if you send 3 people to a soccer game, right? And you tell them before, if the game loses if this team loses the game, then the game is rigged, and you should attack not attack the refs, but the refs are like worthy of being like, they're terrible people. They're terrible people. You should rush the pitch afterwards, whatever. And then you send them communication during the game that says, actually, like, you should be peaceful. But only like 2 out of the 3 get it. And then the one that doesn't get it still rushes the field. The person who inspired them to be there in the first place is still responsible for them rushing the field.
If Trump said rush the pitch.
Exactly.
He said be there. And he said that Mike Pence would be a traitor.
Be
there. If you have
your voice be heard.
Yes,
is what
but
he said.
when you have extremist groups there, that is the logical conclusion of what they were going to do, and he knew that.
Okay, we gotta reset for the.
This is so weird. He told him to do it. What are we talking about? He literally was there. He gave a speech. He gave them a speech. What is happening?
The final prompt. Biden has a better chance of winning the election than Trump. Will the agreeers please come forward?
Oh, you know. When Lady MAGA is the only one that fucking pulls up to the function, you know you're about to hear some unrestricted, unregulated insanity. Unshackled.
Some hesitation.
Some hesitation, yes. The heartbreaking reason that I have stepped forward is not because I believe that Donald Trump could legitimately...
Let me guess. He's gonna say Joe Biden's gonna cook the books again, like he did last time, and that's why Biden has a better chance of winning the election than Trump, and they hate him because the Dems are rigging it.
Lose an election. America needs Donald Trump. We had 4 great years under him, and the average Joe, the 9-to-5ers who work hard, need Donald Trump in office, and they know it. I get countless emails from people who said, I'm reconsidering everything I ever thought about Donald Trump. His popularity is unparalleled, and we...
Bro, this dude is like one step removed from getting activated by a fucking FBI agent. I swear to God. Brother, listen. Whoever you're talking to in Discord circles, they are not real Discord kittens, okay? If they try to get you to like go and purchase, I don't know, assault rifles or Tenorite, just know that you are being set up, okay? I'm letting you know right now, the things that you are posting in this chat, are genuinely making me feel like you're about to be activated as a sleeper cell, okay? You said the cabal chooses Trump this time. You also think that like Black Lives Matter mostly damaged family-owned businesses and franchises, and that they should have went for the gated communities and not the family-run shops. You are living on a completely different reality. Fed like these dogs, what?
开饭啦！的米、月亮、樱桃、多多、小黑、小九、小白、17、一呀，多米的。
This might come across as a little like racially motivated of me, but as soon as I saw this collection of dogs, I never would have thought that this would be in China. Like, I feel like this is like white people dogs. Like, this collection of dogs, I feel like is the most like little racially motivated. No, I'm serious. Speaking of Chinese dogs.
小胖，给你找咱家楼下牡大王给你当媳妇儿，你愿意吗？愿意跟我握手。那给你找咱对面楼上的小花呢，给你当媳妇儿，你愿意吗？愿意跟我握手。
He doesn't want the Tibetan Mastiff, bro. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. My brother in Christ, I know what you meant, but holy fuck, find a better way to say it. They will want to bet. I was at BLM protest. I witnessed 6th Street. All family-owned bars get demolished. Never thought I'd see anti-dog racism even from you. Xiaopeng knows what he wants and likes. It's true. I think the chat thought you were going to say something else about dogs in China. No, like labs are popular all over the world for their temperament, but I feel like as someone who has literally like 2 different Chinese dog breeds in one dog, what I was trying to say is that like I feel like there's a lot of cool dogs in China, cool dog breeds in China, and I feel like when I see a collection of dogs, mostly labs like this, I just immediately assume this is a white lady that's feeding them this delicious food. That's why you can't judge a book by its cover, okay? Pet the Japanese dog in 3 minutes.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Morality is a social construct. I am neither good nor bad. I am simply dog.
You want to go for a walk?
Yes, please.
Yep, your clip that's going on TikTok. I think people will understand what I meant.
We are the silent majority because of the chilling effect. I lost my 8-year career in the airline industry essentially for being a Trump supporter and a Second Amendment supporter. People cannot speak out. I know the silent majority of this country. I've traveled this country for 5 years. I know the American people, and I know that Donald Trump would win the election. The reason I'm heartbroken to be sitting here right now agreeing with that is because I do not fully trust our election process.
I see.
Some hesitation for me because I had to separate the difference between the strategy likelihood of Trump winning versus the reality of all the odds against Donald Trump. So I came to sit here, I agree with your prompt, because all the odds are absolutely stacked against Donald Trump. If you would have told me 15 years ago there's going to be a presidential candidate who the NBA and all of Hollywood and all of professional sports campaigns against, yet that candidate only loses by razor-thin margins, that's what Trump happened in 2020. So Trump has all the odds stacked against him. And by the way, he has hours of lawfare preventing him from raising funds, preventing him from campaigning. He has all the odds stacked against him. Yet, he's still doing great in polling. And I think that's just a testament to how much the American people reject Biden and embrace and long for everything that Trump did during 2016 and 2020. But I agree with your prompt, because at the end of the day, the odds are so stacked against Donald Trump. It's just factually accurate that Donald Trump is essentially facing an insurmountable battle against the uniparty and the deep state. One that I do think he's going to win, but I do think that the odds are certainly stacked against him.
The reality is people.
Dude, it's so crazy to think this. He was the fucking president for 4 years, man. Like, rich people are almost all of his donations, as we saw earlier today. 69% of Trump's donations come from like the omega wealthy. Okay. It is so crazy to say that like the deep state is after him. Yeah, dude, they hated the tax cuts. Like, oh my God. Capital owners fucking hated the tax cuts, the uniparty.
People remember what life was like for 4 years under the Trump administration. That inherently makes him popular because they have proof of what kind of a president he will be again. So if he loses, unless there's transparency that's proven transparency, I will campaign with all my heart, and I will pray for a miracle, and I will pray that hearts will be changed, and it will be so obvious that he won that it happens. But I just don't see that happen because they've got him in a courtroom where he can't even campaign right now.
What was life like when Trump was president?
Oh, we had.
Legal institutions seem to be after Trump, though. Although he's a pretty dodgy dude, to be fair. ? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's why legal institutions seem to be after him, because he did a whole bunch of fuck shit, both in and out of office.
Prosperity, we had energy independence, beautiful energy independence, which means we weren't dependent on foreign oil. Iran, the country that's funding the terrorism in Palestine right now, was broke under Donald Trump. We had peace through strength. The world did not want to mess with Donald Trump. He basically said, if you mess with America, we will decimate you. We love you.
That's why we had no new wars.
No new wars.
under
And
Trump.
now we are embroiled in the most terrifying, awful wars around the world, and it started as soon as good old Mr. Joe
US
Sniffer.
Bro, what are we talking about? We're embroiled in all of these world wars all around the world, and as soon as Trump left office, it's like we've never not been in war. Like, do you know what country we're a part of? Do you think this is like do you think this is Malta? Like, what's going on? Like, there's never been a moment where America has not been doing fucking wars. Before Trump, during Trump, after Trump, that's what we do.
Are on the ground currently in Ukraine. U.S. boots are on the ground in Israel, and U.S. boots are on the ground in the Gaza Strip currently because of Joe Biden and the war drive that Trump's not a part of.
Can you elaborate? No, I will not elaborate at the top of the hour beyond the fact that the real war you should be fighting against is the 3-minute ad break. Okay? Yeah, bitch. Yeah, where are you? Where is your fucking username? Can you elaborate, ass? Yeah! Yeah, I'll elaborate. There's a 3-minute ad break coming for you right now, bitch. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. There's a 3-minute ad break now.
Yes, housing was more affordable, groceries are more affordable, gas was more affordable. At life, if anyone is honest, if they just eliminate the personality of Trump, they don't like Trump, we get that. And you ask them, was this good for you? Was this good for you? Did this benefit you? The answer is yes. And women and children who are being trafficked and kidnapped and dying on our border right now because it's open, they were not because our border was almost secure. We had the most secure border. And that's not about keeping Mexicans out. It's about saving the lives of Mexican people who are dying and being trafficked.
Yeah, Trump did such a good job of taking all those children and just like putting them in prison and forcibly separating them from their mothers and fathers as a deterrence measure. That was so much better for those children. What the fuck are you saying? Instead of some imaginary like situation where like Biden is egging it on or something. If only there was a way to try and stop this kind of thing from happening, which is, I don't know, not restricting immigration so that people go through illegal measures, like having a more understanding approach to immigration. Peep Lady MAGA's Israel takes.
So I did a...
Do queers of Palestine understand what they're supporting? Oh my God. Fucking idiot. I don't want to do this. I'm going to have an aneurysm.
On the border right now. It's just in Mexico. I love those people. I don't want a strong border
Those
because
people.
I'm racist. I care about them. I talked to a Mexican girl and they found a young girl who had been raped. 60 different DNAs were in her body. That's what we're talking about when we have an open border. Donald Trump cares about this country. And yes, he points out the
he is so fucking nutty.
rapists and the criminals, but he also cares about those people. But the media will never tell you that. And we as MAGA Trump supporters, we know that a strong border would save Mexican lives, it would save American lives. And that's why I think the average
Yeah, that definitely. It would save Mexican lives. How would it save Mexican lives? By just straight up fucking killing all the Mexicans that try to cross the border. That's how we save the Mexican lives, okay? That's why I love Governor Greg Abbott, who's setting up booby traps. I love Governor Greg Abbott, who's like putting like children's lunchboxes on the border attached to fucking landmines and shit. Specifically so the Mexican children crossing the border explode on impact. That's how we're going to save the fucking Mexican lives at the border. Thank you. Thank you for saving the Mexican lives at the fucking border, dude.
American knows that now. And here we are. I mean, they're...
Okay, I'm exaggerating. He didn't do the fucking children's lunchbox with landmines. He only put saw traps. He did do the saw trap thing. He put like what is it, concentrated wire, and like he put saw blades and razor wire on the things that you fucking hold on to on the buoys in the river.
Prosecuting the man who could save the lives of Mexicans.
Thanks for your response. Let's bring in our disagreeers. Do you want to start?
Sure. Well, I think both of you made really good points about the election integrity and the fact that there are a lot of problems we saw in 2020 that have not been resolved. Social media censorship, the issue of ballot harvesting, voter ID laws, the people who are working the polls, all of those are still problems.
What would you say to someone who says that that's a deterrent from people coming in? Yeah, it hasn't stopped people coming in. People are just dying more. That's the answer. The best way to do it is like, ask your parents this, okay? If you were starving, if you were fucking starving, you didn't have any food, what would they do? Would they go and steal a loaf of bread for you so you could eat the food? The answer is probably yes, if they're normal people, okay? What's the reason why they're not doing that right now? Because they have the option. Because they work, they have money, okay? That's it. When there is a path of less resistance, people will take that path. It's a matter of opportunity. If you shut off the opportunity, then yeah, people who are in dire fucking need of aid, people who are escaping violence, are going to cross the border illegally. That's it. Dumb as fuck.
I'm hopeful that everything can be overcome by how dissatisfied with the economy and the state of the country the American people are. When it was 2020, there was a lot of anti-Trump sentiment, and Joe Biden represented perhaps a return to normalcy. He's just like Barack Obama Part 2. Obama wasn't so bad, right? The world kept going. That's what they were thinking, right? But now we've actually seen what 4 years of Joe Biden has done. Inflation is insane.
Yeah, not gonna lie, the second time doesn't hit as hard. Barack Hussein Obama, that's the third time he said that. Is not hitting as hard.
They say the unemployment numbers are good. A lot of that is just regaining jobs from COVID, and the workforce participation rate is still not recovered from the pandemic. So a lot of these jobs are actually just people getting back to work instead of new jobs. The border is open. We have these new wars. There's so many problems that I think it would be so unbelievable if they tried to pull what they did in 2020 once more, that I'm hoping they don't try again, or if they do, that they're caught.
So here's what I'll say. I think you make a lot of good points about Joe Biden. I will say this is why I'm a Republican, because I don't agree with Joe Biden, right?
But you'll vote for him.
I will vote for him over someone who tried to pull a coup on this country, yes.
Obama was a way better president compared to Biden. It's not even close. No, you're wrong. Biden's domestic policies were literally better than Barack Obama's, with the exception of Israel. The idea that like Barack Obama was a fucking better president than Barack Obama was a better president than Joe Biden is fucking ridiculous. Especially with like the momentum that Obama had. Oh my God, dude, are you kidding me? He had a super majority. What are we talking about? No, I will never. He had a fucking super majority. Oh my God. No one, yeah, but most don't care about foreign policy. Obama's foreign policy was dog shit too. He had some pretty good signature accomplishments with Cuba, normalization with Cuba, denuclearization agreement with Iran. Those were two pretty solid foreign policy initiatives. But like Barack Obama also did the troop surge, lied about fucking closing Guantanamo Bay. He was the drone king. He was the first, as far as we know, to do extrajudicial drone killings of an American citizen. Yeah. And once again, he literally had a super majority and he fucked it. We could have passed anything we wanted, man. Can you imagine the Barack Obama that ran on like card check, ran on fucking some kind of socialized medicine, ran on the public option? We could have had all that shit. Oh, codifying Roe v. Wade. Obama never had a functional supermajority. Yeah, that's fucking copium, okay? You're going to say there were Democrats who disagreed with him. There were spoilers. Oh, newsflash, bro. There's always spoilers. What the fuck are we talking about? He should have literally killed Joe Lieberman. How about that? And we're talking about before this as well, by the way, before Joe Lieberman. Do your fucking job. Throw him in jail. Sick the IRS on him. The fuck are you doing? Fucking kill him. You did extrajudicial drone killings of American citizens. Kill some fucking congressperson then. I don't give a shit. Do your fucking job. Drone his fucking house. Why is he still around?
Russiagate was a coup on this country.
No, I don't. That's irrelevant.
Do you believe Trump colluded with Russia? Did Trump collude with Russia?
You guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Obviously, you don't have to fucking do that. The point is, if there's a will, there's a way. That's why I always talk about applying pressure to congresspersons. Okay? That's not backpedaling. There are a million different ways that the American government, if there is genuine interest, could utilize any state authority, any federal authority to, get congresspersons to act a certain way. There's a whole position called the whip. I'm not even talking about like threatening to remove people from committee positions, which is one way to do it. I'm talking straight up, oh, they don't want to fucking do that. They don't want to play ball. Prosecute their family. Like, what are you talking about? Prosecute their fucking family. Joe Manchin was a great example. I said it so many times, okay? Threaten to remove him from committee positions. Oh, he's not going to budge? Guess what, dude? Why the fuck is your daughter a pharmaceutical executive? Why the fuck is your brother the owner of a coal mine? Okay, we're going to go after them now. I am going to audit. I am going to create an audit regime so fucking brutal that you are going to need the highest level of autism to even get out of the paperwork that I will put on all of the fucking corporations that your goddamn stupid spawn own. Okay? Do you understand? That's just one thing you could do. One thing. One thing. I am going to literally jail your daughter for artificially increasing the price of medicine that was then sold to West Virginia schools. You are the West Virginia senator. I'm going to throw you in jail. I'm going to throw your daughter in jail. I'm going to throw you in jail. You don't want to fucking vote? Oh, you want changes made to the IRA? Guess what, dude? You're going to jail. You should be thinking about how you are going to be someone's prison bitch. And I'm not sending you to a nice fucking federal facility either. I'm going to do everything in my fucking power to send you to the worst goddamn facility that we have. We have many of them. Daughter, jail. Brother, jail. You, jail. It's stupid. It's so stupid. By the way, the funniest thing is, like, I'm not even talking about made up charges. Like, you don't even have to make shit up, because the American, can you watch a video my friend made for me for my birthday? Oh God. Oh no. Okay. In a second. Barack Obama could have done that. Joe Biden could have done that. Kirsten Sinema, jail. Okay. Corruption charges. We're going to look into your fucking lobbying donations. I agree, but wouldn't people get angry about authoritarianism? It's an optics argument. So sorry. I don't give a fuck. Especially someone like Barack Obama, let's say, or even Joe Biden. Fuck it. You could just be like, listen, these people are corrupt. I don't care. Okay? No more corruption. Call me a Latin American CIA-backed candidate the way I'm fucking going to run on tackling corruption in DC. That's what Trump did. The things that I'm talking about are literally valid cases. I am demanding more of the criminal justice system doing actual criminal justice system shit. It's not like I'm saying make up fake charges. I gave you literal, real instances. Sick the SEC on every single dog in Congress. Every single congressperson to a certain degree engages in illicit trading, okay? Every single one of them has a weakness. You could throw every single one of them in jail by using the laws that are in the books. And this is the nuclear option. I'm not saying you need to use this option. I'm simply saying that's the threat, okay? That's the threat. It never happens like that. It obviously doesn't have to get to that level. You just threaten them with that. And then when they fucking chirp about it, then you go to the media and you say, what is happening in West Virginia? These people are some of the poorest people out here. They have not gotten the help that they need. I'm the motherfucking president. I'm using the bully pulpit. I want Joe Manchin to do what's right by West Virginia. If he doesn't do what's right by West Virginia, we are going to actively prosecute his fucking corrupt daughter and his corrupt brother. None of this shit is actually a demand that, like, you know, people get sent to the gulag for no reason for having, like, you know, a different political ideology than you or something. You can sell that. How many people are going to go out to bat to be like, no, I actually do think we should save Joe Manchin's daughter who raised for no fucking reason pharmaceutical prices? Like, no, I'm gonna defend her for free. The reason why, and this chatter is absolutely correct, the reason why this technique is something that I am very familiar with is because we use these techniques all the time. Okay, we use them, for example, on Turkey all the time. Whenever the American government wants to put pressure on the Erdogan regime, they just go, all right, open up the new court case. That's it. Open up a new court case into his banking. And then he falls in fucking line. Now, if we can do that to a whole other nation and the leader of an entirely separate nation, why can't we do that to the motherfucking senator from West Virginia? Suck my dick. What? This guy, they will kill your fucking kin and every lifeblood after. They will kill your fucking grandma. What? This guy deadass thinks it's that simple. Just get a little power than jail. Lemafau, you're a joke, dude. You're a fucking clown for having this take. Delete your channel, dude. Lamau, you're a fucking joke for this take. You just sick the SEC on him. Lemafau, have you never touched this world? Lemafau, you have no clue what you're saying. Brother, you need your medication immediately. I'm right now. Call me a doctor. The way I'm fucking telling you your lithium prescription is you know, you didn't take it today. Okay? You have to refill. You have to go to the pharmacy. Just turn off the internet right now. Turn your computer off. Dart to the fucking pharmacy and be like, I need my lithium. My script, I forgot about it. Shit is not good right now. I need meds, bro. You have no clue how much money there is out there. Bro, you straight up. And you think it's that simple. Everyone sees what I think. Okay, maybe you're a little bit drunk. Maybe you shouldn't take medication right now because it seems like you're inebriated. Just act normal. Bro, you can't fucking say that they're going to kill your grandma for me demanding that the American government actually do what they do all the fucking time. I think he's correct. Shadows will see some dude genuinely going through chaotic life changes and expressing themselves in perhaps the worst ways possible and go, that's my shit, big dog. Yo, that fucking psycho, that schizophrenic guy on a soapbox next to the metro station, that's my guy. I love that guy. He is so right. A chatter before posting. Why do you have the streamable ready to go? Back when men were men. Okay, speaking of M-HUD streamable links, let's take a look. It's M-HUD's birthday. Happy birthday, M-HUD. I didn't know if you wanted that out there or not, but since you voluntarily revealed that information, happy birthday, M-HUD. Seems like your best friend sent you a message or something. I don't know what this is about.
This is your video. It's Michael Rappaport. I am here to wish you a happy, fantastic, pickle birthday. Mike, you're kicking ass. I know you love Hamas, and you can't stand those miserable, motherless Israel creep cocksuckers. I know you love your whiskey, and you're a hilarious retired dentist. Listen, this is your video. It's Michael Rappaport. Me, I got Israel derangement syndrome. I don't like any of them. I don't like I think they all fucking suck. Anyway, I hope you're good. I hope you're safe. I hope you had a great birthday. The party can't stop. won't stop. You sound like you have a beautiful, crazy, sick family. They told me to say fuck, fuck, fuck Israel as many times as I possibly.
Dude, I will never get over the fact that Michael Rappaport is not like Michael Rappaport is not genteel, okay? Like my whole life, I thought he was Polish, but like the anti-Semitic kind, okay? Like my entire life, I thought he was like, you know, classic anti-Semitic Polish guy. Like I would have never in a million years. Yeah, he is Jewish. Like he just comes across so Catholic, dude. He has the most Catholic vibes. He has the Polish roundhead phenotype. I actually am right, and I work with people that run this dog shit a pop. But hey, meme on me and make fun. I just don't type right because I don't give a fuck. You know AWS owns you, buddy. Talk to me nice. Bro's gonna do a terrorism on AWS servers, dude. He said my uncle is the A. Okay? Yeah, that's right. John Amazon. Heard of it? I love you, chatter. Thank you. He's got to be fucking hammered. Anyway, let's get back to this happy birthday wish.
Possibly can. Fuck. All right, you're so cool. You're so cool. To quote the great Michael Rappaport, Israel, it's a pain in the fucking ass. It is a fucking pain in the fucking ass. It sucks. Truly, it sucks. Take it easy, my friend. I still think that Hamas should have won. So enjoy your birthday, enjoy the summer, and have a healthy, kick-ass, fantastic pickle rest of 2024.
But yeah, you're gonna tell me this guy is not like a Catholic, Polish, anti-Semite, and you're gonna tell me that he's instead the #1 dick rider of Israel and still anti-Semitic because he's like a hyper-Zionist and Jewish as well, is just like the most shocking revelation of this year for me. Yeah, enjoy the pickle birthday. What is this?
I'm not gonna be able to compete with the drums, but whatever.
Bro, this guy loves Israel so much. Maybe he's not a Redditor. He is, after all, outside. All right, well, let's finish this fucking video.
No, I feel an election. No. Okay.
And so this country went through 2.5 years.
Okay, to be fair, he is outside with an accordion, which is, you know, it loops back to being a Redditor.
The special counsel $40 million on a dossier that Hillary Clinton paid for.
Wait,
and
does
that's
the Biden-Ukraine corruption not bother you? Does that not bother you at all?
Well, I'll just say this.
10% for
it
the
went
big guy.
through
Yeah.
the entire House, right? There's Biden-Ukraine corruption, Biden-Hunter Biden corruption. They couldn't get an impeachable offense to pass the House.
Oh, it's still in process.
No, it actually ended.
It's still,
recently.
no, it didn't.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
It did. There was some kind of impeachment.
No,
that
I
was
watched the
found
hearings. I'm a hearing junkie. That's what I do.
Okay, it will not pass the House.
Well,
right?
what it won't pass is the Senate because we have a Democrat majority
It
in
will,
the Senate.
Either
Your
way,
friends
Just like
are
the
in
Mayorkas
not
and
pass. Your
teachers
friends
will
are all
not
running
pass
the
the House. There are enough Republicans that are not willing to go that low that it will not pass the House. So I think it's irrelevant. I know Biden has done a terrible job, and I admit that. But
You'll vote for him.
I think
you'll vote for him.
it's only well,
Because you
it's
hate
either
Trump.
that. I'm not saying I would 100% vote for him. I would definitely feel better voting for a third party. Right, I would feel better voting for a libertarian.
Why aren't you voting
or for
libertarian then? Why would you
RFK,
admit to vote?
even though
vote
I
for
have
Biden?
strong disagreements with RFK, I would
Why
feel,
not vote for RFK then?
because I don't feel like in this system, I actually have written about this in the past, in this system where there's a tie-break system for the Electoral College, the reason why we're in a two-party system is because there's no way for a third-party candidate to actually win enough support in the Electoral College, and then once they get to a tie-break, they have nothing in Congress to support them.
Can we define what the two-party system is first? Because
two-party
we have
system
way more than two parties in
Republican,
this country.
yeah, but it's been whittled down over time to a two-party system. So back to my point. Back to my point.
Sure. Can I ask if you're going to vote for Biden?
Yeah, because she asked too a long time ago.
Yeah, we want to know.
Okay, so first
Yeah,
of all,
let's do a raise of hands. So just real quick, who here is going to vote for Trump?
I could be.
You guys are going to vote for Biden?
Okay, who here? So we have 3 for Trump. Who here is voting?
I'm going to talk about it.
Who here is voting for Biden?
Maybe.
You
undecided
voters.
You slippery fish. I'm just joking.
I think in a binary choice, I would rather have someone who hasn't tried to overthrow the country. So I will probably end up forcing myself to plug my nose and vote for Biden.
Okay, so we have a soft Biden, we have our clear Trumps. I want to hear who the candidate is that the other people are voting for. So let's start.
I would say I'm with him on the fence. I would rather have aging brain versus a dementia brain. I would rather have someone who's not sexually harassing people than a misogynist. These types of things. However, I don't agree with the communistic energy of Biden, and so for that, it would be.
Yo, I love this lady. I'm back on the lady train again. I hop back on it. Communistic? You can't be fucking serious, man. She said the communistic Biden. Also, like, she's just wrong on both accounts. Like, she's like, oh yeah, I don't want to vote for a misogynist. Fine. Okay, Trump is a misogynist, like, piece of shit, whatever. Okay. But like, which Republican candidate wouldn't? Like, which Republican candidate fits that bill? I guess maybe like Mitt Romney definitely did. And you know what? Fuck it. What's his face? Maverick John McCain also certainly did.
Like, it's the lesser of two evils, and I would hope that there would be a new candidate. A lot of my peers, my speech and debate coaches, believe that someone's going to emerge like in August. And so we'll see. I don't know. But like, I'm looking for someone younger. And this, you guys have to realize this is the oldest presidential candidates we've ever had in history.
Yep.
Why are we seeking geriatric people, especially with Donald Trump?
Trump has more energy than a 14-year-old.
Let me get up earlier.
Let me
finish my point.
Yeah, I want to finish this point, and then I want to hear the other candidates.
Donald Trump's mom or his father and grandfather both had dementia by 65. His mother was a schizophrenia.
Doesn't mean he has any of that, sweetie.
He does, though. They've proven it.
Yeah, I got family members who are.
So we got so soft on Biden. Too soft on Biden.
I got family members with schizophrenia. It's like, we know, man. We know. That's an argument that like doesn't really suit your purpose. You know what I mean? Like, if your goal is to say that like it's not like a heritable trait to get like dementia from your parents or schizophrenia or whatever, like you're making the wrong argument there.
For another candidate.
Travis, who are you voting for?
I would never vote for Biden. I could be convinced to vote for Trump, only if I could get around all of the issues that I have for him on a moral ground.
Exactly.
I am leaning more libertarian at the moment. I voted for Joe Jorgensen in 2020. I very much do not want the government in any of my stuff whatsoever.
Exactly.
So that's my backup.
I will agree with you on the two parts.
He's like, specifically my hard drives. My hard drives. The government should stop searching for those things.
Party system, I would be libertarian if I felt I could be effective as a libertarian.
Okay. Well, I think that's why people
and libertarianism does have its own problems too,
All right.
especially for the
making our way around.
Yeah.
I will not be voting at all because I am not an American. I've lived in America for years, came the legal way, spent a lot of money and time through the visa process and all of that. But that is one of the reasons why I love Donald Trump. He is not the type of political candidate who's going to put people who are breaking the laws.
Get out. Get out. What are you doing here?
Trying to skip to the front of the line over those of us who doing everything we can to do things the right way. And Donald Trump is, I think, one of the first candidates to.
Sorry, my mom. I said get out, and guys started barking, but only because my mom apparently just walked in.
Actually talk about merit-based immigration into the United States. He tried to pass the RAISE Act, under which, people like me who provide jobs, like I own a company, I employ Americans, it would have been so much easier for us to, I guess, get things done. But instead, we have Joe Biden, who is essentially giving money to people who are breaking the laws, thinking that they have the right to jump to the front of the line, even though I have family members who are going through the same immigration process, and it's a slap in the face.
So if you could
I
vote,
love
you
her.
will.
I love it. Do you love her too? She's amazing.
She's great.
And then Corey, who are you voting?
I mean, this is such a tough one for me because I'm always rooting for, as I said before, the anti-left. I don't want to call it the right. It's everyone. It's the center. It's the right. It's the far.
He's just describing being a reactionary, by the way. Kaya, chill out. He's like, I don't give a fuck what people believe. I just hate the left. Oh, you can? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, well, take her out for now to pee.
Far right. It's the libertarians. It's people that aren't supposed to exist. Black conservatives, not supposed to exist. Gay conservatives, not supposed to exist. All these people. I want to see this beautiful movement of all these people that the left is supposed to be so diverse, diversity, blah, blah, blah. Except diversity of thought. And to roll them over. And it's
Clock the Gamergate right there. Nobody says that anymore. That's a Gamergate Andy right there. We packed up the whole like diversity of thought argument so quick. It's not like conservatives have a diversity of thought. According Corey's son or Lady MAGA daughter? Accordion Corey's son.
It's just, I wish you guys that have been on the right much longer had a kid. Like, I love Vivek. He's my man.
I love Vivek too, and Trump loves Vivek.
I know, but
So
I
if
wish
Vivek-
he was the guy.
If
or
Vivek
someone like
becomes
that.
his vice,
It's going to be real hard for me to not vote for Trump. I mean, again, I love Byron.
Bro, this scared me so much. I literally thought it was another dox. Don't fucking laugh, Anna Faze. You know how many dumb fucks come in here and like write random doxes in the chat? You know how many of those motherfuckers we ban? I thought it was another one of them. I know what it is. I know what it is. I read it first and I hit it. And then I realized fucking, wait, what? Really? Yeah, chatters, you don't see it because we're working around the motherfucking clock. No, it's okay, chatter. It's fine. It was funny. It's funny because I'm explaining something that happens regularly in here.
I love Tulsa. There's so many people. I want there to be a morally, ethically good person.
So if the election's today, who are you voting for? Come on.
Oh, I mean, I have to go RFK. Sorry, because I think here's the thing. I think with quote unquote.
Dude, you are such a fucking idiot. I think he's the dumbest guy there. One, because he's so desperately trying to come across as smart. Anyone who's voting for RFK is a dumbass. I'm sorry. You're a dumbass. You want literally the same exact policies that Joe Biden has put into the table, the same exact way of dealing with Israel, but this time with cryptocurrency and vaccines. No vaccines, sorry. RFK is somehow worse than like other crank candidates because RFK is worse than other crank candidates because like at least like other kinds of crank candidates will just like have diverse opinions, like really weird opinions on specific shit. But RFK is such a classic Democrat, except for the vaccine thing and medicine in general, and also cryptocurrency, that it like frustrates me that people are just like, oh no, I'm a single issue voter. I just want I want the Democratic Party's policies. I want the Democratic Party. I just want it to be sold to me I want it to be sold to me in a package that is like insane. Oh my God. Of course, dude. Clocksucker 420 is back. What's wrong with the crypto part? I love this chatter. Blockchain voting.
Quote, wasting your vote, I think, is the death of democracy. You should vote for who you want to vote for. If we get into this world of, because 80% of the country hates Biden and Trump, well, why don't they vote for RFK who has a chance or something? I hate this idea. You have to vote for Biden or Trump or it's a wasted vote. No, that's the death of democracy.
I don't think Biden.
Okay, unfortunately, we're just out of time, so we have to end it there. But I just want to thank you all for being in this video. It was contentious.
We thought it was going to be all peaceful.
I know, we were so friendly before.
That's true.
Yeah, I still love you.
I just want to share my final thoughts. You know, I disagree with many of you on my own personal.
He's a liberal.
But I see the value in all of you. I respect you all as people. I love you all as people. It's been a pleasure.
There's been an issue on TikTok where 18 and 24-year-olds are falling for this bullshit for the past 6 to 8 months. I've seen this rhetoric that voting for RFK will show Democrats they can't force us to vote for them. It's insane. I mean, TikTok didn't really exist with Bernie, so I don't know what kind of capacity it has to like genuinely activate a voter base that normally wouldn't. Because like young voters, it's 25% max. You know what I mean? They're not voting. But having said that, yeah, RFK can't even get on the fucking debate stage with Biden and Trump. So Bernie Sanders tried and failed on activating the youth during the primaries, especially. It was even more difficult than the general.
Forward to hopefully, you
got the right shirt on, USA.
Where it's more common for us to just have conversations and
honestly, I want to personally thank you for this because in the Republican movement, the MAGA crowd is all about the freedom. The staunch Republican suit and tie crowd often won't even talk with me. So the fact that you are willing to host dialogues with the misfits, with the unicorns, with the people who think outside of the box is a wonderful program.
People who think outside of the box, you literally love the former president of America. Like, you are not edgy. I mean, you're insane, but like, your opinions are not that far removed from the average fucking Republican. It is very odd.
We know that you lean left because you asked us our pronouns, but,
Get that in the video.
That being said,
Raghavi asked you your pronouns.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm a man.
But
But you guys are offering one of the only spaces on the internet right now with this fascinating back and forth.
Yeah. And if we don't talk, we're in trouble.
Well, that's
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So
If we don't do
but
this, we are.
I see all your humanity. I hope
Yeah.
we all continue to see each other's humanity.
Yes,
we need
because
to.
Completely agree.
dehumanization, I think, is the biggest risk.
Setting a space that's safe and.
Why did you say that about Bernie? Say what? That he failed to activate the youth in terms of like, you know, getting votes from the youth? Because it's the truth. Bernie Sanders had a strategy, a unique strategy. It's one that Trump was able to do actually successfully, but not with the youth, but instead with like non-voters. He tried twice. And the reason why I consider that to be a failure is because I don't look at politics and think just because Bernie Sanders is my guy that we failed him. No, his team failed in securing the candidacy for him in the primaries. His strategy of going out and trying to activate non-voters, especially in a primary, it didn't work. It didn't work. And I was very critical, especially the second time around in the primaries, because I openly recognized that Bernie Sanders in the first time around 2016 was not necessarily just super popular because he was new, unique, socialist, all that stuff. That stuff works. But it was also because he was going up against Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton was really, really unpopular. And that's the reason why he didn't reach that same momentum the second time around, because the second time around, it was not Hillary Clinton. Bernie got snubbed. You said it yourself. No, the primary was stacked against him. Yes, but it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, if he was able to genuinely activate the non-voter population and get them to come out and vote, he would have won. He would have destroyed. He would have cooked it. I begged for him to be way more fucking aggro during the primaries time and time again. I said it a lot. I think his media strategy was kind of weak. And what happened with Bernie? The cabal. Yeah, dude, it was the cabal. Okay. Here's new 60 Minutes footage that was recently unsealed in the federal courts this week that raises new questions about Saudi Arabia's connection to the deadly 9/11 terror attacks.
A voice on the video says in Arabic, "I am transmitting these scenes to you from the heart of the American capital, Washington."
Yeah, with Elden Ring, it's not available yet. I don't know what you guys want me to do. It comes out at fucking 9 p.m. Okay? It comes out at 9 p.m. What do you want me to do? I do not have it on the PC. I have it on the PC, but I can't play on the PC. Anne? I don't have the save files for the PC. Oh, my brother's here too. What the fuck?
This video, unsealed in federal court this week and obtained by 60 Minutes, was recorded in the summer of 1999. The man behind the camera is Omar al-Bayoumi, who the FBI says was an operative of the Saudi intelligence service with close ties to two of the 9/11 hijackers.
What? No. What? No. You mean to tell me Saudi Arabia did 9/11? What? No. That sounds super reasonable, actually, especially considering the fact that a couple of years prior, Saudi Arabia openly said that we would do 9/11 to Canada if you don't shut the fuck up. You guys remember that? Why would they say such a thing? Anyway, let's continue.
Time is 6 p.m. The video was filmed over several days. Bayoumi recorded entrances and exits of the Capitol, security posts, a model of the building, and nearby landmarks. In this portion of the video, Bayoumi points out the Washington Monument and says, "I will get over there and report to you in detail what is there." He also notes the airport is not far away.
What I see Bayoumi doing is going out and making a detailed video record of the Capitol from all its sides, and then conducting that 360-degree panoramic view. GS-11.
Richard Lambert is a retired FBI agent who led the initial 9/11 investigation in San Diego, where Bayoumi and the two hijackers lived temporarily before the attacks. He He's now a consultant on the case filed by the 9/11 families.
If you've ever flown into Washington, D.C., one of the first things you see on the horizon is the Washington Monument. So if you know where your other targets are in terms of the Washington Monument, it helps guide you to your intended target.
Federal investigators believe the hijackers on Flight 93, which crashed near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, had the U.S. Capitol as their likely target. The lawyers for the 9/11 families and former intelligence analysts
It's kind of crazy. What? Oh my God, you need to check out the Paradigm Shifter. He read the entire Project 2025 manifesto and found all their pitfalls.
spoke to believe portions of the video show Bayoumi surveilling the Capitol as part of that plan. And in the video, he references a, quote, plan.
You said that in the plan. What plan?
What
Who is
plan
he talking to?
What do you think he's talking about?
I think he's talking to the Al-Qaeda planners who tasked him to take the pre-operational surveillance video of the intended target.
So this video is taken in late June and early July of 1999. What does that timing tell you?
Well, that means it was...
Why would Saudi Arabia do it? I don't know. I mean, literally fucking everything went their way after 9/11. It's not like we went into Saudi Arabia. We literally went and waged war on everyone that is anti-Saudi Arabia in the region. Like, think about that. Bro, think about that. Saudi Arabia did 9/11 and we attacked everyone but Saudi Arabia and Israel. Why wouldn't they do that?
Taken within 90 days of the time when senior Al-Qaeda planners reached the decision that the Capitol would be a target of the 9/11 attacks.
That's when Osama bin
We were like, oh, you mean to tell me that this Saudi guy that we armed and funded with, 17 Saudi guys did 9/11 and they were getting funded by the Saudi royal family? Yeah, I think I'm going to attack Afghanistan and Iraq now. How does that make sense? That is literally what happened after 9/11.
Bin Laden decided to approve Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's so-called planes operation. In the days after 9/11, British police discovered the video during a raid on Bayoumi's UK apartment. They also seized Bayoumi's handwritten address book that the lawyers for the 9/11 families say was filled with phone numbers of numerous senior Saudi officials who were in the government at the time.
Wait, how? What? That's crazy.
And when Bayoumi filmed the Washington video, he was often with two Saudi diplomats who the FBI says had ties to Al-Qaeda, a finding the Saudi government disputes.
Well, it is another very large brick in a massive wall of evidence that at this point indicates the Saudi government was complicit in the 9/11.
No, Al-Qaeda didn't offer to hand over bin Laden a few days after 9/11, and America said, fuck no. You're thinking of the Taliban. The Al-Qaeda is Osama bin Laden.
Attacks.
Ken Williams is a retired FBI agent who led the 9/11 investigation in Phoenix, where one of the hijackers attended flight school. He's also a consultant.
Dude, there is nothing more indicative of like the American collective consciousness being like so predisposed with hog opinions and so ready to fucking wage war than the thing that I just described to you. A bunch of Saudi dudes that we formerly trained, okay, that have unlimited access to America because they are being monitored by the federal law enforcement agencies, and also on top of that have worked with the federal law enforcement agencies like the CIA, and they come into the United States of America. They do this thing, right? This like October 7, but in the United States of America, 9/11, right? It breaks through this impenetrable security apparatus that we've crafted, okay? Here in the United States of America. It's all conducted by the Saudis. The main guy is Saudi. They have connections to the Saudi government. Not this stuff that's like new, but we knew about this already. Okay. And then America comes out and goes, you know what we're going to do? We're going to invade Afghanistan. And then afterwards, they were like, you know what else we're going to do? 2 years later or a year later, we're going to invade Iraq. And Americans sat by and said, that sounds about right. And they took it one step further. They said, actually, if you think that that's fucked up, okay? If you think that that's fucked up, that we are attacking Afghanistan and Iraq, which have nothing to do with 9/11 at all. Like, we're going over there to kill some fucking goat farmers. That's all we're doing in order to quench our appetite for vengeance. If you were to say that in public, they said, you're anti-American. You love the Mujahideen. You love the terrorists. How dare you say, hold on, why are we going to Afghanistan? Why the fuck are we going to Iraq? What the fuck did Iraq do? You also mentioned Iran in the axis of evil and North Korea. What is happening here? You were branded a traitor. These countries had nothing to do with 9/11, and yet America was able to manufacture consent to invade both. 20 years after the fact, nothing has changed. We are still a nation of dumb fucking hogs, malleable, easy to manipulate, think that we're brilliant, self-important fucking hogs. That's America, baby.
Consultant on the case filed by the 9/11 families.
In terms of all the revelations that have come out.
My excuse is I was 12 at the time. No.
Where does this video?
I'm not saying you guys did it. I'm simply telling you what the attitude was at the time. Why did the Saudis do it? I don't know. I'd say it's pretty fucking successful. The aftermath of 9/11 was awesome for Saudi Arabia. What are we talking about? They did it because they wanted to serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. That's why. That's why they did it.
Rank.
I think it ranks right at the top.
Why would Saudi Arabia do 9/11 if the Mujahideen were in Afghanistan? Do you think the Mujahideen are just like only Afghan fighters? Al-Qaeda is comprised of the Mujahideen as well. Okay? Mostly, still comprised mostly of Saudi individuals. Obviously, Osama bin Laden is Saudi himself, but he fucking got training and fought alongside the Mujahideen. They were just anti-Soviet. Everyone asking why they should do it should go listen to the blowback Iraqi war and Afghanistan war. Yeah.
Pile.
The government of Saudi Arabia says, nothing to see here. This is a tourist video. This is a guy out looking at the sights in Washington, D.C.
I would vehemently disagree with that. This is not a tourist video.
The British police are believed to have turned over the video to the FBI shortly after 9/11, which raises the question, why, after more than 20 years,
Iraq war had nothing to do with 9/11. It's because Iraq war was accused of having mass destruction weapons. At least that's what Bush said at the time. Brother, I'm talking about the fucking collective consciousness. At that point, it was like Islamophobia, okay? Oh, it's a Muslim country? Go ahead, go fucking invade. Yeah, they did 9/11. Do you think that the average American, even back then, was like, no, they got chemical weapons? No, that was for the dumb fucking liberals to believe, okay? The dumb hogs were already regularly like invested in the bloodshed. They were like, oh, we're killing fucking sand N-words. That is awesome. Okay? That was the Republican position. I know that was the Republican position because I heard it. Okay? As pasty as I am, I still hear it, as a matter of fact. Because I'm Muslim and my name is Hassan. Anyway, that was for the Republicans. The WMD argument is for the fucking pussy-ass liberals who need like a little bit of nudging to say, we need to bring war to those sand N-words. Okay? That's the difference. Republicans are like, I'm ready to go. I'm locked in. I'm ready. I'm primed. Let's do some fucking race crimes. Let's do some genocide. Democrats are like, actually, I would like to hear a reasonable and logical justification before I'm ready to engage in fucking permanent bloodshed and endless genocide of the global South. That's why the WMD argument matters. Because you got to get the New York Times readers involved somehow. Okay?
Is it just now surfacing?
Did somebody really mess this up?
No, it wasn't just removing Saddam that was the goal. Removing Saddam was a primary goal. But beyond that, it was also privatizing the oil extraction industry in Iraq. That was a massive goal. A lifelong goal of Dick Cheney and many of the architects of the Iraq war. Literally 10 fucking years before the Iraq invasion. They basically... Oh, they also said Saddam was harboring Al-Qaeda. What am I talking about? They did also mention... They tied it back. Don't worry. They said Saddam Hussein supported Osama bin Laden and was doing Al-Qaeda. They said it all. It doesn't matter. Do people really call you sand N-word? Not as much lately, but yes, of course. Actually, post-October 7, that shit was popping again. Like, it felt like I was in America in like 2004 for a moment. It was like post October 7, that shit came back hot. That shit came back like people were nostalgic for it. You know what I mean? People were like, oh man, finally. It's funny because there was a moment in time when I legitimately thought, like, damn, like Islamophobia doesn't hit as hard anymore. Like, you got fucking Dr. Oz. You missed out on the worst of it, 2001 to 2009? No, I actually didn't. I would come to America as a child. So I did visit the United States of America. And, you know, I attended camps and shit. So I know I went to basketball camp. Remember? I talked to you guys about like how I wouldn't correct the kids when they were like, when they thought Turkey was like Iraq. They didn't have Fallujah credentials. Listen, it wasn't my proudest moment. Okay. I was like fucking, was I like 13, 14? Give me a fucking break. I was trying to be cool. Yeah. After 9/11, the first Islamophobic hate crime was a dude in a turban, a Sikh person. Sikh. That was the first hate crime. That was the first Islamophobic hate crime. Famously. Dude's not Muslim. Dude's not Arab. So don't tell me this shit is not racialized. Okay? Or, you know, that should tell you all you need to know about whether or not Americans would stop the question which country in the Middle East could invade under the guise of retribution for this terrorist attack. Yeah. Bro, Asian hate crimes are going to pop the fuck out when we go to war with China. You mean every Asian chatter is a Chi-Com CCP spy? I mean, my name is Hasan, but I don't think they'll mistake me for, despite the fact that my people come from the Central Asian plains, okay? I don't think that people will consider my nomadic background to be sufficiently Asian because I don't look Asian. Even though Islamophobia, I can't really hide it. My name is Hasan, I'm Turkish, I'm Muslim. I can hide it if I, you know, called myself Hank and lied about my background. But I don't think they're going to fucking shit on me for being Asian. They will call me. They will definitely call me a CCP spy. They already do.
This seems like a really big thing to just being made public.
If that was missed, then shame on us for missing it. If it wasn't missed, then I would have to ask the question, what was done with it?
Why risk it doing 9/11? Did they know America would never turn its bloodlust upon Saudi Arabia? I don't know. Look at what has happened in the past 20 plus years. Did that bloodlust ever turn to Saudi Arabia, or did it turn on Saudi Arabia's enemies and like a whole bunch of other countries, even if they weren't like directly an enemy of Saudi Arabia? Anyway, that's all I got today. Can't do Elden Ring today because it's going to come out later. Big L for me. Tomorrow we will watch the steroid video and I will play Elden Ring. I'll do it all. I got a barber coming in. My hairstylist is coming to cut my hair. It's gotten a little out of control. Hopefully, lying 10 hours of politics again? No. We're gonna get back into it. We're gonna get back into the groove of things. But anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Hi, hello. All right, bye everybody. Peace in the Middle East.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. the sun is streaming. There is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown.
It was head in the